on important things in this Congress as well.
Trying to make it like the brain. And I assume the brain is better. And we're just trying to sort of catch up with the brain. And I suddenly realised maybe the algorithm we've got is actually better than the brain already. And when we scale it up,
you all are as informed as I am, but I think the people send us a clear message.
For that,
fighting for the sake of fighting.
You've said is that
power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere.
Every computer in the
world. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours.
Gets to
restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country.
If you learn something,
we've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out.
And I try and figure out how I should change the administration, but for a long time, so that I would produce the same
Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas.
But there's not that much information in a sentence.
Factories closed down.
It's a very slow
Once
and
thriving
painful
cities and
business,
towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be.
But if you have
along the way, something else we lost.
That have exactly the same model of the world.
Our sense of self-worth.
And one of them sees
I ran for president to fundamentally change
sees
things.
a different document.
To make sure our economy works for everyone. So we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well.
Intelligence is strengthened by that averaging, by the right. Yes. So it's something that actually means theoretically even human beings could never get to that place.
We could never.
I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, "Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck." He really would say
just couldn't do it in a lifetime.
It's about a lot more than a paycheck.
So that's
it's about your
level,
dignity.
Again,
it's about respect.
Exhilarating.
It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, "Honey, it's going to be okay," and mean it.
But
folks,
it is
look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low.
I mean, with human societies, we often have dictators
near record.
But that's not a big
near record unemployment.
In the same league. But here, these things would get much more.
Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers.
The worry is,
we've already created,
keep
through
them
help,
working for us when they're much more
800,000 good-paying
than us?
manufacturing
They
jobs.
will have, for
the
example,
fastest
learned
growth
how
in
to
40
deceive.
years.
They'll be able to deceive us with things.
Stay with us.
And where is it written?
When we come back, more.
Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. Here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from the peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months.
Yeah, hey, the show America
gone up. Traditionally, for the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new business. 10 million. By the way, every time someone starts a small business in acting, Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort.
There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used.
Historic laws in action.
I think we're getting close to the summit conference.
Standing here last year, American genius and possibility. Semiconductors. Small computer chips the size of fingerprints power everything. Cell phones, automobiles, and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. And we used to make 40% of the world's chips.
Families now stranded in Mexico. Historic weather is now right now.
We all saw what happened during the pandemic on chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips. American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up. People got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. You can never let that happen
Hey, I'm Hallie.
again. That's why.
than any other news.
That's why we came together.
Here's why this matters.
That's
Please, please,
bipartisan
under
chips
utmost
for
urgency.
science.
Here's why this
now.
matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to know. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference
so much at
because
stake
it
in our
matters
world right
whose
now. We
money
wanted
is
to
being
thank you
used to
for your
prop
trust
up these banks.
and for making
We're
ABC
getting
News
close to this news
America's
conference.
news
I'll be honest with you.
And thank
This is
you
like an
for
awkward
making
moment
ABC
where
News
things were like right there. You're
America's
actually
number
tap
one.
into this maybe a little bit.
We're going to make sure the supply chain
When I
in
was in
America
Idaho to cover the murders
begins
of
in
Good
America.
morning. Welcome to
The supply chain begins in America.
This is the story of savage murders.
We've already created.
And the start of crime. I'm Tina Ripley, the legacy news.
We've already created
A new podcast.
800,000
Listen now.
manufacturing jobs without this law. Before the law. This new law will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. I mean, all across the country. Wow, not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well.
News lives.
That's
in
going
the
to
now.
come from
Look at
companies
this. You can't even
that have
see
announced
anything
more than
anymore.
$300 billion
the
in
generation of
investment in
now.
American manufacturing.
Whenever you have a case
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Outside of
One
Columbus,
city.
Ohio,
You start with
Intel is building a
living it
semiconductor
every day from
factory
Surfside,
on
Florida.
1,000
Thank you for watching,
acres.
everyone.
Literally a field of
This
dreams.
was my first.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome
10,000
to
jobs
today's
that one
There was a
day.
huge team that came together.
7,000
to
construction
work
jobs.
this case.
3,000 jobs.
They're not getting
Those
sleep
factories
for
once they're
the next 4 or
finished.
5
They
days.
call them factories.
In situations like this,
Jobs
there's
paying
a
an
lot of
average
stuff
of
that you need to start doing.
$130,000 a
Started
year.
reaching out to
Many do not
his
require a
friends.
college
Does he
degree.
have any new associates? Anybody that nobody knows about? Does he have a secret program?
Jobs. Because we work together, these jobs, and people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity.
Analyzing
Just
data
getting
from
started.
local
when
cell
you
phone towers.
Think
What
about
they're
this.
trying to do is pinpoint exactly where Scott Sessions
So much
may
more
have
that's
spent the
very
final
needed.
moments of his life.
What is it
Support
that
those
the
cell phone
3,000
providers
constantly
So I would
retrieving
distinguish
data from
a
your
bunch of
phone?
different concerns.
It's
So
sending
Michael
data
Ayers and governors,
to your cell
Democrats,
phone.
Republicans,
about whether they
they'll
want to
tell you.
Pittsburgh
But
police
those
detectives
are
made their way to the
members of this
last
See these
breakout
fields
of
where she made
President
a home in the heartland.
calls or last known
Would accept
telephone
maintain the
that
strongest
you sent
economy in the
messages
world.
to.
We
Veteran
need the
detectives
best
Jim
infrastructure in the
a lot
world.
of jobs.
Ferranti greeted him and his jaded
Folks,
Scott cell phone lasting 3 miles away from his
as you
house
all
on
know,
Greenville Line.
That was the last location.
we used to be number one in the world in infrastructure.
Into the district.
Sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America,
Then the things
13th.
At this point, police are scrambling for some clues.
Now we're coming
Anything that
back.
might lead them to
Came
Scott
together
Sessions'
about
killer.
bipartisan
They have
infrastructure.
cops
The
canvassing
largest
neighborhoods.
investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower was Interstate Highway
He
System.
kind of gasped and said, "What to do for this?" It looked like somebody else had shielded
The cops demand look visibly shaken. It seems he was suggesting his wife
Already we've funded over 20,000 projects.
was one of the
Including major airports across the land and
He said she
was found
projects
underneath
that
the
put thousands of
vehicle.
people to work
When the
improving
vehicle
our
was
highways, our
originally
bridges,
located,
our railroads,
Detective
our
Harry
ports, our
Mountain
clean
process
water,
for
high-speed
West
internet,
Country.
all across
It
America.
tested
Urban,
positive on
rural, tribal,
for blood.
Both
However, we finished in a DNA profile on that
just
stage.
getting started.
Had to consider
And I mean it sincerely.
wasteful surveillance.
I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law.
have gotten their hands on
My
urgent
Republican
care.
friends who voted against it as
They
well.
were able to see
But I'm I still get asked to run the projects in those districts. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president of America.
Yes.
We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreakings.
Lab stocked with poisons, including cyanide. Maybe
Look,
that was the first video that we had.
this law,
Suspect.
this law will further
That's
unite all
all.
of
She's
America.
getting ready to leave.
Projects like Red
She
Spanish
goes
Bridge
up a set
in
of
Kentucky over the
escalators.
Ohio River. Built 60 years
Every
ago.
single one of his
Badly
friends
needed
has
repairs.
been
One of the
hanging
nation's
out
most
with.
congested
Quest
places.
investigators talked
In
to
those
him
minutes,
with a missing
$2
scroll.
billion
Maybe
that they
she
every
Maybe this is
talking
where
about
she
fixing
goes
for
to
decades.
And you could do that on the aggregate.
and it's going to kill herself.
I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans.
Say about
from
Yet
both
there was a
states.
problem with that scenario.
$1.6 billion.
That to get into any of those lockdowns, Autumn would have needed a special access.
While I was there,
Any sign that you had a card swipe?
Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she's been a proud member of the Ironworkers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky.
Did you know Scott was missing?
Family, friends, and colleagues.
And then her next sentence was,
The daughter she adored.
Sarah said she can't
it was pretty
wait
tumultuous.
10 stories above the Ohio River.
We were
God bless
seeing each other for
That's pride.
when you would
That's
go
Roosevelt,
to
brother. We're building back pride. Look,
Who would want to
I felt so safe
Russia
and loved when I was with him.
but the husband
So, this is the last message I ever received
Every
from
child
God.
seems
with this existential professional
That's
true.
look,
In fact, the marriage
we're making sure.
still detectives
We're making sure.
He worked with
That every community,
Little did she know that
more
investigators
than a week
were
after
already
they
finding her as a person of interest. They were collecting pieces of chewing gum and a hair sample from the ex-girlfriend's
Many
house.
thousands.
I think I'm
And
too
Yet
old
there were a
detectives
series of text messages and a 30-minute phone call between Scott and his ex.
We're going to buy
Just
America.
one day.
We're going to buy America.
a picture, he said, that
And it's totally consistent with international trade.
Many of the people I work
Why America's
though
been
the
the law
evidence
since
was largely
1933.
circumstantial.
For
3
months
months
after
Autumn's
the
death,
Democrats
the cops were ready to make an arrest. At the time,
Not anymore. Tonight I'm announcing new standards require all construction centers using federal
But when he got there,
infrastructure
the
projects
sister said,
made in America.
She said that you got a phone call
Made in America.
We had a big fight at his house.
I mean
We
it.
started yelling at each other and throwing coffee at me.
Lumber,
Told him to get the F out of my house.
drywall, fiber optic cable.
He left.
And on my
Was
watch,
pretty
American
agitated
roads,
when he
bridges,
left,
American
but,
highways are going to be made with
I don't
American
think much of it. I
products as
started
well.
cleaning
As
up,
it
and
turned
then
out, Ferranti
the cops
was
showed
on
up
his
and
way
they were
back
telling
to
me to call the
to turn
police.
himself in, says his attorney, when he was pulled over by state police
So many of you listening to you tonight.
and later handed over to
I know
Pittsburgh
you feel that.
authorities. Police
So
had their
many of you
man.
felt like you just
Now
simply
they and the
forgotten.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania
Made the
had to
economic
Nice letter to
activity
the
of the last
judge.
4 decades.
To me, it really
Too
wasn't
many
that big a
people.
deal.
They heard
I said, please help Scott
Treat it
resolve
like
the
they're invisible.
situation.
to Jeffrey A. Mack,
So he
the
saw
judge
that
who
you
would
were
preside
talking
over it
to
all. The case
You're
against
talking
One
to
of
them,
the
they're
jobs
asking
that went away,
questions.
you
You could
remember
tell
them,
they
don't
started
you?
getting
well, the
distracted.
jurors scratching
Folks
their
at home
heads.
remember that.
of that.
You wonder whether the patent even exists anymore. Well, your children would get a hand without having to move away.
You wouldn't have been surprised.
Well, that's why I get that.
ABC News Live.
That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because the choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. Make a real difference in your lives. For example, too many of you
America's number one.
lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what goddamn's happening. Your spouse gets cancer.
Somewhere to help me get in the know.
Your child gets
A place
deadly
as
ill.
spectacular as well. Me.
Something happens to you.
I think we might
Are you going to have any money to pay for those medical bills?
Oh wait, there
Are
is.
you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage?
7A.
News lives in the now. It's coming
The
out of
Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring the tax costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. We say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation
Translate
on
that in
earth.
very plain English. Is
For
that
example,
news for us?
1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many viewing
Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on
every day, millions of listeners control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive.
Where can I get a great deal?
This thing's been around for over 100 years.
Good morning, right here.
The guy who invented it didn't even patent it. He wanted to be available.
Deals and steals in the coolest lifestyle
It costs the drug company roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging it all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma is unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Don Schwartz. Here are the stories we're covering tonight. The U.S. government just declassified this beginning. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. Controversy hitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of today? Big story on artificial intelligence. This is what Taylor sounds like when I clone.
We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it.
Weeknights at 8
People didn't
Eastern,
know because
5
the law didn't
Pacific.
take effect until January 1 of this year.
Americans
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
We capped the
Welcome
cost
to
of
today's
insulin $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out.
With so much at stake in all
I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting.
trust and for making ABC News America's
Other Americans,
And thank you for making
not
ABC
Americans,
News Live.
including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, it's not exactly stewardship of an organization, growth and prosperity. I promise you, you're doing very well. This lawsuit, just 2025, it costs out-of-pocket drug costs to seize the Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 no matter how much you're charging. You know why? You all know it. Many of you know the drugs can range from $11,000 to $14,000,
Welcome to the program. Honor to have you. Thank you for
The drug prices rise faster than the drug company can have to pay to Medicare back the difference. Finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to make
all back.
Did you think they were good
And seniors work together to flex their pop culture knowledge and save prizes and bigger fun.
By the way,
Mr.
now
T is
some
going to be
members here
very
are
upset
threatening.
with
I know it's not
Season premiere June 29th on ABC. Stream on Hulu.
threatening to repeal these legislation. As my coach, it's okay. That's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake. If you try anything to raise the cost of living jobs, I will beat you. Look, I'm pleased to say more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks Thanks to the law it signed last year, saving millions by the way.
The question is that it's between how they deal with it.
Some of you
all you need to do is a large
expand coverage of Medicare.
That's where the criticism is coming from. Just the published until there's something bilaterally, something multilaterally. My experience is that they're willing to invest in the institution at the right now. Would it really always be
Ever.
So the big challenge, which seems to me, this is something that
lower utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future, and aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico all the way up to the Canadian border. Or timber had to burn from helicopters.
at this point is
I'm Kena Witz at ABC News. This is the story of savage murders.
In addition to emergency recovery,
And
from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho,
this is the
we're rebuilding for the long
new
term.
podcast from ABC News.
New electric grids,
Wherever you get your
weather major storms to prevent roads and water systems to stand the next big flood. Clean energy, a couple of great jobs, communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBW workers. And
it's
we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year in tax credits.
You know, they'd asked me if I had information, Scott, and then I could tell they started getting distracted. And then all of a sudden they just cut the interview short. They're like, okay, thank you so much.
Climate change is not there for
you gotta go. We gotta go right now.
starting with the 911 operation.
we have an obligation to
Children who enter one that was clear his ex-girlfriend.
proud about
What do you do?
last step of the challenge.
All the games
We're still going to need
out of the farm.
Lois Klein testified that her son-in-law
No, we do.
did not
That's the kind of thing that's
But there's so much more to do.
because we had
people call
Not finished the job.
Scott's
I
Facebook
don't want to
message.
We pay for these investments in the future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations.
that is one more thing.
People do that.
Which is why I feel
Just began.
trying to pass them into individual units, hoping
That was that.
one magic curve.
I'm a capitalist.
That's not good.
I'm a capitalist. Pay your fair share.
Because
And then tried
I think a lot of you at home,
defense
a lot of you at home agree with me and many people
to tackle
that
the
you
challenges
know
posed by climate
the
change.
tax system is not fair. It is not fair.
Well, that's the spin that Tom will put on this thing, and obviously
Look,
They said the prosecutors
the idea
made for great melodrama.
that in
It was miles
2020,
away from the truth.
55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500,
Huntington's disease,
paid
ALS,
$40
one of
billion
our
in profits.
Bob
paid
Ferrante,
zero
a brilliant researcher and a
Zero.
loving
The
man, devoted to helping
Whoa.
us overshare not hurting
It's
us.
simply not fair.
And to sell that image.
But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God loves
The look on her face.
15%.
said that it's risky.
That's less than a nurse
If
pays.
the defendant takes the stand,
Now
have
we're
the
trying
government's
to
proof
understand
versus the
Let me be
defendant's
crystal
credibility.
clear. I said at the very
a gamble
beginning,
his defense team
under
said
my
there's a lot
plan,
of
as
stuff
long
that
as
we
I'm
may figure
president,
out at that point.
nobody earning less
When I
than
met him,
$400,000 will pay an additional
as
penny in
one
tax.
loving free
Nobody, not one penny.
wanted to help the jury understand.
Well, let's finish the job. There's more to do.
You know, tell them how bad.
We have to reward work, not just wealth.
Yes, he conceded he had been a
That's my
jealous husband for a
proposal.
brief
It's interesting in your
but then he and Autumn had kissed
You
and
know,
made up in the weeks
there's
before.
1,000 billionaires in America.
my
It's
business
all
card
about
says
600
character. You put the hair color on, and
As
the
the neighbors
comes out.
describe when they
Should be
come back.
paying a
Very
lower tax rate
colorful,
than a school
and
teacher
she always has the
or
best clothes.
I mean it. Think about it.
In the moments after his wife collapsed, he said he honestly thought she was having a stroke.
I mean,
She died, and
look.
would simply keep honor her wishes and donate her organs.
She was
He
pretty
begged
much
her.
like
He
my
did
best
not
friend.
want an autopsy.
And
No, you
we
aren't
did everything.
enthusiastic about that, but think
My
about it.
mom and my dad got
It would
divorced
destroy the ability
in
to
2010,
Have you noticed
and
this big
after
old
they
difference
separated, it was kind of rough.
A loving
But
and
us
loyal
three
husband to the
boys
end.
always
Last
put a
year they
smile on his
made
face.
Not a mad scientist treating his wife like
billion
a lamb.
She would be there for me when I had hard times.
Speaking of which,
She would
they
just
said,
drag me out to go do
prosecution's
play
claim
I think it's
that
outrageous.
Wilson died
get
was
back
all
in the
wrong.
swing of things.
They invested too little of
She
that
was
profit to
always
increase
last
domestic
on.
production.
She loved it. Every time I come
And when I
over,
talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil,
An age-old
She loved
puzzle
nature.
is
She
the
loved
connection
anyway,
to
so
a
why
medical
don't we invest
researcher
in it?
and his Dr. White.
I said, we're going to
We're
need
about
oil.
to be analyzed
She
in
worked
a
as a
very
server
different kind
over
of
at
And that's
that
going to
diner.
exceed
the unforgiving eye.
beyond that.
I met Heather.
We're going to need it.
Coming up,
We worked
would
together
someone
every
as
single day
smart
for those
as
3
Robert
years.
If they had in fact
She didn't
invested in
waste any
production,
time.
because
I'd been there
gas
for
prices are down.
a
Instead,
week when she
they used the record
invited me to
profit
go
to
out
buy
to a
back
concert with her and
Telling
have a really
everybody,
fun
hey, I
night.
just
Rewarding the
published something.
CEOs and
From that
Two
point
hours
on,
later,
it kind
my
of
wife
just
is
grew.
deceased from a
Corporations
shot.
always do the right thing.
Girls' night. We always
That's
looked
why I
forward to that.
proposed
That was our night.
quadruple the tax on
We
corporate
started
stock
out, we had the
buybacks
same
and encourage
place,
long-term
I'm
investment.
just ready. Eat, hang out.
They'll still make considerable profit.
Stop work early. Just go walking around downtown.
Let's finish the job and close the loophole and allow very wealthy to avoid paying the taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy taxes.
Somebody, and I've been meeting with this guy.
That's being fiscally responsible.
I met somebody and I'm hang out with
In the last 2 years,
Can't see anything yet. Let's
my
break down what we
administration
know.
cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion. The largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row.
So in the days leading
Because
up
those record
to
deficits,
his
no president added more to the national debt
what were they
than any 4 years in my
Stories
presidency.
we're watching tonight.
Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone in the last month. They're the facts. Check it out.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe.
Check it out.
Apple Podcasts.
Let's meet.
How did Congress respond to that debt?
Lives in the
They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without
At this
preconditions
point
of
in the
crisis.
investigation, police
They paid American bills
news is more
to
now.
prevent
realized
an
that
economic
the
disaster to the
dates
country.
was followed by
So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit.
way up front.
Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends.
Translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Unless I agree to the economic plan. All of you at home know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay a fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security sunset. I'm not saying it's the majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. I'm glad to see you.
But I think that's the
first.
You're talking tens of billions of dollars.
You know, it means if
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome
Congress
to
doesn't keep the
today's
programs the way they are, there's no way other Republicans say. I'm not saying it's a majority of people. Significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by people. Look,
And that's only going to keep them. There is a path, but that
the
path
idea
seems to lead to the
that we're
development
not
of
going to be, we're not going to be threatened to fall under the
But I think we have to be simple
folks.
to invest in this, understand what holds them back, and find ways in the LDD system to think of a different flavor. They got the risk that they cannot take back. They must make the reduction and then understand the risk of
We
it.
all certainly
And that's
agree.
kind of the thing we can do with informed risk.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights.
When I talk to people in India,
All right.
for example, there still is a lot of
We got unanimity. Social Security, Medicare, or lifeline benefits.
Prosecutors believe he slipped the cyanide inside the
Tonight,
Would have just told me to lie. It's all right here.
I think therefore that's
No one's told her to the problem is what we do.
stand up and show them. We will not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earn it. If anyone tries to cut Social Security, no one's going to do it.
Prosecutor Lisa Pellegrini
If anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto them.
to trick her into taking
Look,
cyanide.
I'm not going to allow them to take away.
Take
Not today, not tomorrow, not every day.
Perfect time.
Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well.
A determined
I really mean it. Let's sit down together
Had convinced
and discuss our
this
future
is
plans
the
together.
a new podcast.
Let's do that.
Every piece of it.
I can tell you. The plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by
I wasn't a musician, I'd be dead.
What we want is
and no one told them Medicare. In fact, very extended Medicare trust fund for 2 decades. That's going to be regular. How do we make it? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but
underscored that.
we'll pay for it the way we talked about by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their portion. Look. Here's the deal.
of having someone who wants to make sure that likely they represent the opportunity to be part of it.
We're already preventing American people from this surprise stopping $1 billion supply of bills per month.
So I'm traveling with the head.
We're protecting seniors' life savings by tracking down a nursing home that commit fraud, endanger patients' safety, prescribe drugs they do not need. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can try to get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription.
I think the Highland nation dealing with climate crisis and economic crisis
Without competition, it's not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I tracked down some beneficiaries of projects fast funded by the bank.
Higher prices for every
I signed a bipartisan bill that cuts shipping costs by 90% of an American farmer.
Look at
That's the bipartisan legislation.
is that illegal amount of sunlight?
Prevent big online
Prosecutor Lisa
their own
Pellegrini
products
said that
an unfair advantage. My administration has also taken on junk fees. Those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more.
And I
For
believe
example,
that
we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front.
we have
Refund
built
your
up
money.
the world. I
Flights
believe that
canceled or
the
delayed.
arc of
We
humanity
reduce
and our climate
absorbing a
and
bank
our people
overdraft
is that
by
it's really
saving consumers
important.
more than $1 billion a year.
Investigators seem to be
Cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8.
They can't say for sure that
Pleasure
to have
you on. There's no way they can start.
Junk fees
Yes.
We
may
started
not
already
matter
because
to
of
get
the
harder
lab
for you to pay
initially
your
screwed
bill
up
to
Frank.
afford that family
at the same
trip.
time we're doing this background.
I know how
check.
unfair it's
Error
been.
months
She
later,
had a
The company
correcting the
overcharges
level
and gets
to
away with
2.2.
it.
subject.
Not anymore.
Lethal amount of cyanide.
We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the
Certainly
Junk
whenever she
Fee
got a new
Prevention
boyfriend,
Act.
issue of its
the first thing she
We're
would
going to
do
ban
is introduce
surprise
something
resort
free
fees
absolutely gave the
that
defense
hotels
she was
charge
seeing
on your bill.
in the beginning.
Those fees can cost you
Always
$90
very
per
nice,
night.
always
Hotels
interested in our lives,
aren't
like
even
another day,
resorts.
how to work go, you know, just trying
It
to
too
become
found
We-
cyanide
closer.
the idea
but at very low level.
that cable,
Kevin
internet, and
Lee
cell
Oil
phone companies
this case,
can
that
charge you
alone
$200 or
so
more
that
Kevin was previously
if you
married
decide
and
to
had
switch
a
to another
daughter.
provider.
was
He'd been dating
more
Heather
than
for
reasonable
more than
doubt for this
5
jury
years.
to acquit my
We
client.
can stop service fees
The
on
reports
tickets, concerts, and
are
sporting
highly
events.
conflicting.
Make companies
Dr.
disclose
Stewart
all the fees
The
up
defense
front.
had introduced
But it
And
is-
will
He
prohibit
furnished
airlines
Chicago
from
with
charging
Pittsburgh
$50
just
round
to
trip
get
for families
record in
just to
Harvard
be able to
every
sit
time.
together.
It seemed like.
Dr.
Baggage
Weber
fees are
faced
bad enough.
voices from the
Airlines
JFK
can't treat your child like a
deaths
piece
of
of
Elvis
baggage.
Presley and John Benet Ramsey.
Americans are tired
They
of
told the
being
court the conflicting
tired of
Did
being
want
played
to
for
continue
suckers.
talking to him,
What
but
you do is you got to send
they'd
it
still
down
see each other
again
from time to time.
for laboratory
But it wasn't
testing.
until the
Passed
end
the
of the year,
Junk Free
till
Prevention Act,
2013,
so
when she
companies
told us
stopped
that
Highly
ripping us
she
off.
selective
finally
toxicology
told them
lab.
that
For
she's
That
too
was not
long.
done.
More
Workers
compelling,
have been getting
he said,
stiff.
was evidence of
Not
scarring.
anymore.
Despite telling
We're
friends and
getting
family
to-
otherwise,
we're getting to
Kevin
restore
appeared
electrical
back
malfunction.
in Heather's
Stopping
life
For example,
in February 2020.
Only
I should have known
My
that.
CPR
I
mom
didn't
called
2 years
and
ago.
asked
And
if
in
me
the
and my
absence
husband,
of
30
my two
million
brothers would
hitting
all
you
like
in
to
the
go
chest,
Sign
somebody
non-competing
knowing what
And I
they're
heard
doing
someone
with
whispering in the
training
background.
Jobs they take.
and
30
cardiopulmonary
million.
resuscitation, you
So a
Me and
cashier
my husband, we didn't make it
at a
either to
burger
my brother
place
Christian.
can't
My
walk
brother
across
Blake
town
and his
Autumn could have
girlfriend.
died
and take the
They
same
had
job
to
at
go.
another burger place and make a few bucks
Dr.
more.
Blake
They
came
added
home
that
Just changed.
kerosene tax
They
They just
process
changed
house
it because we
and never
exposed
did
it.
He was
find
there at
so
dinner
much
with
as a
them.
That
trace
was
of
part of the
poison.
deal, guys. Look
This
it
Chloride
up.
cyanide
after
Google search
But
they
not
posted
anymore.
on
done
the
for
news
research
that there was a
We're
purposes.
body
banning those
found
agreements, so
on the
companies
Kiwi
have to
Park.
compete for workers and pay them what they're worth.
family learned that Kevin resurfaced, police
It's
learned
literally
about
In April, he's asking
that
about
had been parked in front of Heather's
And I must tell you,
We identified the vehicle that I had seen that had the mud
The
on the
defendant
bound to
further
get a
explained
response,
to
my
Mr.
friend.
Registered
him.
On my
He
level,
ordered the
right.
poison for
together
work
that
and even took it out of
So
the
much
box
I'm
and
tired of
right.
companies
That's
breaking
why
the
his
law by
fingerprint
preventing
was
workers
detectives
from
decided they
Besides
Pass
his
the
own
PRO
name,
Act.
A man is smart
Because business have a right.
would never use a
Workers have a
weapon.
right to form a union.
asking the judge to grant us permission to look
That's like
at
being
Kevin
behind
Eastman's
the
cell
Let's
phone as
guarantee
well.
all workers
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a
just
living
When we
wage.
got those records
And
back,
2 hours
we
later,
Let's make
started
sure
putting
working
those
parents
records
can
together
afford to raise
to
a
try
family
and
with
look
sick
at
days,
the last known
paid
location.
family medical leave,
In closing, the defense
affordable
agreed
child
to
care.
use their common sense,
Heather
which they
and
later said
Kevin's
is
phones
exactly
are all
what
in
That's
the
going
same
to
place
enable
at the same
common
time
millions
on
of
the
more
same
people to
page.
go and
The
stay
night
at work,
his
go
dog
to the
disappeared.
store,
died
the
of
full
cyanide poisoning
child
all
tax
because the
credit.
defendant had given it to
Which
him.
gave tens of
And
millions
they
of
got cell
parents
phone
some
guilty.
breathing room
Disappeared.
and cut child
It's not
poverty in
registered
half to the
anymore.
lowest level in history.
At this
By
point,
the way,
Kevin
we
Eastman
do
and
all
Heather
these
Frank were
things.
suspects
We
in the
increase
disappearance and
productivity.
death of Scott
We
Sessions.
increase economic growth.
We got
So let's
a
finish the
tracker
job.
on
And get more
Heather
families
Frank's
access to
as
affordable
well as
quality
Ted
housing.
Leisman's vehicle.
Let's get
At the
seniors
time of
who
our
want to stay in their homes, the
having
care they
law
need to do
enforcement
so.
officer parked on their street.
Let's give more
Their
breathing
anger
room to
today
millions of
watching
family
their front
caregivers
yard,
looking
like
after their
watching
loved
them
ones.
leave. We can
Not
put a
only
pole
do I
camera
Pass
breathe
my
with
plan
and we can
so we get
remote
seniors and
that
people
she
with
is
disabilities
doing
and home
in
care and
us
services
as a
they
family.
need.
You have the utility companies
And support
but
the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for and we can afford to do
They were
them.
hoping to figure out when they were coming and going and being able to follow them and do
Swept
other
away.
things.
Way too soon.
We had a tracker on the vehicle,
You know,
so
when
we
we
were
made
able to
public
see
education
they drove to
12
Loveland.
years
That's
ago,
all for
universal,
now.
To
I'm
Best
Lester
Buy.
Holt. Thanks
to
for
We
Victoria's
joining
made
us.
the
Secret.
best educated,
Not a
best
lot
paid.
of
We became the
information
best
that they're
educated,
involved
best
in
paid
something.
nation in the world.
Police didn't notice anything
The rest of us
suspicious
caught up.
while they're surveilling
Tonight, a
Heather.
massive explosion shuts
Jill,
down
my
one of the
wife,
busiest
teaches
highways in
full-time.
America, setting
As
up
an
a
expression.
traffic nightmare on the
Hope I get
East
it right.
Coast.
Big
The
break
fiery
in
scene
Any
in
nation that
Philadelphia on
out-educates
Interstate
us is
95
going to outcompete
after a
us.
tanker truck
Any
blew up
nation that
under the
out-educates is going to
highway,
outcompete us.
smoke
See that
seen for
Folks, we
miles,
all know
and then the
12
highway
years of
itself
education
collapsed.
is not
The
enough
major
to win the
thoroughfare
economic
shut down
competition
in
of the
both
21st century.
directions indefinitely.
You want to have the best educated workforce, let's finish the job.
Details on President Trump's arraignment
By
this week.
providing access to preschool
May have to surrender
for 3 and
his
4 years
passport.
old.
He is responding
Studies show that
because
children who go to
his Attorney
preschool are
General
nearly
weighs in.
50% more likely to
Even
finish
half
high
of it
school
based
and go
off
on
his
to earn
trust
a
in
2 or 4 year degree. It don't matter their background.
Russia,
We knew
accused
that
of
this
selling
vehicle had
drugs
Let's give
and
public school
Russia
teachers a
opened
raise.
just
Mission
for
Walker
leverage with the U.S. The
cameras
Unabomber
outside.
Ted Kaczynski dead at 81. New reporting about how he died. Images of an emergency slot on a Delta flight.
We're making progress
Sent to the
by
hospital.
reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants,
Survived 40 days on the Amazon jungle. What they do is 13-year-old
connect students to career opportunities starting in high school, provide access to the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not.
Interstate 95. I-95 is one of the busiest highways in America, and right now it is severed. One section of it totally shut down, and it could last for weeks, even months. This was the scene this morning outside Philadelphia. A tanker truck under the highway on fire, and then soon after, this, the highway itself collapsing, crushing that truck. For those of you who don't live on the East Coast, it's hard to overstate how critical I-95 5 is for everything from daily commuters to interstate travel, stretches all the way from Florida to Maine. Already ahead of Monday morning's commute, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg is warning of major ripple effects, telling anyone traveling on I-95 to expect significant regional traffic impact. George Service begins our coverage tonight from the site of the accident.
More than a million
Never be seen again.
An explosion.
It's a major northeast highway destroyed.
children before empty chairs at the dining room table,
So
constantly
much happening
driving.
these days, it's hard to keep up.
She used to
Southbound lane, Interstate 95 in Philadelphia.
remember that
Weather that's now
And then collapsed in the flame that officials say
we
erupted
still
from a
need
Wrangler
now
truck fire underneath the overpass.
So Congress needs to fund these efforts and put them right to sleep. And as we emerge from this
move quickly to
America this morning.
strong, we've also got to double down on prosecuting criminals with stolen relief money that keep working on small businesses close. Before I came to office,
The summer of '69 was the best summer ever. Special connection.
What do we do first?
Capturing this video.
I can't have grass.
last year, since then, billions of dollars. Now let's triple the energy double the statute. Crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars. Billions of dollars from American The data shows for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much.
Authorities say delays and traffic for drivers could last for weeks.
This is the King Road.
And George, tonight the cleanup process is underway.
This is our machine room.
That's right, Dave. Heavy machinery is on site right now, carefully removing tons of debris as there is concern.
Public safety and public trust is all. Too often that trust is violated. Join us tonight as parents.
We are less than 2 days away from another historic first. Donald Trump will be the first former president to be named on federal charges. On Tuesday, today, he's
Had to bury Tyree last week. Many of you personally know.
When it comes to patterns,
There had to be some sort of love triangle.
All they have is this one man that gave them the 6-hour Bill Barr,
Having to worry about
gunless pig on social media.
In response to this analysis of the historic 37-count federal indictment, almost 3 hours
Most
into
of
Mr.
this
Trump
is
on Friday.
I never had to have to talk.
So,
Round
what
black
all of that we can understand is true.
Bow.
Large bias is one of the GOP's now twice indicted presidential frontrunner.
Never had to tell them
was a minority of Republican leaders.
Turn your interior lights
Rallied
on.
to Mr. Trump's defense.
They continue to go after him, and I think anyone with common sense can see that.
Keep your hands on the steering wheel.
They hate his guts, but he is not a spy. He did not commit espionage. What he did is very similar in my view to what Hillary Clinton did.
Here's what Tyree's mother
Mr. Trump's top Republican rival
When asked
to
how she
take up the
finds the
cause
courage
of
to carry
taking
on
on the
and speak out.
DOJ.
The faith in God, she said her son was a beautiful soul.
The defiant former president telling reporters this weekend he intends to plead not guilty on Tuesday and would never drop out of the presidential race, even if convicted.
And Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse, and the president is already planning a speech for after his arraignment.
That's right, Kate. He'll follow the same playbook
This is every chapter his first arraignment in New York.
in his case flying back to his
We
golf
studied
club in New
computers
Jersey, where
without
he gave a
ever
speech to
touching a
supporters.
Our children have the right to come home safe.
As former President Trump prepares for that arraignment,
Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America.
has a closer look.
The circulating
intense planning underway tonight.
We know.
Police
officers put their lives on the line every single night today.
Law enforcement
We know we ask
NBC
for
News
residents to
there's
use
concern that Mr. Trump is angry
batteries.
Struggle with mental health issues.
getting a night's sleep and that we heightens the risk that lone extremists to try to disrupt the process. How much of these hundreds of allies go from Miami to Palm Beach?
They risk.
Then say overnight it disrupted around.
And they risk their lives
every
time they put that shield on.
How do the marshals and the other agencies protect the courthouse personnel, media, people in this perimeter?
They're going to be monitoring all the
Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards.
Mr. Trump is expected to
help them
enter the
succeed in
White
keeping
House
us
via an
safe.
underground tunnel.
We also
to be
need more first
processed both by
responders
the
and
federal
professionals to
marshals
address the
and
growing
the
mental health,
FBI.
substance abuse
The
challenges.
marshals expected to take
More
the
resources to reduce violent crime and gun
up in the
crime.
air, whether his
More
passport will
community
be
intervention
confiscated.
program.
In the courtroom, he'll
More
be asked to
investment in
enter a
housing,
plea,
education, and jobs.
launching what could be a year-long process, leading to the most closely watched
All
criminal
this
trial in American
to
history.
help prevent violence in the
There's
first
no
place.
evidence so far of January 6th style planning for violence on social media.
Police
Even
department
so, the
violates the
security
public
presence
trust.
here promises to be
Must
massive.
be held
Kate,
accountable.
Kendallinian, thank you. To Russia now, where a court in Moscow says
support.
another U.S. citizen has been detained and accused of running a drug dealing
support.
business. He has spoken out against
The families of victims.
Josh Letterman has those
Civil rights groups and law enforcement.
In the
I signed an
American Michael
executive
Travis
order.
Lee is facing
All
up to 12 years or more in
banning chokehold,
Seen today on
restricting no-knock
in a
warrants.
cage in court
Another
in
key
Moscow.
elements of the Georgia
Russian
Floyd
state
Act.
media saying he's
So
accused
Robbins
of
is
large-scale
headed in
drug
that
dealing
direction.
involving young people,
But then
but
he
giving
sees
true
smoke.
details.
And the
So
veteran
Kremlin media
investigators
releasing this video
experienced how
they
Sam
say shows
Something
leading
good.
after his arrest.
And all of us.
And then you're thinking,
NBC News
All of
cannot
us.
verify when the video was made or if Leak was under arrest. Leak, believed to be in his early 50s, has lived in Russia for years. Well-known in Moscow's rock music scene, he's been the front man for one band and the producer for three others.
Folks, it's difficult and simple.
In 2014, Leak was being interviewed for Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown about Russia's rock scene when a mic
Can't turn
malfunctioned.
away.
The KGB, they're blocking
Let's
your
do what
signal.
we know in our
Not in a marked car. He's looking at a guy who's
Let's
got
come
a
together and finish the job of police.
At that point in time, we don't
Do
even have a
something.
search
Tonight,
warrant
new
for that.
fears over whether
property.
Russia may be
That was
detaining
a clear
Americans
parents
to
who
use as
lost their
leverage.
children involved in
Roberts
every
makes
one
quit
of them.
sky-high tensions over the
Do
war in
something
Ukraine.
about gun violence.
Journalist Evan Gershwin
Thank
was
God.
charged since March on espionage
Thank
charges,
God we
which he
did.
strongly denies. And
Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades.
In Abidjan's first Fab Lab, the field march Robin
That includes things like
U.S. saying she was
the
wrongfully
majority
detained.
of responsible gun owners already
Josh joins me now from London. Josh, what is the
enhanced background check for 18 to 21-year-olds. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of
Unclear whether
civilians
U.S.
and
embassy
others.
officials have even made
But we know our work is not
The
done.
State Department saying locals are
Join us tonight.
reports and
Brandon
then
said,
Americans abroad.
26-year-old hero. Brandon put his
Thank you.
college
Back in
on
this
hold
country, we're
to
learning
be at his
more.
mom's side.
Ted
His
Kaczynski,
mom's side when she was dying from cancer.
He was found dead yesterday in a North Carolina prison cell. Multiple media reports say
Brandon.
sources familiar with his death say that he died by suicide. Kaczynski was serving a life sentence for a string of bombings across the country during
Brandon
the
now
70s,
works in
80s,
the dance
and
studio
90s.
started by his
Now to an
grandparents.
update on a story we told you about last night. We're learning more about how
New Year
four children
celebration.
survived a plane crash and then survived 40 days alone in the Amazon jungle. Marissa Parr has those details.
Them burning something in.
It's the dramatic rescue that has captured the world. Four small children found buried in the Amazon jungle survived under 40 days short of a miracle. And tonight, new details on how they stayed alive. The children, members of an indigenous tribe, had been living off the forest. Grandmother explains that the
Ban
episode
assault
was
weapons
19
now.
years old.
Ban them now.
In the youngest report,
Once and for all.
Today, Yapo is
she
leading
found
the
cassava flour from the wreckage to eat, along with fruits and seeds.
I left the fight to do that in 1994.
Photos taken by the search team.
10 years.
Have
The ban
which
the
along
law
with
of mass
footprints,
shootings in
a baby
town.
bottle, and tiny shoes left behind helped lead them to the survivors. Their father calling it a miracle of God.
has common
The
values.
children had been missing since May 1st when their plane crashed, killing 3 adults.
Make it a bipartisan issue once again.
To be able to get to the
Together, members of Rico Bushwhack joined together.
We know we now have a record number of personnel working near the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers,
were found alive.
seizing over
The race to find
20,000
them
pounds
is
of
now a race to get
fentanyl just the last several months.
The
We launched a new border plan last month. Lawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% of the country.
Those tiny
American
footprints they
border
left in the
problem.
Amazon have now left many footprints around the world. Boris Parra, NBC News.
6 years ago,
Just amazing. We still ahead tonight with new claims after a woman was accused of
one
murdering
of
her
Baby Lab's
husband.
workshop geared towards
And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers.
Yes,
Those on temporary status, farm workers, essential
We're
workers.
back with a major update in an
Here are the
alleged
people's
murder
house.
plot in Utah. The woman accused of poisoning her husband to death and then writing a children's book.
Congress must restore the
Is
right
expected to be released and have a key hearing tomorrow. And her lawyers are presenting new evidence they believe proves she didn't do it.
Congress must
Jason
restore
Trujillo.
the right.
She's accused of murdering her husband
Roe v.
for writing a
Wade.
children's
Protect
book
Roe v.
inspired.
Wade. Give every woman a constant right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. Well, already more than a dozen states are forcing extreme abortion. Make no mistake about it. Congress passed the national ban. I will veto it. But let's also pass.
But in a new court filing,
Let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act.
which rise against health care, claiming prosecutors are relying on inconsistent testimony from criminal safety alleged suspect Richard
Our
getting
strength, our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching.
Richard's lawyer also said days before her husband's alleged murder, friends saw the couple looking happier than ever. But authorities claim Eric Richards murdered his wife by poisoning him multiple times before his death.
You're a person can
act and look very happy.
Putin's invasion has been a test
internally.
for the
And
age.
defense attorney does not
Test for
have
America.
discovery
Test for
in
the
this
world.
case. So they're just basing their argument
It's
on
a stand for the most basic principles.
It's a good
We stand for sovereignty. We stand for the right of people to live free and charity.
With the detention hearing
Stand
scheduled
for
for
the
tomorrow,
defense of
standing accused
democracy.
of making herself
For
a
such
widow.
defense matters
Jesse
to us.
Kirsch, NBC News.
Peace.
We're back in a
Prevents
moment with a
open season on
history-making
would-be
win
aggressors.
for Novak
Threatens
Djokovic,
our
plus the
prosperity.
most spectacular waterfalls Yosemite.
1 year later,
Pulls in behind him
we know the
at the
answer.
gas station.
Yes, we would.
We're back with a
And
frightening
standing
moment
outside
on
of
a
his
Delta
vehicle.
flight
We
when
did.
the emergency
Pumping
slide
fuel
accidentally
into,
inflated inside the
portable
plane. You can see the slide
Together,
at the end of the
obviously
aisle
already
here. It
burned
happened
over there.
on the ground
You've
in
been burning
Utah
something in.
after the
Lead.
plane had already been
Scott
diverted
Sessions
due to
United
maintenance
was
issues.
burned.
One
built a
crew
global
member was sent
coalition.
to the
What is it
hospital for
concerns that
stood against
evaluation, but
Putin's
then
aggression.
Take that gas
released.
can and probably
Now
use
to a
it as a
stunt that went
people.
wrong
Tonight,
after a former
destroy
UFC
it.
champion
Joined by
fought a
Ukrainians,
team
ambassador to the United
mascot
States.
at the
This
NBA
represents
Finals.
not
Conor
just their
McGregor
nation,
knocked
but the
down
courage
the
of the
Miami
people.
Heat
Ambassador,
mascot Bernie with a left hook, then hit him again after he hit the floor. It was all supposed to be a staged fight, but the Heat said the man in the costume needed medical attention. He's now resting at home.
Thank you.
Novak Djokovic just became the most successful men's Grand Slam player of all time. Tennis champion won the French Open.
Because we're going to stand with you.
23 Grand Slam singles
As long as
titles,
it takes.
and breaking his tie with Rafael Nadal. If you're a fan of national parks like I am, you're going to want to see this one. Anybody headed to Yosemite in California right now is going to see the most stunning waterfalls the park has ever had. The reason that record winter snow is now melting. Steve Patterson went there to take it all in.
Our next game maker is
Yosemite National Park is known for its breathtaking views.
You made clear.
she's also leading the example, motivating them to pursue their passion and live wholesome lives.
But
I will make no
the main
apology.
attraction is
investing in
water.
investing in American innovation and industry to find the future. China investing in our alliance, working with our allies to protect the same technology so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military. Today, we're the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else. Not committed.
The big
committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world, but make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country and we did. Look, let's be clear. The competition should deny all of it.
The river can
We face serious challenges across the world.
It will here.
The past few years, democracy has become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed place with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one.
Just one
America's drowning the world in these challenges. Climate, global health, food insecurity, terrorism, territorial aggression.
He's still
Allies are stepping up and
despite the
bridging reform and the partnership sits to go to the Atlantic. Those who bet against America learn to play how wrong they are. Never.
Steve, NBC News.
Really want to go. Who's with me? When we come back, the amazing money this graduate made with her mother and the accomplishment they both had. So I felt like
well,
there's good news tonight about persistence and hard work.
When I came to office, was impossible.
Please join me in
never
walking to
believed
the
it.
podium, Russia.
That's why a year ago,
I am honored to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of class 2023.
That's
her giving a speech
gun safety law, making historic investments in
in New Jersey.
We launched the ARPA H drive to break them in the fight against cancer.
Speaking in front of tons of people, knowing my story.
We passed
And more than
the Heath Robinson Pact Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran's story about exposure to toxic burn pits I shared here last year.
we were just offering them guidance and I would say and you made it
When the start hearing the explosion sound at 2 a.m., I think
We can do it together. Join us tonight.
Today does feel less.
But the family had to leave behind Russia's father so he could take care of his own dad.
Americans track here. Contagious laugh. His sister's best friend. Her sister's best friend.
I'm a smile.
We shared the story comes from many of you.
But they made a life in the U.S. and Russia worked full-time to put herself through college.
Spiraled into addiction.
Living a testimony
As Kevin Eastman
that is given just an ounce of opportunity, you can do anything.
This is just a story of Russia's American
investigators are still hunting for Heather Friday. They don't know where she is.
not as a
His family has turned to
Doesn't
him.
know where she
graduates
is.
in
She
So they got a warrant to
He
search.
told us he wanted to start a journey toward
I love it so much. I'm so
Our
proud
job
of
is
my mother,
solving
my
puzzles
kids.
using physical
a
evidence.
powerful achievement in
I
all the
love
more
waiting
meaningful
room of the
because of
residence.
this.
There were
That's Russia's father. There at the ceremony, the first time
got
they've
it.
seen him in 8
cleaning
years.
products and the box were inside. I did observe
A family reunited and having achieved so much.
So let's launch a major
And
surge
actually,
in
here's the
the
class of 2023.
the sale
I
of
wish
traffic.
you continued success.
More drug
And yes,
detection
we
machines,
did
electric
it.
cargo, stop pills and powder at the border.
Russia's hoping to get her master's degree at
Working with couriers like FedEx.
NBC 9 News on this
Expect more packages for drugs.
I'm Kate Snow.
Strong peddlers to crack down on fentanyl traffic. Second, let's do more mental health, especially to our children.
And
millions of young
those
people are
bloodstains
struggling
came
with
back.
bullying,
Thanks for
violence,
tuning in. I'm
trauma.
Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're
Greater
following
access to
tonight.
mental health care.
It's hard to hide blood.
We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting or doing running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids,
You can see
teenagers
Ryan
online.
had a cell phone out and he was
Ban
giving
targeted
text
advertising
messages
to and
to
impose
Amy
strict
found
limits
this information.
on the
So
personal
the first
data
time you
companies
heard
collect.
that Heather is dead is from
Third,
Ryan talking about it to Kevin. That is
It's coming at us every second
sacred
from all
obligation.
over the world.
Put those who send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home.
Look at this.
Job
The
training,
information.
job
See anything in
veterans, spouses, return to civilian
And
life.
it's
Help
was
veterans
like a
afford
baseball
the rent,
bat.
because no one should be homeless in America,
And I
especially
was
someone
expecting
who served the country.
but I wasn't.
The Fed's decision today helped us translate that into very pressing measures that good news for us.
controversial when it comes to that video of Frank Reed quoting the future time services investigators are still
Dennis
trying
McDuffie.
to determine
I
what is
Yeah.
going on. So they do not.
We had a first real
We begin
success
top
from
story with that
asking
breaking news. This is just in a lot of stories to get
Experiences
to.
like hers not only resonate
To this day,
What do people need most
She
right
was
now?
featured by
Now we're
Facebook
losing
enforcement
17
from the law anywhere
drive
right now.
Silent scourge of
leader
suicide.
as one of the 19 extraordinary change makers.
Committing
we
suicide.
changed it or done anything in Mexico. I don't
More
know.
than all
This is a very unfortunate, sad
Over.
story, and I
The
feel
VA is doing everything it can,
horrible
including
kids
expanding
that
mental health screenings, proven programs
thing
to
is that
treat
decisions that she made played
help other
into
veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need.
When I was 6,
We got
my
to
grandmother decided to register
Fourth,
me as
very
school
powerful.
soldier.
last year, Jill
One
and I
morning, I
reignited the
was
cancer moonshot.
It was just so
I was
shocking
able to
because I was
President
like,
Obama asking me to
The
leave my
principal asked me
medication
why I was there. And
I was just so confused. First she's wanted on murder, and then
at least
And
by
I do my
50%
math.
by
She
25
was
years.
obviously impressed.
Turn more
She
cancer
told my brother
patients
to bring me back the next week.
We begin
It was
top
my
story with
first
that
break.
breaking
Provide more
news.
support for
Just in
families
a
and
lot of
families.
stories to get to.
Personally, so many of us.
What do people need most right now from the state and or law enforcement?
Joining us
They needed help.
for Morris, Indies, Irishman,
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
fell in love with New York City and got married in the same family doing
It's
that.
tough to find sponsors,
Kindred spirit. He wrote us a letter.
And he had placed her underneath a piece of wood. Looked
I
like a
saw her
door
just before I came out.
with the body being wrapped up.
Just a year old, she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease.
Over 30 women to go to
26
our
blood transfusions.
internet governance support.
Everybody, good morning. Welcome
That was
to
that
today's
Scott's
presentation.
Latino,
We are
Latino,
having the Star Power.
one kidney removed.
See, we're coming in survey.
The Roadhound, darkest
I
night,
assisted in the delivery of
I can't stand it. Any of you would say that as well.
They were all living together.
So I understand that.
designed for
The red pill
professionals. Women technology hubs. There's
how we
experts
try to steal moments of joy.
take down public matters to the house.
For them, that's when we
One of
joy
the
was like a smile.
challenges in South Africa is the lack of
I'm Gotti
I
Schwartz.
never
And here are the stories we're watching tonight.
I never did.
Coming into here in California.
Little
Such
Amy.
headlines trending like crazy on social media.
They just found out Ava's beating the odds. She's on her way to being cured of cancer. She's watching from the White House tonight and she's not asleep already.
Tonight, a massive explosion shuts down one of the busiest
The lives we
highways in
can
America,
save.
setting up a fiery scene in Philadelphia on Interstate 95. After
The lives we can save, the lives we
by the
can
end of this year, seen for miles, and then the highway itself
rally the country, the world
the major
together.
thoroughfare shut down in both directions
Big thing.
indefinitely.
You're going to enjoy Queen.
20 years ago, President Bush, countless advocates
New
and
details on
champions, he
President
undertook
Trump's
a bipartisan
arraignment this
effort
week
to
will fingerprint it and may have
transform the
to
global
surrender
fight
his
against
passport.
HIV. It's been a huge
As his
success.
former Attorney General
He thought big. He thought large. He moved.
Another
I believe we can do the same thing with cancer.
selling drugs. Is Russia holding him just for leverage with the U.S.? The
Let's
Yankees
end cancer as we know it.
dead at 81. The new
Cure some
report
cancer.
about how he died. New images of an emergency slide on a Delta flight deploying inside the plane. A crew member sent to the hospital. New revelations about how 4 children survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle when the oldest 13-year-old had new to do that saved their lives. And if you go to Yosemite,
the last few years, our democracy has been threatened attack. Put at risk. Took the test. These very room on January 6th. And then just a few months ago,
Interstate 95. I-95 is one of the busiest highways in America, and right now it is severed. One section of it totally shut down. For weeks, even months. This was the scene this morning outside Philadelphia. A tanker truck under the highway on fire, and then soon after this, the highway itself collapsing, crushing that truck. Those of you who don't live on the East Coast, it's hard to overstate how critical I-95 is. For the daily commuters to interstate commerce that stretches westward from Florida up to Maine. Already ahead of Monday morning's commute, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg is warning of major ripple effects, telling anyone traveling
such a heinous act should have never happened.
Significant regional traffic impact. George Solis begins our coverage tonight on the accident.
We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress that fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions and democracy. We must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor.
Interstate 95 in Philadelphia, and then police under claims by the official sailor.
Democracy must not be a partisan issue.
Disaster declaration.
It's an American
Commonwealth to immediately draw down federal funds.
Every generation of Americans faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy.
This roadway.
Defend it, stand
The
up
U.S.
for
Coast
it.
Guard says the tanker
This
was
is
carrying
honorable.
nearly 9,000
My
gallons
fellow
of
Americans,
gasoline.
And Heather
Manholes near the
Frank's
site
voice will
also
finally be
flamed.
heard
one
when
of those
this
moments.
dramatic video
And only a few
surfaces.
generations
Explosions
later.
is still a no.
Direction
Based on what you've seen in your
now
briefing, is there
take
anything that indicates
decide
this could have been intentionally
course of
set?
this nation
This
for
is an
decades
ongoing
to come.
So much at stake, so much
We're
on the
not
line.
bystanders.
More Americans turn here than
Not
any
powerless
other
before the
newscast.
forces that
ABC
confront us.
News, World News Tonight,
We
and
think
Daily
our
Now,
I-95
America's
as they
We,
were
the
driving on
people,
the highway.
watch newscasts
Mark Vassetti
across
was on
the
the
facing the
southbound
test of
lane
our
moments
time.
before it collapsed.
What's good to
We have
watch?
to be
Read
the
it.
nation
Can I get a
we've
quick
always been
deal? I would have
like
just
that.
died. to buy
Optimistic,
it.
hopeful,
Right here.
forward-looking.
The
Nation
Lagos
embracing
of
light
Deals
over
and
dark.
steals and the
Hope over
Lagos
fear.
tips from
Unity over
June.
vision. Stability over chaos.
Knowing what I know
We have to
now.
see each other not as enemies.
There's so much at stake in our world right now.
We want to thank you. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one.
Thank you for making ABC News
As
Live.
firefighters race to put out the flames, concerns of compromised gas lines added to the danger.
Other
Tonight,
nations.
there have been no reported injuries. I-95
Defined
remains
by
closed in
geography
both
and
directions.
distance.
To death
Authorities say delays and traffic for drivers could last weeks.
okay? Who's the target?
And George, tonight the cleanup process is underway.
That's right, Kate. Heavy machinery
nation
is
that
on
stands
site
for
right
a
now,
beacon of the
carefully
world.
removing that tons
A
of
determined
debris as
nation.
there is concern of fire
And a
could
new
ignite.
age of
Tonight,
possibility.
officials saying the
This is the
rebuild of
King
this
Road
portion
True.
of
Tribe coming.
95 could take months.
Fulfill my constitutional
We're at
obligation.
George Solis for us. Thank you. We are less than 2 days away from another historic first.
Because the soul of this nation is strong.
President to be arraigned on
The backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation is strong.
He's vowing to
The
fight.
state of the union is strong.
This was my best bet to really have an impact on y'all crowd.
Donald Trump lashing out again today at what he calls the weaponized Department of Justice, and the special counsel now prosecuting.
Everybody says this is a disgraceful indictment. It shouldn't happen. It was done for political reasons.
His anger extended
I'm not new to this.
his own Attorney General,
stand in the
former
way.
AG Bill
I've been
Barr,
served as long as about any one of you
on
have
social
served.
media. In response to this analysis,
But I've never been more optimistic.
count federal indictment brought against Mr. Trump on Friday.
We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Most of whom have rallied to Mr. Trump's defense.
They continue to go after him, and I think anyone with common sense can see that.
Donald Trump, you may hate his guts, but he is not a spy. He did not commit espionage. What he did is very similar, in my view, to what Hillary Clinton did.
Organized for the tornado.
Trump's top Republican rival vowing to take up the cause of taking on the DOJ.
On our watch, we will once
from the scene of that deadly missile strike,
the weaponization of federal power.
The defiant former president telling reporters this weekend he intends to plead not guilty on Tuesday and would never drop out of the presidential race, even if convicted.
And Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse, and the president is already planning a speech for after his arraignment.
That's right, Kate. He'll follow the same playbook he used after his first arraignment in New York. In this case, flying back to his golf club in New Jersey, where he's going to speak to supporters and hold a campaign fundraiser.
All right, Garrett, take for us. As former President Trump prepares for that arraignment, officials are already ramping up a massive security operation and preparing for protests, too. Ken Delaney has a closer look.
Intense planning underway tonight to make sure Tuesday's surrender of former President Donald Trump goes smoothly. Law enforcement officials telling NBC News they're concerned that Mr. Trump's angry rhetoric.
This vicious persecution is a travesty.
I'm here at the Weld County Court.
Heightens the risk
And
that
the president
local
has been
authorities
great.
could try to disrupt the proceeding.
Eastwood is charged in the murders of Heather Frank and Scott Sessions. Sessions, a well-known trumpet player here in northern Colorado.
Trump campaign officials say he will fly from Bedminster, New Jersey to Miami Monday, then stay overnight at his club in Doral, about 20 minutes by
President
plane
Zelensky,
from heavily protected Miami Federal
I'm honored to welcome you back to the White
And the
House.
other agencies protect international media and people in this perimeter.
They're going to be monitoring online. We're going to be passing intel so that, the FBI, Miami police, U.S. Marshals, everyone's monitoring it.
Mr. Trump is expected to enter the court complex via an underground
And the president of Ukraine.
process both by the federal marshals and the FBI. The marshals expected to take his fingerprints and mugshot. Up in the air, whether his passports will be confiscated. In the courtroom, he'll be asked to enter a plea, launching what could be a year-long process, leading to the most
President
closed
Zelensky,
criminal trial in American history.
I'm honored to welcome you back to the White
So
House.
far, January 6th, planning for violence on social media. Even so, security presence here promises
The flight range is 300 kilometers.
Ken Delaney, thank you. To Russia
been in close
now,
and
where
frequent
according to
communication
Moscow
throughout
says
this
another
conflict
U.S.
from the very
citizen has
beginning,
been detained.
but particularly
running a drug deal
meaning
as he has spoken out against the Kremlin in the past.
Our company
Josh
wants to
Lederhoff
be
has
able
those
to
details.
expand transportation. At present,
Tonight,
American
Michael
Travis Lee
part of business needs, but they have not fully American people in the entire world.
So
This visit to Washington, his first trip outside Ukraine since February, comes as President Putin is escalating his attacks, targeting critical infrastructure to make life as hard as possible for not only innocent Ukrainians but children.
NBC News cannot verify when the video was made or if Lee was under duress.
And we've heard, as we head into the new year, it's important for the American people and for the world to hear directly from you, Mr. President, about Ukraine's fight. We need to stand together through 2023. This visit also falls on the 300-day mark of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. 300 days since Putin launched an unprovoked, unjustified, all-out assault on the free people of Ukraine. 300 days of Ukrainian people showing Russia and the world. 300 days since Putin launched an unprovoked, unjustified, all-out people showing Russia and the world. Choose their own path. The Ukrainian people, I say to them all, you have demonstrated, you've shown a strong stand against aggression, the face of the imperial appetite.
And Josh joins me now from London. Josh,
wrongfully
the U.S.
believe
government saying
you
about his
might,
arrest.
you might.
The definitive
Very little case. It's unclear whether U.S. embassy officials have even been contacted this weekend. The State Department saying only that they're aware of the report and that protecting Americans abroad is their top priority.
Josh, thank you. Back in this country, we're learning more. The
freedom
Ted Kaczynski,
threaten
known as
American
the
people,
Unabomber, he
like
was found dead
generations of
yesterday in a
Americans
North
before
Carolina
us,
prison
did not
cell.
hesitate.
Multiple media reports cited
Support from all across this
Kevin
country,
said he died by
Americans
suicide.
of every
He was
walk of
considered
life,
a suicide
Democrats and
sentence for a
Republicans
string
alike,
of bombs across the
had the
country
resources
during
the
splitting Heather in the
bound,
right.
for the group
Now,
resounding
for an update on the story we
united
told you about last night, we're learning more about how some children survived the plane crash.
Because we understand in our bones Ukraine's fight is part of something much bigger. The American people know that if we stand by in the face of such blatant attacks on liberty and democracy, the core principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, the world will surely face worse consequences. As I said, we're putting rolled tanks in the Ukraine because American people are prepared to have us stand up to bullies, stand up for freedom. That's who we are as Americans. That's exactly what we've done. Even before the invasion began, Putin threatened Ukraine by building up its forces. We helped make sure Ukraine would be prepared to defend,
which along with footprints of a baby bottle and tiny shoes left behind,
provided a steady stream of defensive weapons, including air defense systems and artillery, ammunition, and so much more. We've not done it alone. From the very beginning, the United States rallied allies and partners from around the world to stand strong with Ukraine. We imposed unprecedented, and I emphasize unprecedented sanctions and export controls on Russia, making it harder for the Kremlin to wage its brutal war. More than 50 nations have committed nearly 2,000 tanks and other armored vehicles, more than 800 artillery systems, more than 2 million rounds of artillery ammunition, and more than 50 advanced mobile rocket launching systems, anti-ship and air defense systems, all to strengthen Ukraine. Together we provided billions of dollars in direct budgetary support to make sure the Ukrainian government can keep providing basic fundamental services to Iranian people, like healthcare, education, emergency personnel. This includes another $2 billion that is direct budget support for the American people. The World Bank distributed earlier this week. We provided humanitarian assistance to help millions of Ukrainians who have been forced to flee their homes because of Putin's inhumane brutal war. Communities across Europe have opened their hearts and their homes to help Ukrainians in need. The United States has been proud to welcome more than 221,000 Ukrainians seeking refuge since March of 2022, including as part of Uniting for Ukraine, as part of our United Ukraine program. Today, USAID has committed more than $374 million.
Prosecutors allege in March of last year the Utah mother of
this will help provide food and cash assistance to more than 1.5 million Ukrainian people, as well as access to health care, safe drinking water, and help stay warm in winter.
Inconsistent testimony from a known criminal who alleges
the United States and our allies and partners around the world have delivered a broad range of assistance. Historic speed has been critical in Ukraine's success. Ukraine has won the battle of peace, has won the battle of Kherson, has won the battle of Kharkiv. Ukraine has defied Russia's expectations at every single turn. And President Zelensky, you have made it clear that he is open to pursuing we also know that Putin has no intention of stopping this war. And the United States is committed to ensuring that the brave Ukrainian people continue to defend their country.
Back in a moment with a history-making win for Novak Djokovic, plus the most spectacular.
I want to thank the members of Congress and the broad bipartisan support to Ukraine. We look forward to signing an omnibus bill soon, which includes $45 billion. $45 billion. We'll also sign into law the National Defense Authorization Act, which includes authorities to make it easier for the Department of Defense to procure critical munitions and defense materials to Ukraine and other key materials to strengthen national security. Today, I'm announcing the next tranche of our security assistance to Ukraine. $1.85 billion package of security assistance includes both direct transfers of equipment that Ukraine needs, as well as contracts to supply ammunition Ukraine will need in the months ahead, artillery, tanks, and pocket arms. Critically, in addition to these new capabilities, precision aerial munitions, package will include a Patriot missile battery, which will train Ukrainian forces to operate as part of an ongoing effort to help bolster Ukraine's air defense. It takes some time to complete the necessary training, but the Patriot battery will be another critical asset for Ukraine as it defends itself against Russian. Altogether, today's new security assistance for humanitarian funding amounts to $2.2 billion in fiscal support. We should be clear about what Russia's doing. It is purposely attacking Ukraine critical infrastructure and destroying the system to provide heat and light to Ukrainian people during the coldest, darkest part of the year. Russia is using winter as a weapon, freezing people, starving people, cutting them off from one another. It's the latest example of the outrageous atrocities the Russian forces are committing against innocent Ukrainian civilians, children, and families. And the United States is working together with our allies and partners to provide critical equipment to help Ukraine make emergency repairs and power transmission, strengthen the stability of Ukraine's grid in the face of Russia's targeted attacks. We're also working to hold Russia accountable, including efforts in Congress that will make it easier to seek justice for Russia's war crimes in Ukraine. Let me close with this. Tonight is the fourth night of Hanukkah, a time when Jewish people around the world, President Zelensky and many of the families among them, honor the timeless miracle of a small band of warriors fighting for their values and their freedom against a much larger foe, and how they endured and how they overcame. How the flame of faith, with only enough oil for one day,
Tonight, a massive explosion shuts down one of the
story of survival and resilience that reminds us that the coldest days of the year, that light will always prevail over darkness, and hope drives away despair. That human spirit is unconquerable as long as there are good people willing to do what is right. This year has brought so much needless suffering and loss to the Ukrainian people. But I want you to know, President Zelensky, I want you to know that all the people in Ukraine know as well. The American people are with you every step of the way, and we will stay with you.
If even half of it is true, then he's toast.
Another American
what you're doing,
accused of
what you
selling drugs
achieved,
is
matters not just to Ukraine, but to the entire world. Together, I have no doubt we'll keep the flame of liberty burning bright, and the light will remain
New images of an
veiled.
emergency slide on a Delta flight deploying inside the plane, a crew member sent to the hospital. New revelations about how 4 children survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle, what the oldest 13-year-old knew to do.
Dear Mr. President,
And if you go to
please put on. Once again, Mr. President, President Biden, audience, journalists, ladies and gentlemen. I came here to the United States to forward the word of thanks to the people of America, people who do so much for Ukraine. I am thankful for all of this. This visit to the United States became really a historic one for our relations with the United States and the American leadership. In the last 30 days of this war, we have started a new phase of our interrelations with the United States. We became a real partners and allies with the content. And I felt today during all of my meetings and during our talks. Once again, I would like to thank Mr. President Biden, for his candid support and what is very important, the understanding of Ukraine, and for the support of the international coalition to strengthen international law. I am grateful to President Biden for his personal efforts, his steps that unite the partners in a global South. When all countries of the world take some position and are focusing on cooperation and mutual understanding, this is very useful for all of the countries, for Ukraine, for the United States. I want to thank the Congress for bipartisan, bicameral support, and I am looking forward to good meetings with the members of the Congress and their support. This is the visit that I'm here today to meet with the Congress. The main issue during my today's talks is to strengthen Ukraine. Next year, our movement forward to fight for our freedom and independence. I have good news returning home. President Biden announced a new package of defense support, about $2 billion, and the strongest element of this package is the Patriot battery systems, something that will strengthen our air defense significantly. This is a very important step to create secure airspace for Ukraine, and that's the only way we would be able to deprive the terrorist country and their terror attack to strike our energy sector, our people, and our infrastructure. We had a very good negotiation and talks about our strategic steps, which we discussed with President Biden, and what we expect next year and what we are preparing. This is very important for all Ukrainians, and I am hopeful. And once again, thank you, Mr. President, for $45 billion, because this is a big assistance, and I hope that the Congress will approve this financial assistance for our country. This is almost $45 billion. Thank you very much for the support. Every dollar of this investment for the United States is going to be strengthening of global security. I know that the American leadership will be strong and will play an important role in global scope, and the United States will help us to defend our values and independence. And regardless of changes in the Congress, I believe that there will be bipartisan and bicameral support, and I know that everybody works for this. And of course, during all of my meetings today, we discussed issues of standoff against terror of Russia, their destruction of our energy infrastructure. We need to survive this winter. We need to protect our people, and we need to be very specific in this area. This is a key humanitarian issue for us right now. This is the survival issue. We are discussing sanctions and legal pressure on the terrorist country Russia. Russia needs to be held accountable for everything it does against us, against our people, against Europe and the whole free world. And it is very important that we have the peace formula, and for that we offer very specific steps what America can do to help us to implement them. We propose global formula for peace summit. I'm thankful for our American counterparts that they feel us and understand how important it is to continue and stay on course and work for integrity of the country and international rule of law. We will also need, as soon as our defense capabilities will be strengthened in the next few months. I don't want to discuss it in details right now. I believe you understand why, but I am very grateful to President Biden. Thank you for your attention to all of these issues. Glory to Ukraine.
Heightens the risks that lone extremists could try to disrupt the proceedings.
I really love that.
To show their support.
2022, you presided over a bipartisan international coalition Monday.
Then stay overnight at this weather.
How will you keep that
about
coalition
20 minutes by
from
car
playing
from a heavily protected Miami reservoir.
President Zelensky?
How do the marshals
Welcome to Washington on this beautiful winter day. What is your message to the American people?
We're going to be passing intel.
Mr. Trump is expected to enter the complex via an
Наше союзницьке партнерство з країнами Союзу і іншими країнами.
Up in the air, whether his passport will be confiscated. In the courtroom, he'll be asked to enter a plea.
I've never seen NATO or the EU more united
to the most closely watched criminal trial in
I
American
see no
history.
sign
There's
of
no evidence so far as January.
We all know what's at stake here. The European partners all more. They fully understand it.
Candelini, thank you. To Russia now, where a another U.S. citizen has been detained and accused of running a drug deal. I really love that. He has spoken out against the Kremlin in the past. Josh Leonard has too.
We all know
American
what's at
Michael
stake.
Travis Lee
The very idea of sovereignty is in charge. Putin thought he would weaken NATO. Instead, he strengthened it.
Russian state media is saying he's accused of large-scale drug dealing involving guns, but giving few details. Pro-Kremlin media releasing this video they say shows leak after his arrest.
I have not experienced any guilt or ignorance. Believe that I have done
NBC News cannot
So I don't
verify
see
when the
any
video
reason
was
to
made
believe
or
there'll
if
be
Leak
any
was
less
under
than
arrest.
support.
Leak, believed to be an Israeli
Reach out
native,
for
has lived in Russia for
Secretary
years.
of Defense, Secretary of State. We get continued support, not only there, but also from around the world, from Japan and many other countries as well. So I feel very good about solidarity and support.
Leak was being interviewed for Anthony Bourdain's Parts Unknown about Russia's
Thank you for your
rockets
question.
and a mic malfunction.
The KGB, they're
Дякую за запитання.
Tell a very simple things, which are very important for me. And I think so that I have the same values and the same understanding of the life, the sense of the life. My message, I wish you peace. I think that is the main thing, and you understand it only when the war in your country. And somebody like these terrorists from Russia come to your house. And I wish you to see your children alive and adults. And I wish you to see your children when they will be in the US and to see their children.
The State Department saying only that they're only
I think that is the main thing, what I can wish you. And of course, to be together with us, jointly, because we really fight for our common victory against this tyranny. That is real life. And we will win. And I really want to win together. Thank you. Not one, sorry, I'm sure.
About how 6 children survived survived 40 days alone in the Amazon jungle. Marissa Park has those details.
Yes, please. Enter.
Question to both of you, but firstly, as Ukrainian, I mean it, I want to thank the United States for supporting my country. You know, my family is in Ukraine, and I definitely understand they will not be alive today if America will not support my country, both politically and militarily. So thank you. And as of my question, we enter a new phase of this war, and we definitely discussed today which path to choose, how the war could come to an end, and what's next. Will it turn into a new counteroffensive or some kind of peace talks? So, Mr. Biden, Mr. Zelensky, could you share your vision? What's the fair way to end this war, and how do you understand this war? Fair peace. Thank you.
The children had been missing since May 1st when their plane crashed, killing 3 adults on board.
I think we have. I see.
Members of the We Don't Go
Well, I like it very much.
Tribes. over 1,600 miles. Through rainforest and jungle rivers.
You have started this question.
The race to find them is now a race to get them healthy. Hospital's general director gives signs of hope, saying
You have started by stating that your family is in Kiev and without the assistance of the United States. This is absolutely true. The U.S. leadership in this assistance is strong, and again, I would like to remind you that your family will be in danger without the armed forces of Ukraine, which is very important. That concerns your questions per se. What would you like to hear? Just peace? I don't know. I don't know what just peace is. It's a very philosophical description. If there is a just war, I don't know. For all of us, peace, just peace is different. For me, as a president, just peace is no compromises as to the sovereignty, freedom, and territorial integrity of my country, the payback for all the damages inflicted by Russian aggression. I'm sorry I'm talking about children a lot today, but as a father, I would like to emphasize, how many parents lost their sons and daughters on the front line. So what is just peace for them? Money is nothing, and no compensations or reparations are of no consequence. They live by revenge object. I think this is a tremendous tragedy, and the longer the war lasts, the longer this aggression lasts, there will be more parents who live for the sake of vengeance or revenge, and I know a lot of people like that. So there can't be any just peace in the war that was imposed on us by these, I don't know how to describe that, because we are in the White House and I can't find the proper language. So these inhumans, I would say.
And that free, independent, prosperous, and secure Ukraine is both want this war to end. Both want it to end. And as I've said, it could end today if Putin had any dignity at all and did the right thing as allowed. But that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen now. So what comes next? What we talked about today was we're going to continue to help Ukraine succeed on the battlefield. It can succeed on the battlefield with our help and the help of our European allies and others. So, but if and when President Zelensky is ready to talk with the Russians, he will be able to succeed as well, because he will have won on the battlefield. And, I don't think we should underestimate the impact this war is having on Russia and the losses they're suffering. And you saw just, I think it was 2 days ago, Putin saying that this is much tougher than he thought. He thought he could break NATO. He thought he could break the West. He thought he could break the alliance. He thought he could be welcomed by the Ukrainian people, the Russian speakers. He was wrong, and wrong. He continues to be wrong. And the sooner he makes it clear that he cannot possibly win this war, that's when the time we have to put this president in a position to be able to decide how he wants to.
But how Americans feel about those charges as Miami prepares
for
Trump's court date on Tuesday. Aaron Peterski from Florida with what to expect.
Phil Madley of CNN.
In Russia, a longtime resident of Moscow. Moscow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome, Mr. President. Mr. President, to start with you. Your advisors often talk about how critically important you view face-to-face interaction. I'm wondering, after spending 2+ hours face-to-face with President Zelensky, what you learned or what you took from the meeting that perhaps you couldn't glean or learn in the phone calls or video conferences, and somewhat tied to that, was there any discussion related to the U.S. assessment that Russia would not take escalatory action now that Patriots are being sent? A Patriot battery will be delivered.
Let me answer the first question, the first part of your question. You know I get kidded for saying that all politics is personal. It's all about looking someone in the eye, and I mean it sincerely. I don't think there's any substitute for sitting down face to face with a friend or a foe and looking them in the eye. And that's exactly what's happening at this moment. We've done that more than once, and we're going to continue to do it. The winter is setting in, and Putin is increasingly going after civilian targets and women and children, orphanages. This guy is, but he's going to fail, and he's going to fail. He's already failed because he now knows that there's no way he's ever going to occupy all of Ukraine. There's no way in which he's going to be accepted by the Ukrainian people, and so he's failed in the past. And it's very important for him and everyone else to see that President Zelensky and I are united, two countries together, to make sure he cannot succeed. And I think I may be mistaken, but I know I judge every leader by the way what they say to me, their consistency, and looking in the eye. This guy has in his very soul is who he says he is. It's clear that he's willing to give his life for his country, and all the folks that came with him. And so I think it's important for him to know we are going to do everything in our power, to see that we succeed. What was the second part of your question?
I just asked if you had discussed how the U.S. calculated the escalatory effects of sending a Patriot missile battery.
I did not discuss that at all with the President, but we do not. It's a defensive system. It's a defensive weapon system. It's not escalatory, it's defensive. And it's easy to not, and we would love to not have to have them use it to stop the attacks.
Hi, I'm here to please help.
Again, welcome. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to make this trip for a while now. Why now? And also, can you tell me what you think the message you are sending to President Putin is, given the fact that 24 hours ago you were on the ground in the front lines with artillery echoing behind you, and now you find yourself in the White House standing next to the President?
Thank you very much for your question.
9 years older than me.
As to
when you look at
what is the message for Putin, I am standing here in the United States with President Biden on the same podium because I respect him as a person, as a president, as a human being for his position. And for me, this is a historic moment. I can send messages to President Biden. For example, if it's not serious, you said, what's going to happen after Patriots are installed? After that, we will send another signal to President Biden that we would like to get more Patriots.
President Donald Trump campaign after that historic indictment. He's promising to stay in the race even if he's convicted for mishandling classified material. Security is tight in Miami ahead of the former president's arrest.
As to President Putin, in 2019, we had a Normandy meeting.
Y'all ready? All right. Thank you all for being here today as my administration takes on new action to lower the cost for American families. You know, I ran for president to rebuild the backbone of the country. I know you're tired of hearing me say that. That was the reason I ran. We began to build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And in 2 years, we made real progress. And the growth is up, wages are up, and over the last 2 years, more Americans have applied to start a small business than any year on record. And everybody applies to for some new small business. That's about hope. And our economic plan is working, and it's important part of that plan is promoting fair competition across the entire economy. You heard me say that capitalism without competition isn't capitalism. It is just simply exploitation. And so that's why we've been more outspoken about promoting competition than any president since Teddy Roosevelt. And that's why I've created the Competition Council, which you see around this table. That's why when we last met in September at the council, we challenged them to come up with new ways to deal with, eliminate unfair hidden fees, known as junk fees, and that sneak up on consumers. So this group stepped up. As a result, we're requiring internet providers to list fees up front on clear, easy-to-read labels, just like the labels on food products. And now you can compare your choices easily to find the best deal. We also convinced major airlines to rebook cancellation flights for free rather than charging customers for rebooking. We pushed banks to ditch surprise overdraft and bounce check fees, saving Americans an estimated $1 billion a year as a consequence. And last month, we took a big step toward promoting competition in the labor market when the Federal Trade Commission proposed a rule banning non-compete agreements for 30 million Americans. 30 million Americans. You worked as a bellhop in one hotel, you couldn't go across the street to another hotel to be able to make $2 a week more or $2 a day more. And these contracts that say you can't do a job in the same field, even if it's a better deal, like a security guard who wants to take a job across town. But you can't because you signed a non-compete. I think it's wrong. And now today, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is proposing a new rule to lower credit card.
Showing Russian police arresting American Michael Travis Leak in Moscow. A Russian state newspaper posting this video of leaked to social media.
I have time of the family bonding. I do not believe that I have done what I've been accused because I don't know what I've been accused of. Got a phone
Russian
call
media reports he's accused of dealing narcotics.
Right now, credit card companies charge an average of $31 whenever you can't pay your bill on time.
Placing him into pretrial detention until August. If convicted, he faces up to 12 years in prison.
It was Tuesday, February 12th.
Today, I'd like to
California, telling ABC News her son first moved to Moscow in 2010. For most of the last decade, working there as a musician and producer, including with the politically well-known Russian rock bands. Leak's arrest comes as Russia has seized a string of Americans on charges the U.S. says are false. The Biden administration...
On my first day in office, some of you recall,
Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich,
I sent Congress a comprehensive
both charged with espionage.
Disappears without a trace.
Rachel, the State Department tonight has now confirmed Leak's arrest, saying that U.S. diplomats were present at his arraignment and that they will continue to monitor his case closely. Rachel,
briefly
Patrick, thank you. Back here at home, more than 40 million Americans from Colorado to Georgia huddled up for severe storm threats that could produce damaging winds, large
rejected my
tornadoes,
recent request.
Let's get right to ABC senior meteorologist Rob Marciano. All right, Rob, so tell us, where is the greatest threat tonight?
2,000 new asylum.
Hey, I'm Howard.
You're already steadily forward that parts of Denver and Savannah, Georgia, both seeing severe thunderstorms. Everywhere between us. Severe thunderstorm watches that are posted for parts of Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, all the way up into Lexington until 10 o'clock tonight. And this is wind feeds, and also watch out for Denver, Colorado Springs, and parts of the high plains there. Also shipping to Dallas tonight, which is a storm, not just tonight. Tomorrow, slightly convective down to the south of the Gulf Coast. But after approaching, you'll see it's a storm spire. It's hard to see. Tonight could be some damaging winds there. Then the main line pushes to Atlanta in the morning, and then example, Texas to the northeast by tomorrow afternoon. Showers could see some thunderstorms at 95 degrees Africa, population of 50 million people.
Let me explain what I'm going to do.
San Antonio, Corpus Christi,
Clearly,
Nairobi, extreme heat on the way to Rob. Thank you.
people come to America for to seek new opportunities. What is the strongest economy in the world? Here's one free oppression. The freest nation. They chase their own American dream in the greatest nation. Their American story. So many of their families, including mine, going back to the mid-1800s. Now there are a number of ways to immigrate to America. For example, an American citizen can sponsor American company can sponsor an employee.
And he sees that having a presence in other
regardless of the legal pathway they process it require human being involved following the law. That's the measure of our laws to get here. That includes another legal way for someone to come to America by seeking asylum because they're fearing persecution, like a lot of our ancestors as well. For many people, that's what's happening in South America.
But it was also
over the past several years, thousands of people have fled South America, Caribbean countries,
6 victims no arrests made yet. Elwin, thank you. Next tonight, the Utah law
Venezuela, and escaping gang violence and impact in Haiti. Currently, these four countries are traveling into Mexico.
They also say that they have extensive necklace-in urban.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to
But instead of safe and orderly process at the border, there's a patchwork system that simply
The company work is if we have
you don't have enough
most important that
determine whether people will qualify for asylum. Or stand by what you have to meet. You don't have enough immigration judges to adjudicate the claims of immigrants. In fact, the previous administration used a rule called Title 42 to deal with rapidly expel people who reside during the pandemic. Used as a means to expel people. And people turned away in the country. And there are not, and barred from trying to come back. They turned away, they go back, they try again, they try again. Well, you know, they can and they do try to re-enter the United States again and again, which makes the problem worse. At the border even worse. And under the United States Supreme Court decision, case on Title 42 later this year, my administration will make a decision finally what to do about Title 42. In the meantime, my administration will continue to use that until the Supreme Court as required. And until Congress passes the funds, the comprehensive immigration plan to fix the system completely, my administration is going to work hand in hand with
It's likely to be a long and bitter battle with both sides already claiming early victory.
Today, my administration is taking several steps to stimulate work for those who try to come out of their right to stay. Put in place a faster process to decide claim of asylum. So instead of coming here and escaping oppression, there's got to be a way to determine that much quicker. That made it incredibly safe and protected from persecution. Secretary of Defense Security August found detail of these actions in a very short period.
raising the Ukrainian flag over a group of villages
Here's one
in the
significant
southeastern part of the country.
Over the summer, we saw a
Offensive
huge
operations
spike
across the strategically important southern front, and also claiming its troops are advancing around the eastern city of Bakhmut. Ukraine has
They
there
responded by using
stiff resistance from
ensuring
Russian
that there were
forces.
two safe
Russia destroyed some of Ukraine's Western supply tanks and infantry vehicles. Just days ago, we watched Ukrainian
First,
troops
if they're seeking asylum, they can use an app on their cell phone called CBP1, CBP1,
car that matched his description that came in.
But then the car could
To schedule an appointment before the entry, make their asylum claim there without crossing the border, unlawfully have a decision determined by an asylum officer. Do they qualify? Second, in October, we worked with the Mexican government to launch a new parole program, another program called the Public, called the Parole Program, that immediately showed results. By reducing the number of people crossing the border unlawfully. The way this parole program works, one must have a lawful sponsor here in the United States who agrees to sponsor you to get here. Then, that person has to undergo a rigorous background check, apply from outside the United States, and not cross the border illegally. In the meantime, if they apply and their application is approved, they can use the same app, CBP voucher, to present at a port of entry and be able to work in the United States legally for 2 years. That's the process. But if their application is denied, or they attempt to cross into the United States, they'll be returned back to Mexico and will not be eligible for this program afterwards. So they make the program available. If they apply, do it properly, fine. If they don't apply, and they try to come through, they're not going to have an opportunity to deal with the program. This new process is orderly, it's safe, and it's humane, and it works. Since we created the new program, the number of Venezuelans trying to come to America without going through a legal process has dropped dramatically, from about 1,100 per day to less than 250 per day on average. That's several hundred people on average every single day who are not crossing into America illegally. Today I'm announcing that my administration is going to expand the program, not only from Venezuela, but from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti. Again, these four countries, Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti, these four countries account for most of the people now traveling into Mexico to try to start a new life by crossing the border into the United States.
It's the show America wants.
We anticipate this action will substantially reduce the number of people attempting to cross our south border without going through. In fact, today, I'm announcing that Mexico has agreed to allow a return of 30,000 persons per month to try to cause a consent back. They were apprehended while attempting to unlawfully cross the south. My message is this. If you're trying to leave Cuba, Nicaragua, or Haiti, or have agreed to begin a journey to America, do not just show up at the border. Stay where you are and apply legally. Starting today, if you don't apply to the legal process, you will not be eligible for this new program. Let me reiterate. You need a lawful sponsor in the United States of America. You need to undergo a rigorous background check. Number 2, if your application is approved, you show up at a U.S. airport when and where directed. Excuse me, you have access. But if your application is denied and you attempt to cross into the United States unlawfully, you will not be allowed to enter. Look, we should all recognize that as long as America is the land of freedom and opportunity, people are going to try to come here. And that's what many of our ancestors did. There's no surprise that it's happening again today. You can't stop people from making a journey. You can't require them to come here. They come here in an orderly way under U.S. law. And let me say again, the actions we're announcing today will make things better. Make things better. It will not fix the border problem completely. There's more that has to be done. I laid that out in the first week I was here. That work will not be done unless and until the Congress enacts and funds a more comprehensive immigration plan that I proposed on day one. Until Congress has acted, I can act where I have legal capacity to do so. Last year, we brought together 20 leaders, many of you were there, from the
Western Hemisphere is to stabilize flow of immigration, to expand pathways to immigration, and to manage border mainland. The leaders of the hemisphere brought on those efforts that I led when I was vice president, and economic assistance to nations in Central America. So people here, they're there, can improve their economic prospects at home instead of having to leave the United States. Most people would much rather stay in the country they are, so they feed their family, be safe, send their kids to school, and have opportunities. It's not like people heard me say before, we should table somewhere in Central America. It's a great idea. Let's sell everything we have. Let's give it to a coyote, a smuggler. They'll take us on a harrowing journey, or 1,000 miles to get to the United States. We're legally across the border and drop us in the desert, place where we don't speak the language. Won't that be fun? I'm not being facetious. When President Harris led this effort, countries from which they are leading. Thanks to her leadership, she's been able to generate more than $3.2 billion from the private sector to create jobs and opportunities in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. Tell people stay in their own countries where it'll be safer and they have some opportunities. We've also set up a joint patrols and law enforcement with Mexico and Guatemala that share real-time information on locations that smugglers are using to convince migrant groups to cross illegally. That's what they're doing. They're out recruiting. Recruiting and taking all the savings running they have to take them on an incredibly dangerous journey. We embedded our border patrol officers in the Mexican patrol to detect and raid human smugglers. This has been, thus far, there have more than 7,000 arrests of human smugglers in the last 6 months. 7,000. That's not just human smuggling at the border. We're focused on cracking down on drug smuggling, which is a serious and deadly problem. And I made a promise we would try this. My administration has allocated record funds that added hundreds of additional Border Patrol agents and installed new cutting-edge technology to be able to use effectively X-ray detailed to be able to look through these large containers to determine what's in the container and at the border. For example, since August of last year, Customs and Border Patrol have seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl. That's not to kill many thousand people right now in the state. 20,000 pounds of fentanyl. It's a killer. It's a flat killer. Next week I'm going to travel to Mexico and meet with President Lopez. We have a big agenda. Climate crisis, economic development, and other issues. One important part of that agenda is strengthening our border between our nations. I will visit the border myself this summer to assess border enforcement operations, meet with the local officials and community and approach the border saying what they need that they don't have, and make it public.
Podcast now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in.
I know that migration is putting them under strain. Can't do anything like that. We're going to get these communities more support. I want to thank all the non-profits, faith groups, community leaders, and other volunteers who make sure that vulnerable immigrants have what they need to survive, whether it's food, warm clothing, shelter, medicine, right after they arrive. These religious and civic groups represent the nation's generosity. They're a powerful rebuke to the hostility, even the hate many people face when they arrive here illegally. Let me close with this. Our problems with the border didn't arise overnight. It's clear that immigration is a political issue. Extreme Republicans are always going around. Now they have a choice. They can keep using immigration to try to score political points, or they can help solve the problem. Help solve the problem. Come together and fix the system. Before Congress adjourned for holidays, some Democrats and Republicans got together and decided that they were going to contract immigration. Republican leadership and other Republicans rejected it. Spoke up. Just like they rejected my plan 2 years ago. Just like they rejected my recent request for additional $3.5 billion to secure holding facilities, better transportation, asylum, personnel,
the things that I've found so far.
Think about it. I mean, if this were something that we had to have immigration officers to see to it that
Finally tonight, America's strong.
It wouldn't take very much time to get it out. It'd be really conversely, if a criminal gang is coming in,
Graduates, I am here today with the same message.
I mean, but when it comes to immigration, most of the seems like it's a better issue for them than trying to solve it. Look, we need more resources. Many Republicans are hearing
Under challenging circumstances,
find a way to do that thing outside of the law. That ground always know when I sit down, I'll sit down with anyone or to fix our broken the most extreme Republicans continue to demagogue and reject solutions. I'm left with a lot to act on my own as much as I can. I didn't know much about it. It was almost like immigration reform used to be a bipartisan issue. We can make it that way again. It's not only the right thing to do, it's economically smart. That's why immigration reform is supported by everyone. Think of this. Immigration reform is supported by the American Labor Union.
No visible voice.
Supported by religious leaders. Supported by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We can secure our borders, fix the immigration system, be orderly, fair, safe, and humane. We can do all this while keeping liberty that has led generations of immigration to America. Many of our forefathers, many of you, we can do this by remembering who we are.
inspiring words for those
We're the
graduates.
United States of America.
Thank you for watching.
I
I'm
know
Rachel
this is
Scott.
beyond our
I'll be here
capacity.
right back here
I just
tomorrow
don't buy
night.
it.
Good night.
We can do anything. We can do it together. You heard me say it also. God bless you all. I'm going to stop here in a few minutes. Literally, Secretary of Marcus and I have been
But he also believes that
going
he's
to be
top of
speaking
the
to
line.
this
He's always
Thank you.
That's a crazy story.
This is the juiciest time of reality show history.
How could I not have been smarter?
This is certainly well, I think it is a human right that your families being persecuted.
I do.
Dealt with in a way. I mean, like, I know it's a human right for
Well, sadly, we've come to the end of the show. Thanks so much for joining us on this edition of America Red Friday. Our website, WWStories.com.
but the other side is people in this country have basic checked out. They're not criminals. Background checks are real. I mean, it's real smart. Think about it. There's not a whole lot of countries. People would rather live in.
Vivian said, let's do it.
I mean, it's sincerely. I think about this. I think this is sometimes
So bad that he admitted
if he just says tomorrow, all right, the next year you can move to any country in the world without any question. How many people do you think are going to leave the United States?
It turned out that for months,
I can name many of the 140-some countries outside of that.
Vivian cautioned Leslie not to tell lies.
Here,
She was thinking of leaving.
I said if you want to leave,
you
cannot let him know what your feelings are. And there's other ways you can deal with it.
So don't tell her to dance.
No.
Don't
What?
no.
Read?
Where's his mother just trying to hold on to anything that might mean her missing daughter was still alive?
GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing
Becoming very, very precise.
A new
example.
Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. No weekend show's got a little better with GMA Life.
Guess what? They don't have
Tonight, the
lighting
major highway in the
on the
Northeast
town
shut
square.
down in both directions after the fiery collapse of a section of roadway. A tanker truck bursting into flames underneath an overpass. Hey, I'm Hallie. I-95 in Philadelphia closed indefinitely. Here's why this matters. Discussing the damage concerning roads of roads. Talk to us about what was most vital. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is saying this will have significant impact. Plus, it's sitting in a moment where we think we're like right there. That's what tapping into this may be the indictment of former President Donald Trump for his alleged mishandling of defense secrets. Trump pushing back, saying he will still work even if he is convicted. How that's playing the voters across the country.
And so there's a lot to be done. And think about it, even back in days when
on Tuesday. Aaron Katursky from Florida with what to expect this week. New details about the American detained in Russia. A long time resident of Moscow and mother Sarah played in rock bands and taught English. Now Russian media reporting he's accused of selling narcotics, appearing in a Russian court, claiming he doesn't know what he's being charged with. The striking similarity.
they don't even want me speaking English. They want me speaking da-da-da. So they take over my community.
Trending like crazy on social media.
Well, you know, that's what a lot of folks went through.
You gotta see
When they
this.
got here, going all the way back to the 1800s. It's not new. It's part of it's human nature and fear. But there's got to be an orderly way.
About to
I
appear
know we can make it.
military is proclaiming about to take fierce fighting in Ukraine as the Ukrainian counteroffensive intensifies.
The Republicans have been serious.
Ukraine and Russia both claiming gains. Russia saying it has destroyed Western supply tanks.
I wanted to make sure
Disaster unfolding in Ukraine following that damage split.
I knew what the outcome
Tennis has a new number one. Novak Djokovic makes history at the French Open.
we don't have that. I don't like
To
that.
inspire Mets 2023.
My prediction is
digital economy where technology becomes more and more important. It's very important for
Good evening,
young
everyone,
people
and thanks
joining
so
the
much for
workforce.
joining us on this busy Sunday. I'm Rachel Scott in for Steve Davis. Following several striking stories as we come on the air, including the fallout from an historic indictment of former President Donald Trump. We begin with the major interstate collapse in Philadelphia, shutting down
so I wanted to make sure there was a rational
moments ago, Pennsylvania's governor said the disruption could last a number of months. The highway collapsed this morning after a tanker truck carrying hundreds of gallons of fuel burst into flames, creating a trail of black smoke. Officials say the fire is now under control. A massive slab of concrete fell from the interstate
So
onto
look,
the
my
road.
orchestra is waiting for pressure.
Officials say no one was injured. Officials said
But when it comes to education,
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti
one
Schwartz.
man is the stories from the bar this afternoon.
Lawyers were set on a 43-mile detour today. That traffic nightmare will continue
Yes.
until Monday.
Francois Marc,
Yeah.
the CEO of startup Technology.
My name is François Marc. I'm from
Big story on artificial intelligence.
After a tanker truck fire caused this overpass to collapse into a
Francois' journey began in
I'm reluctant to
with a 3,000 underground
respond to anything.
ex-member
I found it interesting.
and an ambitious dream
authorities
to
responding
virtual
to
reality
reports of the fire just before 6:30.
But a trip to Bulungula, South Africa in 2018 changed his mind.
When I was with her, into the sky, with Gordon appearing to show the moon has buckled cars, driving on the road.
Thank you so much.
Without a word to anyone.
Authorities say the northbound side of the highway collapsed minutes after
Her
the
sister
fire,
Asha
and
was
they
still in the process of
Problems with the digital devices internet already
Very
using.
things Leslie was apparently telling their mother.
It's going to be even longer than that.
The thing about my sister is I think she really wanted people to believe that she had it all together, so she wouldn't tell us about the problems she was having with life.
She always taking care of you. You're on TV and doing great. And maybe she thought, you know what?
One of the friends
I'm not going to break Tasha's concentration for a minute.
Morgan joins us now near the scene of that crash. Morgan, you're learning tonight the impact will be weeks rather than days.
Rachel, that's right. The stretch of I-95 expected to be shut down for an extended period of time. Look, officials telling me today that they're exploring solutions beyond just detours, right? Things like expanding capacity on existing thoroughfares tinkering around just working on the roads. As for fully the messages right behind me, starting with the travel continues. Morgan, we're covering that late breaking news. Thank you. President Donald Trump back on the campaign trail tonight after that historic indictment. He's promising to stay in the race even if he's convicted for mishandling classified material. Security is tight in Miami ahead of the former president's arraignment in federal court on Tuesday. ABC's Eric Tursky in Miami again tonight.
Just look at the eyes of the child.
He prepares to answer charges of
mishandling national defense secrets.
President Trump is doing what no one in American history has done. Campaigning for the presidency while facing dozens of felonies.
You get indicted on the Presidential Records Act, which they
yes, even after 2,000 years, Christmas still has the
Trump
power.
says he'll never leave the White House.
Investigation changed
Country thinks it was right for Trump to be charged. The same members say the charges are politically motivated.
Out their first look at the security detail from Starbucks. We will show all the cash register with the exact cash the purchase was made.
The charges serious.
Well, the project was not officially launched until August this year.
The indictment quotes Trump's orders from his 2016 campaign to point out hypocrisy.
In my administration, I'm going to enforce all laws concerning the protection of classified information.
The special counsel alleges Trump did the opposite, holding on to national defense information he was not authorized to have, some of it involving the country's nuclear weapons, refusing to give it back, and scheming to obstruct the investigation.
Breaking hearts and
days passed an instant in Hollywood.
Our politics has gotten so
family.
Too often we see each other as enemies,
Palm
not
Beach
as
estate
neighbors.
boxes allegedly containing classified files were stacked haphazardly in a ballroom, a storage room, even a bathroom. Once the FBI came calling, Trump allegedly suggested an attorney hide or destroy documents, told an aide to move boxes from a storage room, then had his attorney search that room for classified documents without telling him more than 60 boxes had been moved.
If Leslie was with him, if not, where is she and what is he
Eric
doing?
Tursky joins us from outside the Miami courtroom. President Donald Trump will be arraigned on Tuesday.
He confirmed with his
Walk us through what we can expect in the days ahead.
He and Leslie had been fighting that weekend.
We saw the U.S. Secret Service out here today.
So my hope this Christmas
planning for
season,
Trump's arraignment. He's going to be placed under arrest, possibly fingerprinted and photographed before he's brought to the 13th floor of this building to answer the charges. All of that is going to happen outside of public view. Trump has called on his supporters to rally here on Tuesday, so extra police officers are being brought in, racing for any protests.
Trump's second indictment in 2 months. All right, Aaron, thank you. Next, new details tonight on the reported arrest of a U.S. citizen in Russia on drug charges. Russian media reporting that Michael Travis Lee will be detained until August pending a possible trial.
I hope
this comes as U.S. officials have accused Russia of directly targeting Americans for arrest. Here's ABC's Patrick Reed.
Tonight, this new video aired on a Kremlin-controlled TV channel showing Russian police arresting American Michael Travis Lee in Moscow. A Russian state newspaper posting this video to social media.
Touch that I'd never.
So many people struggle.
A little hard to keep a straight face when I heard that.
Russian media reporting he's accused of dealing narcotics. Media
50 years ago this week that I lost
61-year-old
my
in the courtroom
first
cage
wife, my
for a
infant
judge
daughter in a
reportedly
car
placing him into
after
pretrial
she had two
detention
sons
until
badly
August.
injured when they
If
were
convicted,
out
he
shopping
faces up
for
to
Christmas.
12 years in prison. Lee's mother in California telling ABC News her son first moved to Moscow Moscow in 2010. For most of the last decade, working there as a musician and producer, including with some relatively well-known Russian rock bands. Leaked arrest comes as Russia has seized a string of Americans on charges the US says are false. The Biden administration currently trying to free Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich and former Marine Paul Whelan, both charged with espionage.
And shut the door.
Rachel, the State Department tonight has now confirmed Leak's arrest, saying that US diplomats were present at his arraignment, but they will continue to monitor his case closely. Rachel,
Thank you. Has been helping the Prime Minister safe and sound headline on a watch for severe solar threats that could produce damaging winds, storm, hail, and possible tornadoes.
It just might be the best gift you can ever give.
All right, Rob, so tell
Let's be
us,
sure to
where is the
remember,
greatest
brave
one tonight?
men in uniform who defended
Rachel, you already said at least part of
many
it.
of
Parts of
them,
Denver
many
and
of them
Savannah,
are
Georgia,
waiting
we're seeing severe thunderstorms everywhere in between, as well as huge swaths of severe thunderstorm watches that are posted across Arkansas, Tennessee, Nashville, all the way up into Lexington until 10 o'clock.
Throughout the life of this country has been during the week of December. Even in the midst of some of our toughest days, some of the best chapters of our history. It was during these weeks, back in 1862, that President Lincoln declared the Emancipation Proclamation, which he issued on New Year's Day. Christmas, 1941, the week after Pearl Harbor. Franklin Delano Roosevelt hosted Winston Churchill in this White House. Together, they planned the Allied strategy to defeat fascism and destruction. And it was 1968 that the most terrible year of years, year of assassination and riot, of war and chaos, the astronauts of Apollo 8 circled the moon and stole here on Earth. The silence of space, the silent time, the in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. God said, let there be light. And there was light. Illuminated away forward in America.
It makes no sense to find
Light that burned in the beginning and at Bethlehem.
coming up.
Light that shines still today in our own time, our own life.
In this class,
We sing O Holy Night.
and practice long
His law is love and his gospel is peace.
It's built outside.
And I wish you
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
for our nation.
Get your
Now
podcast.
and all light of liberty and hope, love and generosity, kindness and compassion, dignity and decency.
So just prayers out
To the Biden family, I wish you and your family peace, joy, health, and happiness. Merry Christmas,
pen and paper
Happy Holidays.
wasn't a justice story for
all the best
not just for children.
God bless you.
Continually post right now. Did the state and or law enforcement 6 victims, no arrests made yet. Elwin, thank you. Next tonight, the Utah bomb. All the children of migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
Good morning. So I'm a little late. And, please have a seat. National Cathedral. A little after 11. Good morning. Today we've got some good news. Good news about the economy. For the 6th month in a row, inflation has come down. Measured over the last 12 months, it has fallen 6.5 to 6.5%. That's down from 7.1% the month before. It's down from 9.1% this summer. Inflation is now at its lowest level since October of 2021. When you look at just the last 3 months, you see that inflation fell to 1.8% on an annualized basis. It's down from more than 11% in the first 3 months of last year. So the data is clear. Even though inflation is high in major economies around the world, it's coming down in America month after month, giving families some real breathing room. The big reason is falling gas prices. My administration took action to get oil onto the market and bring down prices. Now gas is down more than $1.70 from its peak. That adds up to a typical family with 2 vehicles, to a savings of $180 a month every single month that stays in their pockets instead of being spent at the pump. Food inflation is slowing as well. Last month we saw the smallest increase in food prices in almost 2 years. And much of that increase was due to the avian flu outbreak, which has driven up the egg prices around in the United States. It's not just gas and food prices, though. When we look at what economists call core inflation, which takes out energy and food, we see welcome news as well. Core inflation is down to the lowest level in a year. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has come down to 3% on an annualized basis. That's down from more than 6% at the beginning of 2022. The cost of goods is actually falling. The prices from everything from computers to used cars are coming down as well. And inflation in the core services is moderating as well. You know, and as inflation is coming down, take-home pay for workers is going up. Workers' wages are higher now than they were 7 months ago, adjusted for inflation. Wages for lower-income and middle-income workers have gone up even more. It all adds up to a real break for consumers, real breathing room for families, and more proof that my economic plan is working. When I came to office almost 2 years ago, the economy was flat on its back, is the way I remember. Millions of people have lost their jobs through no fault of their own. Millions who kept their jobs saw the hours and paychecks cut. Hundreds of thousands of small businesses permanently closed their doors. People were hurting badly. That's what we inherited. The pandemic was raging and the economy was reeling. We acted decisively, put in place a new strategy that would rescue the economy from the pandemic downturn. At the same time, we laid the foundation for a stronger, more resilient economy for decades to come. An economy that grows from the bottom up and the middle out. Now 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that my economic plan is actually working. Here's what we've learned just last week. Unemployment is the lowest it's been in 50 years. Say that again, the lowest unemployment rate in a half a century. My first 2 years in office were the 2 strongest years for job growth on record. We created nearly 11 million jobs, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs. And there were 2 of the strongest years ever for small business creation as well. And today, unemployment rate is near record for lows for blacks and Hispanics. Black and Hispanic workers near record lows. That's the lowest ever on records for people with disabilities. We're seeing American families breathe a little easier. More Americans have health insurance than they did ever in our history. Fewer families are facing foreclosures today than before the pandemic. And we still have more work to do, though. But we're clearly moving in the right direction. And there's more breathing room in store for American workers and families. Starting last week, as of January 1, a month's supply of insulin is now capped at $35 for seniors on Medicare. Some are paying hundreds of dollars every month. Not anymore. Starting last week, Big Pharma raises prices faster than inflation. They're going to face big penalties. Starting last week, Americans will get tax credits when they install energy-efficient appliances in their homes, like heat pumps or solar panels, or when they buy electric vehicles. These are all pieces of that big law that we passed last year. Now they're kicking in. Americans are starting to feel the benefits in their everyday lives. That's not all. We're seeing historic investments in American manufacturing turn into new factories and new jobs from Arizona, Ohio, Georgia, New York. Companies have announced nearly $300 billion in manufacturing investments here in the United States since I became president. Instead of exporting jobs like we did for decades, we're now creating jobs and exporting products. Creating jobs and exporting products. That's the idea. Now the House has elected a new speaker. You can call me, congratulate him. I'm ready to work with him. For any Republican Congress to make progress on the American people. Well, like many Americans, I was disappointed that the very first bill Republicans in the House of Representatives passed would help wealthy people and big corporations cheat on their taxes at the expense of ordinary middle-class taxpayers. And it would add $114 billion to the deficit. Their very first bill. House Republicans campaigned on
inflation. They didn't say if elected their plan was to make inflation worse. Plus, House Republicans introduced another bill, blocking action that would help lower gas prices and help consumers. On top of that, House Republicans are preparing to vote on a national sales tax bill. National sales tax, that's a great idea. It would raise taxes on the middle class by taxing thousands of everyday items from groceries to gas, while cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans. And if I'm not mistaken, what they've introduced, it also would totally eliminate the IRS. Feels good, except all going to be sales tax. Go home and tell your moms. They're going to be really excited. Come on. Is this how House Republicans are starting a new term? Cutting taxes for billionaires? Raising taxes for working families? Making inflation worse? Well, let me be very clear. If any of these bills make it to my desk, I will flat veto. I'm ready to work with Republicans, not for this kind of stuff. They try to cut Social Security and Medicare, which Americans have been paying into every paycheck since they ever got their first paycheck. I'll use my veto pen to stop that as well. But if Republicans want to work together on real solutions, to lower inflation, create more jobs, build an economy that works for everyone, I'm ready. Let me close with this. Today's inflation numbers are good news. Good news about our economy. We have more work to do, but we're on the right track. We're seeing bright spots across the country where great things are happening. Roads and bridges are being built. Factories are coming online. People back to work again. Families breathing a little bit easier. That's why I can honestly say, you've heard me say this before, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, I've never been more optimistic about America's future than I am today. Just have to remember who in God's name we are. You've heard me say it many times. This is the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We work together. God bless you all, and may God protect our church. Okay. Let me, I'm going to get a chance to speak on all this, God willing, soon. But as I said earlier this week, people, and by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage, okay? So it's not like they're sitting out in the street. But at any rate, yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents, classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully with the Justice Department's review. As part of that process, my lawyers reviewed other places where documents from my time as Vice President were stored, and they finished the review last night. They discovered a small number of documents with classified markings in storage areas and file cabinets in my home and my personal library. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn Center. The Department of Justice was immediately, as reviewed, the Department of Justice was immediately notified. And the lawyers arranged for the Department of Justice to take possession of the document. So we're going to see all this unfold. I'm confident. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. She's doing really well. She was under a long time for 5 hours because what they were doing is they take out, they do the Mo's, meaning remove what they thought might be cancerous, and they have to then go back and test it and see what it was. She's doing really well. She's up. We had breakfast this morning. She's recovering. She's been sore for a while because of what they did in her eyes. And, that's what we wanted for her. But she is 0 to 1% chance of ever returning to cancer. And so thank God she's doing it. Thank you for
Please welcome Seafarers UA Local 602 Apprentice, Megan Russell.
Wants people to come to something else. The tech tech. With tech being arguably one of the fastest ways to establish an environment. Mr. West to help you with this is
artificial intelligence. This is
My name is Megan Russell. I live in Leonardtown and I'm first apprentice with the United Association. I grew up helping my dad with construction work around the house, and I realized a desk job wasn't for me. I knew I wanted to work with my hands, and I knew I wanted to join the union as soon as I was old enough. So I joined the United Association's 5-year registered apprenticeship. It's hard work, but I'm earning full wages and benefits while I learn the skills to prepare for a lifelong career in the trades. I'm just beginning my career, but I'm already earning money for my future. I'm saving to one day provide for my family, to be able to retire with the dignity I've earned. At the United Association, we represent more than 362,000 members, and our work matters. Replacing lead pipes, installing efficient heating and air conditioning, installing fire protection systems, and much more. We're building the future of American infrastructure. We cannot do it alone. Luckily, we have President Biden. He gets us. He gets what the dignity of work is about. Thanks to the President's economic plan and his investments to rebuild America, President Biden is creating good jobs and opportunities for working families like mine. That is why it's my great honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
It's working? Yeah, it's working. How y'all doing? Please take a seat if you have one. I said that. Thank you very much. I said that when I was seeking the nomination. I said, take a seat, everybody. And there wasn't a single chair in the place. I said, that Biden really is stupid. He doesn't know it. Where's Doug?
Graduates, I am here today with a single message.
Congressman.
Don't hold back.
He's around here somewhere.
Harness any tension you feel.
Oh, there you are. Doug, thanks for the passport into town. Doug and I have something in common. We both married way above our station. Way above our station. I want to thank you all very much. Look, good afternoon to the Steam Fitters Local 602. And President McManus, Mark, thank you. You've been a great friend for a long time. I appreciate it. Megan, thank you for the introduction. I just got a chance to talk to Megan's mom. I think I embarrassed her. I said, call your mom. And so we just talked to her mom. And her mom told us, they say in Southern Delaware, she'd done a good job on this one. Thank you very much, Megan, for the introduction. You're learning what so many others have found, that a career in the trades means a lot of stability, but also challenging work and a chance to be part of a strong community. You know, Congressman Byer, you've been doing a great job for this district, and you're one of the best in the country. You really are. I don't want to ruin his reputation, but we vote a lot alike. And thank you, County Chairman McKay, for joining us, and thanks for the passport into town. Look, we've got a lot to do. We've achieved a lot because of all of you in this room and other rooms around the country. And but I'd like to look ahead at what's to come, what we're going to be doing. Just this morning, we got some very good news about the American economy. Every 3 months, the economic outlook of America is laid out on an official report, a government report, that on the state of the economy. It came out today, this morning, and I'm not sure, and I mean it sincerely, the news could have been any better. Economic growth is up, stronger than expert expected at 2.9% growth. Jobs Jobs are the highest in American number and the highest in American history. And wages are up. They're growing faster than inflation. Over the past 6 months, inflation has gone down every month, and God willing will continue to do that. Manufacturing jobs continue to go up stronger than any time in the last 40 years. And I don't think it's unfair to say that this is all evidence that the Biden economic plan, because y'all, is actually working. It's working. It really is. And there's no question. By the way, my mother here, she didn't have me say the outset. I apologize for my back when I'm speaking. Sorry. Look, we're moving in the right direction. Now we've got to protect those gains. We've got to protect those gains that our policies have generated. Protect them from the MAGA Republicans in the House of Representatives who are threatening to destroy this progress. Look, you know, this ain't your father's Republican Party. This is a different breed of cat, as they say. You know, as hard as it is to believe, they want to pass legislation to do the following thing. I've been saying this, no one believes as they start to introduce this. They want to raise your gas prices. They want to cut taxes for billionaires who pay virtually only 3% of their income now. 3% they pay. You know, a babysitter pays more. And they want to impose a third. This one I love.
Yeah, I do.
They want to impose a 30% national sales tax on everything from food, clothing, school supplies, housing, cars, the whole deal. 30%. You think I'm joking? If they didn't see it, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. And folks, the reason they want to do that, they want to eliminate the income tax system. Well, guess what? That's the only way that millionaires and billionaires guess what happened to all y'all? In fact, 30% sales tax on everything you buy, from eggs to automobiles. Not a joke. And one more, I've been saying this during the last campaign, the off-year campaign. Doug knows. Look, here's the deal. You're going to cut your social, they want to cut your Social Security and Medicare. No, this is the God's truth. It's almost unbelievable.
That's all for now.
And beyond that, they're actually threatening to have us default on the American debt. The debt that's been accumulated over 230 years. Okay? And the interest on that debt, we've never, ever done that. So we have a rhetorical question. What in God's name would the Americans give up the progress we've made for the chaos they're suggesting? I don't get it. That's why the MAGA Republicans deliberately choose to inflict this kind of pain on the American people. Why? Why? This nation has gone through too much. We've come too far to let that happen. I will not let it happen. Not on my watch. I will veto everything they send us. Not after all the progress we made and how far we've come. Last week was the 2-year anniversary of the day I was sworn in as president. And at the time I was sworn in, the pandemic was raging and the economy was reeling. Millions of you were out of work through no fault of your own. Millions more kept their jobs, but they saw their hours and their paychecks cut. Millions of Americans. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. Small businesses make up 50% of the entire economy. Schools across the country were closed. Teachers and first responders were laid off. For families that relied on a weekly paycheck and not their stock portfolios to put real food on the table, there was real pain for these people. I mean, real. Some of you remember it. God forbid, some of you had to go through it. Real fear that maybe this time they wouldn't make it. But the fear didn't start with the pandemic. For decades, the backbone of America, the middle class, has been being hollowed out. Too many good-paying jobs in manufacturing were moved overseas by corporate America. Why? Because labor was cheaper. We're changing the dynamic, by the way. We're sending product overseas and jobs to America. That's how we're doing it. But think about it, folks. When jobs moved overseas,
Factories at home closed down. Once thriving cities and towns became shadows of what they used to be. As they were hollowed out, something else was lost. Pride, the sense of self-worth that you lived in those places. The so-called effects of trickle-down economics and the policies of my predecessors. You know, they view the world from Park Avenue. I view it where the wealthy, in fact, if everything works well for them, all is going to trickle down and help the rest of us. I come from a background where that never worked. But there's another view. There's another view, one that I hold, and the folks from Springfield, or cities where I was born, in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where I grew up in Claymont, Delaware. There are thousands of cities like them. The view that says the backbone of America are the people who get every morning, put on their shoes, and go to work and make a living. Folks, I've said it many times, Wall Street did not build America. The middle class built America. And unions built the middle class. Unions, not labor, unions built the middle class. And I ran for president, my word, to build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Because when you do that, the poor have a chance to climb up a ladder. The middle class do well, the wealthy still do very well. There's never been a time the middle class did well. So folks, look, my dad used to have an expression. He'd say, Joey, jobs about a lot more than paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. First major piece of legislation.
Let's get more information from retired
Why? Because tax bases are way down. We gave states and local governments the money they needed to keep cops on the beat, firefighters in the fire, first responders on the job, teachers in the classroom, nurses, clinics and hospitals. Literally, we would have to have tens of thousands had we not provided the need. Back then, only 3.5 million people had the first vaccination because the other guy, the other team didn't think it mattered. Now, we're fully vaccinated 230 million Americans. We've also reduced the cost of health insurance for average Americans as well. We passed the bipartisan infrastructure plan. We did get some Republican votes to get that done. An infrastructure plan larger than anything except Eisenhower's National Highway Bill over 60 years ago. Once in a generation of putting once in a generation opportunity to put Americans back to work. You can't be the number one economy of the strongest economy in the world.
The special counsel alleges the opposite, holding
None
on
of the
to
best
national
trains, planes,
authorized he
airports,
was
and
not
like,
authorized to
do
have,
it.
some of it involving the country's
You all know
failure
better than anybody.
to refuse to make it happen and scheming.
Think about it. Not a joke. Last year, we funded 700,000 major construction projects. 700,000 all across America.
And then took whatever abuse at Trump's West Palm Beach estate.
From highways to airports to bridges to tunnels to broadband. By the end of this year, that's going to be more than 20,000. Big and small, cities, east, west, north, and south, all part of a major project, like the bridge between Kentucky and Ohio. My friend Mitch McConnell and I announced last month, the Brent Smith Bridge. It was built 60 years ago, had to close down several times. Repairs, causing havoc across the Ohio River.
Now, as you pointed
Badly
out,
needed repair.
Ukrainian
We'll finally be able to commit over $1 billion to fix that bridge and build another alongside it. That bridge carries every single day $2 billion worth of freight. Let me say that right. Right now it carries $2 billion worth of freight every single day. It's a major part of our economy, not just in the Midwest, across the country.
Officers are being
Folks, we're talking about fixing that bridge for decades.
Second indictment in 2 months. All right, Aaron, thank you. Thank you. Next, new details tonight on the citizens of a U.S. citizen in Russia on drug charges.
Next week, I'm visiting Baltimore and New York. We're going to replace a 115-year-old tunnel. Baltimore Potomac Tunnel, Potomac River, which will allow rail traffic to move up and down the East Coast. I'm probably the only non-rail guy who's walked that tunnel. No, I'm not joking. Still, last time I walked it, we still had lights that were on a string hanging down. Leaks in the roof.
He's accused of dealing narcotics. State media reported that shooting 51-year-old Nichols paid a judge reportedly placing him
We're going to build them between New York and New Jersey. It's also it's going to cut commute times, improve safety, make travel more reliable.
Musician and producer.
Making sure you have time every single solid day. That's not all. We're going to, you all are doing it already. We're going to replace the poisonous lead pipes like you've read about so much of what you're doing. Not just in Flint, Michigan, but throughout the country. We're replacing lead pipes in 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and child care centers. So every child in America can turn on a faucet at home and drink clean water without fear of damaging their brain or something else happening to them. Think about that. For God's sake, the United States of America. We're making sure that every community, urban and rural, has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent. Think during the pandemic, the stores were closed. You ride by a McDonald's, all kinds of cars in the parking lot. I want to buy a McDonald's. Not a joke. They were going into the internet so they could eat every farmer in America has the ability to know the only way you know that is through the internet. It's a big deal. You can't have people afford without internet affordable to the best in infrastructure is about creating tens of thousands of new jobs. So everyone can look at the regardless of no one knows that better than the people sitting in front of me and the people behind me. You're the reason, by the way, all of a sudden,
mass shooting in Houston, Texas. At least 6 people were hurt. One is after a gunman opened fire outside a nightclub. Police say a disturbance inside of the nightclub spilled Here's ABC's Ellen Lopez.
Not a joke. What happened?
Tonight, an urgent manhunt underway. Police trying to find out who shot people who were
Look at this. No. I'm not trying to be nice. By the way, in case you're wondering, I've been saying this for the last 400 years. I've been in Just so folks look, it's about investing in America. Reinvesting in places that are
2 a.m. inside
same communities all over America, not just
were finally rescued. He said that he never got home, but even when the snakes against him were so don't we are indigenous development. I believe in the jungle, which is and that's why I always say that love the jungle and nature not rock. He also said that when he said that second concerts on the imagine how effective they are.
By Jones warning, 6 victims no arrest made yet Elwyn
these experiences the doctors are set out that they expect the children to say medical observation and every week goes to psychological support at the Central Military Hospital here in Bogota.
Just to make sure that America leads, not participates, leads the world in innovation and research and development, especially in the manufacturing of semiconductors. You all know these are small computer chips, smaller than the tip of my little finger. that power virtually everything in our lives, from cell phones to automobiles to artificial intelligence. Folks, look, a lot of people don't remember, don't even know. The United States of America invented these chips. We invented them. The first in the world, we invented them. It was American innovation that made them smaller, faster, and more powerful. Over 30 years ago, we in fact manufactured 30% of the global chip production, for tens of billions of dollars. But today, we produce only 10%. 10%. Instead of the supply chain for these chips starting in the United States, it starts in countries we couldn't rely on. Look what happened during the pandemic. When overseas factories that make these chips shut down, automakers literally shut down the production lines. Fewer cars were made. Workers on the shop floor were laid off. 1/3 of the core of inflation in 2021 was because of the price of automobiles grew so much because you could not have the 3,000 chips needed to make the system work.
Now to the war in Ukraine.
Producing fewer cars
counteroffensive is
because
officially
of the shortage
underway.
of
It's likely to be a
semiconductors.
long and bitter battle.
One car needs, I said,
Both sides are already claiming
3,300.
victories. An international criminal court is
We can't ever
investigating
be
a
in a
dam
position where
explosion that
American
triggered a
auto
massive environmental
manufacturers
disaster.
can't make cars because we don't make
Some
chips
viewers may
anymore.
find some of the images and sounds
So I made a
disturbing.
decision, and I was very blunt about it. It's caused a stir around the world, not just here.
Eventually, they made it to the
The cost of everything from refrigerator to cell phone went up for the same reason, by the way.
There, Lewis and the others
can't ever let that
taken
happen again.
for breach of the peace.
So what we did,
Sent to
the
Mississippi
Chips and Science
into
Law,
major
I made a commitment
counteroffensive
that the supply chain is going to begin in America, not end in America. Really? And this law is about a lot more than chips. It's about science as well. Decades ago, the United States of America invested 2% of its GDP in research and development. 2% of the billions of dollars of the GDP we invested in research and development. You know what we did today? Less than 0.7%. We used to rank #1 in the world in research and development. We have the best universities, the best minds in the world. We stop investing in ourselves. Guess what? We now rank 9 in the world from #1. China, a decade ago, was #8 in the world. Now it's #2 in the world. Countries are closing on us fast. The Chips and Science Act, we finally convinced our friends to let them know to allow us to reclaim our leadership in the world. Companies from home and abroad around the world have announced more than $300 billion in investments in American manufacturing. It includes computer chips, manufacturing, science. Look, you know, I asked one of the major investors in the United States of America, happened to be a Korean company, South Korean company, they're investing billions of dollars. I said, why the United States and the CEO not agree? He said, because you're the single best workers in the world, the most reliable nation. I swear to God. We're building new chip factories and new good paying jobs. In Ohio, Arizona, Poughkeepsie, New York, Syracuse, New York. I'll give you an example. In Ohio, Intel is investing $20 billion. Where the company will go to construction of state-of-the-art semiconductor factories, creating 7,000 prevailing wage construction jobs. 7,000. By the way, the deal I said will come.
Now, children's arrest is part of that similar Sunday morning held for more than 7 hours of questioning.
And of the 10,000 jobs in that field of dreams of 1,000 acres, west of Columbus, 3,000 permanent jobs operating in these factories. One of these factories is global size of football.
To find myself in the situation I did today when I am certain I committed no offense is both a shock and
$135,000 a year.
Innocence is not just a presumption I am entitled to in law. I know beyond doubt that I am in fact innocent of any
wrongdoing.
We didn't stop there. We then passed the Inflation Reduction Act. We're trying for years to give Medicare the power to negotiate prescription drug costs. You pay your taxes billions of dollars into Medicare so they can help. Well, guess what? We pay the highest prescription drug prices of any country in the world. Let me say it again. The highest of any country in the world, because other countries don't allow that to happen. So we wanted to give them the same power the Veterans Administration has used to cut drug price in half for our military personnel. Big Pharma is always able to stop us. I've been trying this for over 30 years when I was in the Senate as well. We finally got it done. And thank you, pal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you know what we've done? We said, by the way, the vast majority of the medicines and the prescriptions they in fact invent are because of federal investment, federal research, federal development, your tax dollar, your tax dollar. They do good work, but your tax dollars get them off the ground. Well, here's the deal. We put a cap, and it's now in effect. Now in effect, as of January 1. $2,000 a year on prescription drug costs for seniors, even if their drugs cost $10,000, $12,000, or $14,000 a year, as some cancer drugs do. They pay no more than $2,000 a year. In addition, we put a $35 a month cap on insulin for millions of seniors on Medicare instead of a minimum of $400 a month. I mean, think about it. It was here in this county early on that I was doing a town meeting, and a young woman, a mom stood up and said, you know, I have two daughters with type 2 diabetes. Maybe you were here, you're shaking your head. I have two daughters. How many of you know, you don't have to say what you do, how many of you know someone close to you that is type 1 or 2 diabetes? Guess what? He's paying between $400 and $1,000 a month. How much it costs to make that drug?
He was totally wrong.
Make it and package it.
He had the right to have
$12. TWELV.
They have to be in the custody.
You know what? The guy who invented it didn't even package it. He wanted it available for everybody.
Retain them. And he kept them in a way.
Now,
We want to
thank you for trust. You're making billions of bucks.
Now, when today's indictment for making 5 grand juries here in Florida,
But here's what we got to do this year. I initially introduced the bill that said nobody has to pay more than $35. But they knocked out everybody except our Medicaid. All that talking about the two daughters and all this last time. This started paying $4,800 a year. I don't have really expensive insurance. Talk about being deprived of your pride.
So they're going to be having to talk
Look at your child. Child.
in federal court.
No needs it. You can't afford.
Secret Service protection around him. Very possible there will be no live pictures of photographs of him.
Wrong.
We've got building to
You
face
got to
these
get
charges
for
or
everybody.
disappearance.
For everybody.
This is the case of a new podcast from this moment. These are now great. And expect to enter
We amended the Affordable Health Care Act. Millions of people, poor folks, couldn't afford better health insurance. And they will save an average of $800 a year. This year. By the way, that same piece of legislation contains the biggest investment ever to deal with the climate crisis. By the way, if you don't think we have a climate crisis, you can travel. No, go back.
Thanks for
Here we are.
intelligence Douglas Sobey took out
Travel around the country.
as a retired
I have been West Coast, Southwest,
Reporting from Denver, I'm the story
What was your initial reaction?
You're streaming copies of our time
Well, my initial reaction was shock and surprise and concern.
To the index now, Pope Francis is said to be recovering normally after abdominal surgery. Vatican saying he even took a few steps today. The 86-year-old pontiff skipped his customary sitting blessing on the Bible
specifically mentioned presumably those which the justice probably possibly my concern is going to be focused on damage and regret. What we don't know
What happened?
The president might have also taken, and we might have discussed.
Doug, I think you might have been with me when I invited the chairman of the board of the three major automobile companies.
What are some of the potential downstream measures that you thought
The chairman of the board, General Motors Mayor Gara, was suing the state of California.
Well, the complications were that we don't know what former President
Saving billions of gallons of fossil fuel. Billions of gallons. And guess what? Really fast. In a situation where we're going to be able to save an awful lot of money. By the way, families are going to save more than $1,000 a year in tax credits for the purchase of energy efficient appliances.
So do you think the intelligence community implement some
Days are over. Corporations that pay zero in federal taxes. In 2020, 55 of the largest corporations, the Fortune 500, made $14 billion. How much they paid in taxes?
What documents have
Zero.
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 One can imagine the president having in terms of our new
capabilities. Pass a law.
Remember, those plans necessarily based on intelligence.
Anybody in here next to you has a full-time job making less than 50% of income tax rate?
What the president might have done beyond that.
These big laws
Every Friday.
put them all in action because we paid for it.
Don't want to expose.
That's one of my primary objectives.
So they will we have encouraged them to our intelligence sources in the process of prosecuting.
Let's look at the fallout and how America's international allies might be looking at this going forward. What do you think the 40 impact will be?
Well, having stood before our just because there's before a president who is the commander-in-chief who knows all of it, secrets, many of which come from Congress, there's obviously going to be information on their part to do their own damage control to consider whether to share with the United States government, particularly if the former president is re-elected and becomes president again. And beyond our party, you have to think of the men and women who risk their lives for the Central Intelligence Agency and other U.S. intelligence.
Bring them together and then the federal government provides a plan.
Ensuring these there's going to be implications among friends, among agents of
now we have to make sure
Graduates, I am here today with the same couple.
given what might still be out there in the public domain, all the people who might have been exposed to this information who aren't under any control, talk on the phones, who write emails,
billions of dollars more in private investments. Get the possible best results for American workers
Can you
and
think of a
families.
circumstances?
Folks, too many people looking at
I can't
Size of the law that grounds
Too many
think
people.
of any similar
ultimate
situation before
frisbee
where
or
the U.S.
painted
government has suffered from weakness.
Treat it like you're
You
in
have
this.
someone who is at the top of the food
Isn't
chain
it kind of interesting
who has national security
why
information
all of a
willingly
sudden
use this information for his own agenda in a way that damages the message.
we call the workers all the time?
Douglas Lemon, thank you so much for this conversation.
Vote Republican.
2 months later, The nation is still reeling from death. Kennedy won the California primary. Lewis was in the candidate for Kelsey, waiting while he gave
If we do the work,
A little bit like what happened
justice
when I ran the first time as a 29-year-old kid for the Senate in 1972.
Reported in several
gender,
areas.
We had what I call limousine liberals.
our heritage, or genetic
A lot of
makeup,
people wanted to do an awful lot, but they just forgot about women.
for the
Forgot about the
continent's
neighborhood I
birthplace
grew up
of our ancestors.
in. We weren't poor. We lived in a housing development in suburbia.
2 assassinations,
I think it was 42 homes,
as well as
level
two
homes,
foundation losses of
3 and
John
4
Lewis
bedrooms,
and
we had a
House
3-bedroom
set to
triple
raise a
home.
different course.
In the process, we had 4
Inspiring
kids
words for those
and a
graduates and for
grandpa
all of
or
us
an aunt
too.
living with us all
Thank you
the
for
time.
watching. I'm Rachel Scott.
Later,
David
Look
Pierce
back
right
and
back
wonder
here
how
tomorrow
my
night.
parents did it,
Good
but
night.
we thought it was
I
good.
speak of Dr. King.
The walls were very thin.
This is ABC News Live.
So if I hadn't been for
But
that,
remember,
I'm sure that I
At
would
refugee
have
centers,
and my dad was a hard-working
Lewis
guy.
applauded his
Come home for
entry
dinner
into
every night and go back
politics
to
as he
work.
continued his voter
Not a joke.
registration work in the
Like
1970s.
millions of them. We weren't poor. My dad would be around today with 4 kids. He'd probably be making somewhere, I guess his salary, based on what it was then, would probably be like $85,000 a year.
He ran for
Enough to
the
get
5th
by, but
American
not enough
District
to
in
really,
Atlanta in
pay for
1977
college and all those things.
lost.
When I got sent to Idaho to
He
cover
went
the
on to
murders
serve
of
on
4
the Atlanta
college
City
students,
Council.
it was
They
a story
remember
that didn't make
my
any
old
sense.
neighborhoods,
4
why the jobs
students
went away.
stabbed to death in their beds, while 2
And
were
wonder
made
whether a
home.
path even exists anymore.
Okay, who's the
Then to
target?
be
The seat opened up
counted
again in 1986.
These invisible
But there was another
I'm
snake
Kana
veteran
Whitworth
running,
with ABC News.
Julian
This
Bond,
is the
who
story
I
of
know
a
we can
alongside
forge that
Lewis,
path.
a
and at the
determined
time
small-town
served in
police
the
force
Georgia
and a
State
scholar
Legislature.
of crime.
But building an
This is
economy
the
where
King Road
nobody's
Killers,
left
a new
behind.
podcast from ABC
I mean,
Audio.
nobody.
Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Nobody.
After a crowded courtroom, the vote came down to a gunfight between the two friends.
Reality stars.
Let's look at the results in just the 2 years we've been
Juiciest
on.
time in reality show
Unemployment
history. How could I
is
not
the
have
lowest
missed
it's been in 50 years.
The runoff divided not just Lewis and Bond, but Black Atlanta. And
First 2 years of my administration, we've had the strongest years of job growth ever in American history on record.
African American leader in the metropolitan Atlanta area was supporting.
We created nearly 11 million jobs, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs. Where in the hell is it written that says America can't lead the world in manufacturing again? Where is that written? I don't know where it's written. It's not going to be on my watch. Ladies and gentlemen, you see I'm getting criticized internationally for my focusing too much in America. The hell with that.
Spoke so well.
This is real serious.
Thank you, folks.
Supply chain is going to start here. Those nations that are democracies, they'll be able to benefit from what we're doing, and we'll make sure they have that supply chain done end with us. Unemployment rate is near record lows for Black and Hispanic workers, and the lowest ever recorded for people with disabilities, the lowest ever in history. And over the last 2 years, more than 10 million people have applied to start a small business. That's more than any 2 years in all of recorded American history. And every time someone starts a small business, it's an act of hope. It's an act of hope. That's what we're seeing, these record numbers that we're breaking out. Hope. Hope. We're also seeing American families breathe a little easier again. More American families have health insurance today than any time in American history. Fewer families are facing foreclosure or eviction than before the pandemic. And inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay for workers has gone up. We got more work to do. I'm not saying it's over. Meanwhile, as I said, we got good news this morning. In the last quarter of 2022, the economy grew 2.9%. Last summer, plenty of Wall Street analysts were saying that by the end of the year there'd be a recession. They've been telling me since I got elected we're going to be in a recession. Every time we've gotten better. Well, it turns out, thank God, they were wrong. So, another
unfolding in Ukraine, located in the Philippines, also be brought in from Ukraine.
Not all Republicans
Philippines is in the ring of fire, volcanic activity, earthquakes,
they seem determined to be the party of chaos or catastrophe. Look, I'm ready to work with Republicans about demonstrations. It's been some time for my Democratic friends.
I have to do this.
I want to make progress.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks so much
I'm ready
for
to
joining us on
compromise.
this busy
Something
Sunday.
good we
I'm
will
Rachel
do.
Scott, in for Lindsay Davis.
Like many Americans,
Several developing
I was
stories as
disappointed
we
in the very first bill the new House Representatives passed. Along party lines, added $114 million of deficit.
This
Reducing taxes on the wealthy.
50 times in the past 400 years.
They campaigned on inflation.
Its activity
They
running
say for
out.
electric, they plan to make it worse. Many Republicans introduced another bill. It's hard to believe. Check it out.
Is
We used to say early on, Google it. Blocking action to help lower gas prices. And now these MAGA Republicans introduce another bill. It's going to eliminate the IRS. Eliminate it completely. The only guys who really look at the complicated tax and replace the IRS. It's nice, no taxes, right? Except for the 30% national sales tax. And every people if you buy a home, build cars, who do you pay for? Who do you think is going to get ripped off? That's right. They want to raise taxes on working and middle class people in America by passing national sales tax, taxing everything, groceries, gasoline, clothing, supplies, medicine. You know, they took that out of the rent, cars. 30% sales tax. By the way, I thought I heard today. Bless me, Father, for your sins. There is redemption. The Republican speaker says he's not so sure he's for it. Look, do they think this can help the inflation? The process cutting taxes on the wealthiest? Don't be kidding. What in God's name is this? Look, that's how they're starting this new term. Cutting taxes on billionaires, raising taxes on medical making inflation up. For real. Let me be clear. If any of these bills somehow got passed in the House and the Senate,
coming at us every second from all over the world.
I was here campaigning in Virginia in the off-year election, pointing out the Republicans wanted to cut Social Security and Medicare. You all looked at me like, come on. Well, guess what? Americans are paying every single paycheck since they're 16 years old. Well, I got a better idea. One of the strengths is if wealthy Americans want to keep Medicare and Medicaid growing strong without having to cut anything, wealthy Americans pay the same rate that you all pay. For example, up to $139,000, you pay slightly more the more you make.
Your legislature, your politicians,
and so if you make $1 billion, you pay the same amount that you're paying if you had something like that. Make sure that nobody makes more than, and I've said this so we
I'll explain why. While nearly half the country thinks it was right for Trump to be charged, the same numbers say the charges are politically motivated.
One of his first initiatives
I don't know many people making $400,000. Look, if Republicans want to work together on real solutions to continue to grow manufacturing jobs, build the strongest economy in the world, and make sure Americans are paid a fair wage, I'm ready. But I will not let anyone use the full faith and credit of the United States as a bargaining chip. The United States of America, we pay our debts. It took 200 years
to accumulate that debt. Let me explain this. Look, under my predecessor, the last guy that was president, the deficit went up 4 years in a row, accounting for 40% of the entire 200 years of
refusing to give it back
You hear me?
and scheming to obstruct the investigation.
Found that John Lewis
No
had
president
tried
added more to the debt in
information.
4
They get
years
through
than
one
the
house,
House.
but not the other.
I misspoke.
Brown bag, one of the
25%
more
of our
conservative members of
country's
the
debt.
Senate, was
In
wary of
25%.
Lewis's
At
Accumulated
Trump's
over
West
200
Palm
years.
Beach
I had
estate
a
boxes allegedly
added
containing
by the last
classified files were
administration, which
stacked
was pretty
haphazardly in a
fiery.
ballroom,
But then
a
when I
storage
met with
room,
My watch
and
was
a
taking a different
bathroom.
path with
Once the FBI
thoughtful,
came calling,
enjoyable.
Trump
Result, the
allegedly
last 2 years of my
suggested an
administration,
attorney
we've
hide
done
or
a great
destroy
deal
documents.
for the
Golden
country.
By
Age boxes from a storage room.
$1.7 trillion.
Then his attorney searched
The
that room
largest
for
reduction in
classified
debt in
documents.
American history.
More than 60
While doing all the things I just said, we paid for it all.
George W. Bush.
And the very notion that we would default
15 years.
on the safest, most respected debt in the world is mind-boggling.
It took another
I'm not going to get into the reckless threats that take the economy hostage in order to force an agenda that's going to only limit American workers and weaken us internationally. I won't let that happen. So let me close with this. We have more work to do. On the right side. Roads and bridges are being built. Factories are coming out. People are back to work. Families are breathing just a little bit easier right now.
A member of the
I've never been more optimistic. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Word of life. I've never been more optimistic.
and as a leader,
tonight on the
America's
reported
future
arrest of a
than
U.S. citizen in
Never.
Russia on drug charges.
Just remember who in God's name are. We're the United States of America. And nothing is beyond our capacity if we work together. We've never failed to accomplish a goal we've set. Never. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
the couple made the long
Russian media reporting he's accused of dealing narcotics.
Dead.
State media on Saturday showing the 51-year-old in a courtroom cage.
Atlanta
Judge reportedly placing him into pre-trial detention until August. If convicted, he faces up to 12 years. Blake's mother,
Distinguished guests, please welcome the President of the United States and Dr. Jill Biden, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States and Mr. Douglas M. Hall.
Make a correction to that difference, then we get the early Australia and you get suggested even under the lower administration.
Rachel, the State Department tonight has now confirmed Leak's arrest, saying that U.S. diplomats were present at his arraignment and that they will continue to monitor his case closely. Rachel,
Patrick, thank you. Back here at home, more than 40 million Americans from Colorado to Georgia on alert for severe storm drags that could produce damaging winds and large hail. For tornadoes, let's get right to ABC's superhero with Rob Marciano. All right, Rob, so tell us, where is the greatest threat tonight?
It is the most powerful,
Rachel, you already said at least part of it. Parts of Denver and Savannah, Georgia, both seeing severe thunderstorms. Everywhere in between is what's a huge swath. We've got severe thunderstorm watches that are for parts of Arkansas through Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, all the way up and through Lexington until 10 o'clock tonight. And could see some damaging wind speeds. And also watch out for Denver, Colorado Springs, and parts of the High Plains there. I also should mention Dallas tonight could see some storms not just tonight, but tomorrow as we slide the convective down to the south across the Gulf Coast. Putting the mountains into motion, you'll see this force fire from Dallas to West. Tonight could be some damaging winds there. And the main line pushes to Atlanta in the morning, and then they clear to some of the northwest by tomorrow afternoon. Rush hour 6 and thunderstorms on 995.
I saw tears of joy. So just the same as we are
this week is from San Antonio. Well up and over 100 degrees.
With extreme heat on the way, Rob, thank you. Next tonight, the desperate search for a suspect after a mass shooting in Houston, Texas. At least 6 people were killed in military graduation after a gunman opened fire outside a nightclub. Police say an announcement inside of a nightclub spilled into the parking lot after
I also think back to June 28, 2013, when after we won the fight to strike down Proposition 8,
It was the end of the
And I had the privilege and honor to pronounce my friends, Chris Perry and Sandy Steer, spouses for life. Again, at San Francisco City Hall, and this time it was on Harvey Milk.
Investigators say
And Chris and Sandy are here today with their 4 sons, Elliot, Frank, Spencer, and Tom. And of course then, let us think about today. December 13th, 2020. A day when states, Democrats, and Republicans responded to protect marriage treaties that for millions of LGBTQI plus Americans willing to raise charges. This is a victory, and it is part of a larger fight. Dobbs' decision reminds us that fundamental rights are interconnected, including the right to marry, rights to access contraception, and the right to make decisions.
Help us translate
So, to continue to protect fundamental rights, let us continue to stand together, because that is the beauty of the coalition assembled here today, who fight for equality as activists and allies and parents and neighbors and young leaders. And as the great Harvey Milk once said, I quote, rights are won only by those who make their voices heard. And because you made your voices heard, marriages are more secure, and Joe Biden is our president. A president who elevated LGBTQI plus leaders to every level of our administration, who fights for the safety and freedom and dignity of all people every single day. And so, with pride, let us welcome the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Troops raising the Ukrainian flag over villages.
Hello!
Ukraine mounting offensive operations across the strategically important southern front, and also claiming its troops are advancing around the eastern city of Bakhmut.
Today's a good day.
A
day America takes
vital
steps toward equality, toward liberty and justice, not just for some, but for everyone. Everyone. Toward creating a nation where decency, dignity, and love are recognized, honored, and protected. Today, I signed the Respect for Marriage Act into law.
Showing the scale of the flooding after explosions ruptured the
deciding whether to marry, who to marry,
700,000 people face a dire shortage of drinking water.
Officials say, as I've said before, some of you might remember, on a certain TV show 10 years ago,
Obama in the primary in February 2008,
and thousands were forced to flee. All right, Tom, thank you.
Marriage.
There's so much more ahead here on World News Tonight this Saturday. The New York City firefighter being hailed as a hero after trying to save his daughter from drowning.
Loyal to that person you love.
Survivors after a 12 Force vote is
not more complicated
on
than
the
that.
Egyptian coast.
The law recognizes that everyone
you need to be on the right
should
side
have the
of
right
history.
to answer those questions for
The choice was
themselves
painful,
without the government.
but in the end, Lewis gave his full support to the Obama campaign.
From the Capitol,
Cat 4 store.
But also secure the
Something
civil
is
rights
happening.
and protection that come with
Something
marriage.
is
Like when your loved one gets sick, you're legally recognized as a next of kin. For most of our nation's history, we denied interracial couples and same-sex couples.
Lewis developed a strong bond with President
It
Obama.
failed. It failed to treat them with dignity and respect. Now, the law requires interracial marriage and same-sex marriage must be recognized as legal in every state in the nation.
Despite honors like the 2010 Medal of Freedom, those who work with Lewis
I want to thank all of you for being here today, for being part of this important movement. Jill, Kamala, Doug, my captain,
John Lewis. Really close down.
a special thanks to Dr. Moore, Joy, Sam, and Cindy. Look, and the gay man, remember the Congress today, and the Senate. Bipartisan votes simply would not have happened without the leadership.
Although he still carries the scar.
Tammy Baldwin, Senator Tammy Baldwin. Thank you, Susan Collins, who did not rest until this bill got done. The leader Schumer, Senators Portman, Sinema, Tillis, Feinstein, Booker,
Having wrapped it up on match point, he just
want to
collapsed to the dirt, and he was soon trying to find a way to describe his extraordinary journey from the country
It is the
to
power of the
the
way.
pinnacle.
has always been her North Star. From her first speech,
I was a 7-year-old.
House floor,
Hour by hour, minute by minute.
all that time.
The worries of Wall
With
Street.
so many incredible achievements. But one thing is for sure, I feel that I have
As a
the
bridge
power
between
to create
civil
my own
rights and
destiny.
technique
I try to
Lewis
visualize
found
every
and
single
shared
thing in my life, not only believe it, but really feel it with
about a comic book.
every cell in my body. And I just want to send a message out there to every young person.
You're also
Be in the present moment, forget about what happened in the past.
Jerry Natcher,
It's something that is
first
just going
introduced
to
the
happen.
Sex for Marriage
And if
Act
you
a
want the better
decade
future,
ago.
you create it. Take
David
the means in your
Cicilline,
hands. Believe it.
Reese Davis, as leaders of the Equality
Pink
Caucus,
Sampras made it
so many others.
Nobody
Many
thought
of them
that
were
was
here
possible.
today.
I never thought that would ever be Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, Djokovic, are all well-placed to tell me that Djokovic now stands above them all. One clear of Nadal, two, Nadal missed Roland Garros this year because of
Next
injury.
tonight, a large surge is underway for 3 tours missing lives. The Egyptian Red Sea coast after the caught fire. Flames could be seen
23 is a
over
number
the
that just a
entire
few years back was
2 dozen
impossible
other
to think
people
about.
rescued.
Here today to
Witnesses say the
celebrate
fire was
their
caused
courage.
by
Joining us now to
electric
discuss
current.
the remarkable
An
achievements
update to
of
that
very
family
respected
Courage.
tennis
drama. The
riders.
Jersey
Lewis
Shore
made progress
now learned that the
there.
children
Progress
died
in
trying to
kids.
save his teenage
Christopher
daughter
Clary
from
in
drowning.
Paris.
Every
I will
generation
begin to
firefighter
both with
Mark
the same
Reese
question.
first
Chris, you
responders
first.
the daughter
How
from
would you
the water
describe
fire
what
looking
you've
for
just
her father in
witnessed?
time. She was rushed to the hospital.
Well,
and
you know,
is
it's funny
expected to
because there
survive.
really wasn't in some
And when
ways
we come
more
back,
suspense on
23
right
is the
because
number.
some of its magnitude after
No man has
broke up
ever
in that
been
first
prepared.
tiebreaker in the first set. It kind of felt like the air went out of the match, but not out of this. I've been following his whole career.
Went back home.
Been to the place that he
Five
began.
years later,
It's really a great story.
police burst into their house.
John
guy had
Lewis
the
celebrated the 50th anniversary of his Belmont as an African-American president,
Well established.
with tracing
He had
his
to work for
fatal
years
steps
to improve his
as he
game,
had
get past them, and now here he is, 20 years later, at 23, for the first time in the major singles title count, past Roger and Rafa. And I think he's still there. Things are now.
Ben, what were your thoughts when you saw the match again today?
Right now, we wanted to thank you. I mean, again, like Chris said, not for making ABC News number one once he got past Alcaraz. Finals really was. No match where Alcaraz is actually in favor in that match. Djokovic's road seemed pretty clear. He was not pretty much resistance in the slam final he's been in. And yeah, just so many times looks so comfortable, especially in this best-of-5 format of Grand Slams. Novak teams have so much control, so much rope in these matches, so much margin for error, and no one's really been able to reel them in this format since Rafael Nadal years ago there.
I have to I do hope he gets what he deserves.
Some tennis fans credit Djokovic as the GOAT, but surely that can't be.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the
Look, you know, Don, true Grand Slams in his day. So I mean, it's a situation where you basically have to say that there's no question.
I'm Kina Whitworth, ABC News. This decision today of savaging and depleting small town schools. This is the King of News, a new podcast from ABC.
Really, he's the future of the era for me.
News for the
Federer and Nadal are so popular, you know, it's kind of led to
we begin top story with that breaking news.
credit that he would deserve. But why was that?
What do people need most right now?
Sorry, it's okay. Djokovic came up at a time when I think a lot of people already were having loyalties to Federer. That's an antagonism in property. And there are times when Djokovic, especially since the pandemic, has made things hard for himself and has alienated people with some of his stances, some of his behaviors, all going off. You know, there's been reasons he's got himself knocked out of Grand Slams for associations for not being vaccinated, and those things have lost him some of the admiration of some of the tennis doing public for sure. But at the same time, there's sort of force of will, sheer winning, and the amounts he's racking up, and not just
to the index now. Pope Francis is said to be recovering
multiple times with men's won them all, even once besides that. He's running away with the sort of numerical emotion such as fans that anything held against Djokovic has to be sort of more subjective or emotional level at this point in the GOAT debate.
Chris, 23, that's the number he's up to now. That puts Djokovic level with Serena Williams. He's won both.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz.
The
WNBA says it is investigating
how many he's going to end up with? What's the number going to be?
You know, I think it really depends on how the safety of players is the approach. What's the state of Griner? It's going on. Saturday morning, the third day story on described the incident as excessive harassment. And history was made at today's men's finals in French Eastern. Novak Djokovic winning the match, clinching his place in the history books, winning his 25th Grand Slam singles championship, puts him right in line with Serena Williams, who retired now on this stage title. And we come back, let's remember the class of 2020. He's best of 5 set tournaments in the U.S. Open.
Branded in Mexico. So much happening in the fantastic part of the
The guy has proven when he has something in his sights, he knows that
historic weather that's now unfolding.
Yeah, who knows how many he's going to get to. Of course, Federer right now is tired. We wonder if Nadal will win another major. He's been struggling with it for a lot this season. Ben, it's interesting to see that Tom Brady gets in and which other America's sports stars do you think are on the level that Djokovic is at now? Like, who do we compare him to now?
Well, I think Brady's actually a really interesting comparison to have sitting right in his box right next to his wife during the final. Because Brady not only won a lot, but really kept pushing, past the age of 40. He wanted to be the best, and then sort of unwilling to quit, really couldn't bring himself to walk away. And that's sort of, I think, the time that Djokovic is ascending here as he wins the French Open ultimate ever to win at 36. That he shows no signs of quitting defensively. There's really no better symbol of that than Brady, I think, in recent history. So that shows the signs that, in this for the long haul. He's already been in it for a very long time.
It's just amazing to see, and it's going to be a lot of fun covering him again for the rest of this season. Many thanks to both Ben Rothman. All right, Manchester City are back on leadership.
Right. Just it's all right here.
Might get even better from here.
Tips from GMA.
Congress is active.
When John Lewis breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, you ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
Reconsider all reports.
In an unprecedented city.
try and force a vote.
They are not trying to actually get this done. No, instead, they're saving protesters. They're trying to get on TV.
What would you do marathon? 2 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News
The
Live.
Republican leadership shut off C-SPAN to try and block the protesters' access to the public.
Fortunately, we had members who can brought up with Facebook Live, Periscope, other social media tools. What made it so powerful was that there was an attempt to
Finally
actually
tonight, America
broadcast
Strong.
information,
Words of
even when
inspiration
C-SPAN
from
was
personal
eliminated.
faces, for the class of 2020.
Hospitals, libraries, community centers.
Graduates, I am here today for a single message.
Swagger around Europe and
Don't hold
famously won the treble in 1999.
Harness any
Now,
tension you
Man City
feel.
are on the top perch. And after an
Let your
exhilarating
voice speak
season, they have a
When you
treble
find
of their own
yourself in
supposed to
unfamiliar
back.
situations
They're also, for
taking
the
on
first time,
new
European
responsibilities,
champions.
perhaps
The Blue
under
Half of the
challenging
city to salute them
circumstances,
in a victory parade
find a
on
way
Monday.
to use
The
that
players
space
arrive back
outside
in
of the
Manchester
law
on Sunday
that
afternoon,
grounds you.
returning with a
Whether
trophy
it's
which has proved to be so
ultimate
elusive.
painting.
Sometimes
Now that they have their first European Cup trophy cabinet, it seems unlikely to think that this will be the last. This is only the 10th occasion that any team has done the
Stand up for them and say they can speak for themselves.
Cup and the European Cup. You see the 8th different team to do it. The 2 Manchester clubs are the only English teams to do it. And Pep Guardiola, she's done it more than once previously did it with Barcelona.
Was in many
The
ways
24 hours
introduction
of
to
Le
a new
Mans is one of the most prestigious grueling events in world sport, and it was historic this year, not just because it was a centenary day, but because the great Ferrari team have won it for the first time.
It should be about conservative
Ferrari
liberal,
tonight,
red or blue.
Continental birthday.
No, this is about reliance.
But it was a nail-biter. Ferrari's number 51 car looked like it wasn't going to make it out of the pits in its final stop. They managed to reset the car and make it back out onto the track with just a narrow lead intact. Alessandro Pierre Guidi,
Inspiring words for those graduates and for all of us here. Thank you for watching. I'm Rachel Scott.
This was Ferrari's first time back racing in the hypercar
When you see young people
1973.
Any
professional athlete will tell you that it's hard to know best point to make it retire, but trying to make it top is the best way. And that's what the Brazilian MMA double victory against Irene Aldana on Saturday night. Nunez said she was calling it a day, and it's really quite amazing. Nunez had her gloves cut off.
John Lewis.
I got to know her incredible wife.
Featherweights belts so much happening these days. Got down on knees. She said it was a perfect time to retire. Said she's going out as a double
Lewis was especially
forever.
Right now.
Congratulations to Amanda. That is it for this edition of World Sport.
In the 1980s, Sessions prosecuted civil rights workers who were arrested for
And America This Morning. America #1 morning news.
I think so.
That's married.
Country had tried
Thank you to everyone.
to push America back.
Families here. It's been a long road.
in a
Got it done.
Senator
Continue
Tory
to look
Booker
ahead.
asked Lewis to join them in testifying
God bless
against
you
the
all and may
nomination.
God protect our country. Now,
Where I
let me
sit
sign the respect for Marriage Act.
testifying with them.
We need someone who's going to stand up.
Thank you for making
Speak up.
ABC News Live
And speak
America's
out.
#1 streaming news.
For the people that need help. For people who've been discriminated against.
Even though Sessions was ultimately confirmed, Lewis was lauded for
and it can customize to you and your interests.
What he did was an extraordinary thing. He understood that. But I think there was indications how strongly he felt that we made substantial progress in
Download it now.
Obama years. And that
Reporting from
progress
Santa
was
Fe, New
put at
Mexico,
risk.
I'm Lindsay Davis.
John Lewis is not
Wherever
about
the story
popularity.
is, We'll
He's
take
about
you
purpose.
there. You're streaming. ABC
John
News
Lewis
Live.
had been taken to the streets in protest for more than
Tonight, the
50
major
years,
highway in the
when the
Northeast
nation
shut
erupted
down
in anger
in
and
directions
anguish
after the
the death
fiery
of George
collapse of a
Floyd.
section of roadway. A tanker truck bursting
That's
into
one
flames
indication
underneath an
that they're very
overpass,
pleased
smoke
and
billowing into
very
the air.
proud
I-95
to
in
see so
Philadelphia
many
closed
people
indefinitely. Officials say concerned more the road could collapse.
But around the world,
linking major cities in the Northeast corridor. Motorists sent on a 43-mile detour. Officials say no one was hurt. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg saying this will have significant impacts on the city and the region. Morgan Norwood from the scene. The new fallout from the indictment of former President Donald Trump over his alleged mishandling of defense secrets. Trump pushing back, saying he will still run even if he is convicted. How that's playing with voters across the country, and what a new ABC News poll shows, but how Americans feel about those charges. As Miami prepares for Trump's court date on Tuesday. Aaron Katursky from Florida with what to expect this week. New details about the American detained in Russia. A longtime resident of Moscow. His mother says he played in rock bands and taught English. Now Russian media
tonight, a massive explosion shuts down one of the busiest highways in America, setting up a traffic nightmare on the East Coast.
Striking
The
similarities
fiery
with the
scene in
cases of other
Philadelphia
detained
on
Americans.
Interstate 95
Millions on alert
after
for
a
severe
tanker
weather,
truck blew up
dangerous wind
under
and
the
hail,
highway,
with the
smoke
possibility of
seen for
tornadoes.
miles,
As
and then the
Texas
highway
swelters under
itself
life-threatening heat,
collapsed.
and
The
it's
major
only going
thoroughfare
to
shut
get
down
hotter.
in both
Rob
directions
Marciano timing it all
indefinitely.
out. The widowed mom
Just
who wrote a
a
children's book about
remarkably
grief,
devastating
now accused of the murder of her
New
husband.
details on President
About to
Trump's
appear in court
arraignment this
seeking
week.
bail.
He'll be
Her attorneys
fingerprinted and may
proclaiming
have
her
to surrender
innocence.
his
What we're
passport.
learning about the
He's
case.
responding
Fierce
as his
fighting in
former
Ukraine
attorney
and the
general
Ukrainian
weighs in.
counteroffensive intensifying.
If even half
Ukraine
of
and
it
Russia
is
both
true,
claiming
then he's
gains.
toast.
Russia saying it
Another
has destroyed
American
weapons
detained in
in
Russia,
and
accused of
equipment
selling
in
drugs.
the
These
disaster
are
unfolding in
villages
Ukraine
in the
following that
south
dam explosion.
with the
Talk to
U.S.
the Verge
The
from Ukraine.
Unabomber Ted
Tenants at the
Kaczynski
new
dead
number
and
one.
buried.
Hey, Gene. How are you? What do you think? I think we're off to a pretty good start.
I think we're off to a great start.
Hard to believe it's 2 years, huh?
Well, just remember where we started and all that was happening in our country. And I think the thing that has motivated us is the resilience, the determination of the American people.
Yeah, they stuck with us.
I wish people could see what I see sometimes. I've been in the Oval Office with you when the cameras are there, and mostly when the cameras are not. And what you have singularly done based on who you are, and I mean this in all sincerity, to bring together nations, allies in the world. You bring folks together in a bipartisan way, uniquely.
Well, you're very
You've been an
good.
incredible leader these last 2 years.
I really think I've heard you say foreign leaders. It's never been good at that.
The highway itself collapsing, crushing that officials say you don't live on the East Coast.
Think about that, and on top of capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month, what we've done, we have created more small businesses in the last 2 years span than any 2 year span in history.
And look, we're in a situation as well where we're kind of united the world in a way it hasn't been for a while. And I think people are starting to realize that what you and I have been saying, there's not a damn thing we can't do. If in fact we do it together. More African Americans have health care, more women are employed and do some jobs.
And how about the fact that there is now a name that the world knows, and the name is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson?
And more appellate court female judges are black than all other presidents of American history. I feel good.
It's groundbreaking.
We got a lot more to do.
We got momentum.
Got momentum.
Immediately draw down federal funds and move
Hi, how are you? Hello.
The U.S. Coast Guard said the tank
Okay, Miles, do you know where you're from?
gasoline. It's going to be even longer than that.
Alright, so this is a snowy day. And actually, we had a little tiny bit of snow today. Did anybody see it? Oh, you did? You saw it? Alright. So this is a snowy day. Has anybody read this before? Oh, you have? So, one winter morning, Peter woke up and looked out the window. Snow had fallen during the night. It covered everything as far as he could see. After breakfast, he put on his shoes
and ran outside.
The put out the flames
The
and
snow
concerns and
was
compromising
very,
lanes
very
danger.
along the street to make a path for walking. He's promising to stay in the race even if he's convicted for mishandling classified material. Security is tied in Georgia had the cleanup president's race where federal court on Tuesday. ABC's toes
pointing
out like this.
Carefully remove
He walked with his toes pointing like that.
The occupiers created the disaster by blowing up a
George
gas.
Solis for us. Thank you. We are less than 2 days away from another historic hearing. Donald Trump will be the first former president to be arraigned on federal charges. That happens on Tuesday, and today he's bound up from
says he'll never leave the race. And a new ABC News Ipsos poll may explain
It was a stick that was just right for smacking a snow-covered tree.
Let's get more insight now from the
Down fell the snow on top of Peter's head.
Washington said they could very good day.
He thought it would be fun to join the big boys in their snowball fight, but he knew he wasn't old enough just
In my administration, I'm going to enforce
So he made a smiling snowman. And then he made snowman? Yes, lots of you. And he made angels. So how many of you have made snow angels? I love to do that. Remember when you go in the snow? He pretended he was a mountain climber. He climbed up a great, big, tall, heaping mountain of snow and slid all the way down. He picked up a handful of snow and another and still another. He packed it round and firm and put the snowball in his pocket for tomorrow. Then he went into his warm house. What do you think happened?
Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse, and the
He
president
told his mother all about his adventures while she took off his wet socks. And thought. What about them?
We saw the U.S. Secret Service out here today, Rachel, planning for Trump's
former President Trump's
Before he got into bed, he looked in his pocket. The snowball wasn't there, and he felt very sad.
Police officers are being brought in, racing for
Law enforcement officials telling NBC News they're concerned
While
about
he slept, he dreamed that the sun had melted all the snow away.
heightens the risks that lone extremists could try to disrupt the proceedings.
Snow was still everywhere. The snow was falling.
Trump campaign officials say this live video aired in New Jersey to Miami
After
Channel. Then
breakfast,
say
he
overnight
called
his
his
club
friends
around
from
America, 20
across
minutes
the
from his
hall,
car from the
and they
most
went
protected
out
Miami
together
tape
into
How do the marshal and the other
the
social media
They're going to be monitoring online. He's
accused of dealing narcotics.
Mr. Trump is expected to enter the Oregon complex via an underground tunnel to be processed by the federal marshals and the FBI. The marshals expected to take his fingerprints and mugs up in the air whether his passport will be confiscated. In the courtroom, he'll be asked to enter a plea, launching what could be a year-long process leading to the most closely watched criminal trial in American history. There's no evidence so far of January 6th style planning for violence on social media. Even so, security presence promises to be
Candelaine, thank you. To Russia now, where
Well, thank you, President Biden and Dr. Biden. It's just wonderful to have you back this year. As you know, this is the 80th year that the First Lady has visited our hospital. Last year, you brought a surprise guest, your husband, Dr. Biden, and at the end of that, I asked President Biden to start a new tradition, and look, he did. So they're here together. So thank you for that. it's so important to all of our families, our kids, and our staff because there've been a lot of challenges, but we just love the support that you and your team and being out here, but also all through the year to give us the things we need to take care of kids the best way possible. So thank you for that, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Russia and Ukraine exchanged extreme heat on the way. Ukrainian POW shooting in Houston, Texas. At least 6 people were hurt, more in critical condition after a gunman opened fire outside a nightclub. There was a disturbance inside of the nightclub. The U.S. saying she was wrong after dismissed. Here's ABC's Ellen.
And Josh joins me now from London. Josh, what is the U.S. government saying about this arrest?
Police trying to find out who shot.
Very located. Unclear whether U.S. embassy is continuing to make contact with the weekend. The State Department saying only that they're aware of protecting American.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States and the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable Bill Clinton.
He was found dead yesterday.
Now the State Department on Sunday confirmed Travis' arrest.
Now to an update on the story we told you about last night.
Reach out to the U.S. government. Now this arrest,
6 victims tonight arrested, yet members of the
between the United States and Russia, we have seen them detain numerous Americans, leave those Americans, as Gershkovich and Paul Whelan have been wrongfully detained by the U.S. State Department.
Tonight,
last year,
for the Utah
the NBA star, was also arrested on drug charges. Now, one thing viewers should know is that Travis last lived in Moscow reportedly since 2010, and about a decade ago he spoke with the lady left behind about the stages of repression in Russia. He cited an incident that happened with MTV and the band and the Russian government. Take a listen to what he said about that.
This was a documentary series about repression.
Together, members of the Open Tribe joined the Russian military. For 60 power records,
and yet a foreign government was able
the choice I have to take care of
what viewers see on their TV screens. That to me is
the choice I have
We will be to protect oneself. We will be watching to see what the U.S. government has to say about Travis's arrest. He now is making officials that they will continue to monitor the case closely. Jennifer Hammer,
tiny footprints they left in the Amazon have now left big impressions earlier this year around the world.
Everyone here, just amazing. Still ahead tonight that are claims that being able to was accused of murdering her husband, then writing a children's book.
On a personal note, when I was district attorney of San Francisco, my mother was diagnosed with cancer, and I spent many hours with her at the hospital.
We're back with a major update.
Driving
Alleged
her
murder
to
in Utah. A woman accused of poisoning her husband to death and then writing a children's book about her.
I have the type of
Asking to be released ahead
where
of
I can
getting
tomorrow.
and her lawyers are presenting new evidence that proves she didn't do it.
But far too many others cannot.
She's accused of murder.
And let us be clear. In America in the 21st century, every should be able to take time off, prepare themselves,
Which is exactly the case.
And here's the thing we know. When they are able to, our entire nation benefits.
But in a Newport filing,
Consider, for example, women are 40% more likely
claiming prosecutors
to need family or medical
because
they are more likely to take on caregiving responsibilities. And studies have shown that when women receive the leave they need, they are more likely to stay in the workforce, which means stronger raising people than ever. And by the way, raising it also means families are more secure and our society. Over the past half century, women's workforce has increased by 30%. That change alone strengthens our economy by over
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And a moment with a history-making win for Novak Djokovic.
As we celebrate this important milestone, let us continue to fight to build up.
We're back with a frightening moment on a Delta flight when the
so that every worker, can take paid family and medical And now, it is my great honor to introduce a leader who had a vision 30 years ago that has benefited generations of Americans. Realizing that vision was one of his central promises when he ran for president in 1990. And the Family and Medical Leave Act was the first bill because of despite humble person California right now, signed into law. And of course has possibly passed another extraordinary winter snow who was also named Clinton and a partner to the president, Hillary Clinton. And the work of President Clinton and what he did to inspire this entire administration was the work that then went on an administration that created child tax credit, which has lifted millions of children out of poverty, an administration that expanded the Head Start program, and helped generations of children reach their incredible potential. An administration that signed the Violence Against Women Act into law. We want to thank Joe Biden. See, they've been on this stage together before. And an administration led by a president with an unwavering commitment to workers and families.
I am entitled to free. I know beyond America's wrongdoings. She will continue to sit
Thank you. Thank you very much.
She had been one of the most successful and effective political leaders in the UK over the past years.
These are the presidents.
Now, interestingly enough, Nicholas Sturgeon ran
Why don't I just give you some and you can get mine.
the best advice is to just
I found it.
Despite the danger, it's a staggering showcase of the Jersey Shore investigation.
Trying to save his teenage daughter from drowning. New York City firefighter Mark Batista and first responders pulled the daughter from the water, but were not able to really want to go. Who's with me? When we come back, the amazing journey this graduate made with her mother. And we come back, the accomplishment 3 is the charm along the way. Novak Djokovic did that no man has ever done before. There's good news tonight about persistence and hard work with a twist or two. We'll see coming.
More Americans turn here.
Please join me in welcoming to the podium Rasha Ahmad.
This is a moment 26-year-old Rasha Ahmad fought for.
I am honored to have been chosen to speak on the behalf of class 2023.
That's her giving a speech at her recent graduation from Patterson University in New Jersey.
I love that so much.
Representing my university, speaking in front of tons of people,
So much at stake
knowing
in
my
our
story.
story now. We wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News
She and her family were trapped in Syria as World War II ended. Her mother, Stina, remembers when she knew they had to leave. We had a very scary news.
So before I started running for president,
This is the juiciest kind of information history. How could I not have been smarter?
God introduces this bill every year.
This is certainly
Rasha
the
and her mom
underbelly
applied
of
for
Hollywood.
asylum.
And he introduced it
I
for
had to
6
put
years, I think,
had
before it
by
passed.
Rasha's father, so he could take care
So
of
he
his own
passed it, it got
dad.
vetoed.
I left my
And then he passed it again, and it got vetoed. And
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the
by the time I
murders of
started
4
running for
college students,
president,
it was a story
I
that
missed
didn't
my
make any
house.
sense.
basically
4
made it a
students
part of
stabbed
my
to death in their
speech
beds,
because
while 2 roommates
But they
were
made a
home.
life
thought
in
that
the
both
and
of
Rasha
her
worked
bodies
full time to put herself through
what was
college.
wrong then
I am living at
by
the
the polarized politics of
I'm Hannah
Washington.
Whitworth with
And
ABC News. Just an
this is the
ounce of
story of
opportunity
savage
to
embodied
you
the
can do
hazards
anything. Small town police
of
force.
But this isn't just a
Scholar
story about
crime.
Rasha
This
trying to
is the
make a
King Road
dream.
Killings, a new podcast from
Mother
ABC
was there
Audio.
that day
Listen
too,
now, wherever
not
you
as
get
a
your podcasts.
spectator, but as a fellow
president
graduate.
and I and Nancy and Chris and all of us.
God gave me
There
this
is.
story.
There is.
I love you so much. Good morning, America. I'm so proud that I
We
have
grew
my
up
day
in
like
a
this.
different time.
A powerful achievement.
Yeah, but
More than more meaningful.
we grew up in a different time.
That's Rasha's father. There at the ceremony.
My mother always worked,
In Australian hours.
and my grandmother did.
That's
And
right.
they were very good.
A family reunited, having achieved
By the
so
time
much.
the 1992 elections unfolded, there were more and more families where both the mother and the father had to work to make a living, or where there was only one
Rasha's hoping to get her master's degree, and her mom might go back to school too.
In a situation like
NBC
that,
Nightly News on this Sunday, Lester Holt is with you
both
tomorrow.
the society and its political
All
leaders
of us here
are
at
utterly
NBC News, stay
hypocritical.
safe. Have a great night.
To the index now, Pope Francis is said to be recovering normally after abdominal surgery. The Vatican saying
Hey,
even took a
podcast
few
fans,
steps today.
wait till I
The
walk up
State
to
Pope
a
Francis gives his customary Sunday blessing on the advice of his doctors. Here he might overexert himself. A spokesperson says the Pope ate lunch with medical staff and members of his security
The rest of us
at the hospital in Rome where he is
follow
recovering.
the
He's
lead
not
of
going to win and return to Vatican.
Senator Dodd and the other
WNBA says it is investigating after Britain's
And there
rider
were
Sophia
Republicans
Phoenix
too.
Mercury teammates were harassed at the Dallas airport. In a statement, the league said the safety of players is a top priority. Griner and several
There were more than 200 women, children, labor,
teammate Brianna Turner described the incident as excessive harassment. And history was made.
if you ever feel drifting, just ask Julie Richards what you should do. She'll tell you. There were all these people in the business community
On fire.
who were progressive. They implemented their own forms of belief because they realized it was good for morale, for productivity,
America this morning.
long-term health of the business.
Early mornings on
The big questions that we don't
Still, it took 8 years to be Kelly
how weeks prior to this
another election.
It's all right here. Press conference Sunday
But today, one of the most important things we can do
how all this went down. Basically, just
remember that family leaves act is every other thing that is really fundamentally
that tanker truck then caught fire and fire is what I learned
World War I.
The governor told us on Sunday that now, currently, the truck is trapped underneath
Politics is a strong and slow boy.
I do all these people he just proved that the rubble and later
I kept saying that all the time when people wondered why, when the president took office, we didn't have the infrastructure bill.
Remarkable devastation.
The CHIPS Act, the inflation, all the climate change stuff in 15 minutes.
It's just remarkably devastating.
I was so happy when he got elected president, I watched him. It's been 15 years, that's what it took.
Very, very
to make the changes that we needed. So I think we should remember
clearing the site, rebuilding it,
I also think you should know after all these years, I've never
said that this stretch of I-95 carries about 160,000
no one ever talked about what
it's likely the busiest interstate in Pennsylvania. Danny Braden, CNN, Philadelphia.
Tonight, a massive explosion shuts down one of the busiest highways in tonight. America's strong nightmare. Words of inspiration.
That's when you know.
Seen in Philadelphia on Interstate 95. Professor
Graduates, I'm here today with a single message.
for miles, and then the highway
Don't hold
itself
back.
My job is to
the major
introduce the story.
thoroughfare shut
Harness
down
any
in
tension
both
you
directions
feel.
So I will
indefinitely.
tell you
Let your voice
my story.
remarkably
Find
devastating.
yourself in an unfamiliar situation. New details on President
First
Trump's
time I
arraignment
ever
this
saw
week. He'll be fingerprinted and no having circumstances.
After I left the
Well,
White
the
House.
lava is starting to flow from attorney
Somebody said, when do you really know you're not president anymore? They don't play a song when you walk in a room. And you're back on commercial aircraft. So I'm taking this show from New York to Washington. And this really why did it
If we do their lives.
She said, you know, one of us he was always for you. But I really
This is NBC
until the family political war.
Good evening, Interstate 95 is one of the busiest highways in America. Right now, one section of it totally shut down, and it's realized for weeks, even months. This was the scene this morning outside Philadelphia. Has the truck under the highway on fire, and then as soon as this, the highway itself collapsing, crushing trucks. For those of you who don't live on the East Coast, it's hard to State Highway critical. That from daily commuters to interstate commerce. It stretches all the way from ABC to Maine. Already ahead of Monday morning's commute, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg's warning of major volcano effects, telling anyone traveling on I-95 to expect significant regional traffic impacts.
Early Sunday morning, I
begins our
took a
coverage
run
tonight from the site of the
out of the White House. I came back.
myths,
Roundabouts,
and it is
shower, dress,
but also towards destructive power. My own dysfunction has erupted 50 times in the last 20 years. And given what's happening right now, it's full level of activity, of unrest, of acknowledgement, saying that a hazardous route is possible in the weeks or even days.
Allowing the Commonwealth to immediately draw down federal funds and move quickly to
Force and a scholar of the crime. This is the King Road Killing.
The U.S.
New
Coast Guard
podcast
the
from
other day
Radio.
was
Listen
carrying
now
nearly
wherever you
9,000 gallons of gasoline. Man,
Where can I get a screenshot of what I'm just going to buy? Oh, it's all right here.
Still unknown. Governor, based on what you've seen in your briefing, is there anything that would have been intentionally set?
It's an ongoing investigation.
Reporters seen on I-95 as they were driving on the highway. Mark Cassetti was on the southbound lane moments before it collapsed, capturing this video.
A little shocked that I seen it was there at that moment. It's crazy. But watching the video is where when I hit that disc, knowing what I know now,
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making
As
ABC News
firefighters
Live
race to put out the
America's
flames,
#1
concerns of compromised gas lines adding to the danger. Tonight, there have been no reported injuries. I-95 remains closed in both directions. Authorities say delays and traffic for drivers could last weeks.
And George, tonight the cleanup process is underway.
I-95 in Philadelphia closed indefinitely.
That's right, Kate. Heavy machinery is on site right now, carefully removing that tons of debris as there is concern of fire reignite. Tonight, officials say the rebuild of this portion of 95 could take months.
Officials say no one
George Silver's Force, thank you.
We're here
on Tuesday, and
because in spite of that,
Garrett Hake
Trump pushing back, saying he will still run
and in spite of the 2020 study,
how that's playing
the Department of Labor did, finding that 95% of
Justice and the special
said
counsel
that
now
family and medical leave
everybody
didn't hurt or actually help
disgraceful indictment.
productivity, producer turnover, and
his annual standing to include his own attorney general, calling former AG Bill Barr a quote gutted page on social media in response to this analysis of the historic 37-count federal indictment.
we tried. We tried to at least get permission to use surplus
Barr's criticism of the GOP's now twice indicted President Trump, placing him in a distinct minority. Most agree have rallied to Mr. Trump's defense.
Should continue to go after him, and I think anyone with common sense can see that. Donald Trump may hate his guts, but he is not a spy. He did not commit espionage. What he did is very similar, in my view, to what Hillary Clinton did.
Mr. Trump's top Republican rival vowing to take up the cause of taking on the DOJ.
Mr. Trump has
The defiant former president telling reporters this weekend he intends to plead not guilty on Tuesday and would never drop out of the presidential race. ABC News convicted.
And Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse, and the president is already planning.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us on this busy Sunday. I'm Rachel Scott.
That's right, Kate. He'll follow the same playbook he used after his
evidence
first arraignment in New York, in this case flying back into his golf cart in New
to make sure Tuesday's surrender of former President Donald Trump goes smoothly. Law enforcement officials tell NBC News they're concerned that Mr. Trump's angry rhetoric heightens the risk that lone extremists could try to disrupt the proceedings.
Including the pregnant working women.
Then stay overnight in
President Biden signed into law over another. This victory is personal. When I was 3 months pregnant and the only woman working at a local reconstruction company, I asked my employer to let me do landscape
that he had the right to have those documents. Those documents
I thought it was
secrets. The country
Instead,
has.
I lost my hand.
They have to be in the custody.
I was our primary breadwinner.
And
we just made a down payment on the house. But without my income,
in a way,
we had to back you off. We then ended up homeless.
Now with this indictment, the real-life grand jury here in Florida, a process
What fell
involving
along
a federal court system at the courthouse in Miami.
Donald
Candelaine, thank you. Get here, and U.S. citizens
They're here today. We shared our stories with the court of
Miami on Monday, along with
so what happened to us that never happened to me. I have 2 daughters, and our partners, and I'm so grateful that they and their co-workers starting a family and keeping it up.
Russian state media
And I'm grateful that President Biden keeps fighting for workers, for families, for our economic security, and for women like you. So with that being said, I am honored to introduce President Joe Biden.
He prepares to answer charges of mishandling national defense secrets. President Trump is doing what no one in American history has done, campaigning for the presidency while facing dozens of felonies.
Journalist Evan Gershkovich in custody since March on espionage charges.
Even if he's convicted, Trump says he'll never leave the race. And until ABC News Ipsos poll may explain why. While nearly half the country thinks it was right for Trump to be charged, almost the same numbers say the charges are political.
And Josh joins me now from London. Josh, what is the U.S. government saying about this arrest?
Well, my initial reaction was
very little, Kate. It's unclear whether U.S. embassy officials have even made contact with the news yet. The State Department saying only that they're aware of those interests, that protecting Americans abroad is their top priority. Kate.
All right, Josh, thank you. Back in this country, we're learning more about the death of Ted Kaczynski, the man known as the Unabomber. He was found dead yesterday in North Carolina prison cell. Multiple media reports citing sources familiar with his death say that he died by suicide. The special counsel a life sentence for string of bombs across the country during 70, 80s, and 90s. Now to an update on the potential democratic measures that can tell us about how 40 now survived the plane crash and then survived 40 days of from the Amazon jungle. Marissa Parra has those details.
It's the dramatic rescue this country affords. At Trump's West Palm Beach estate, boxes of containing classified files were stacked half story in a barrel.
And tonight, new details on how they stayed alive.
The FBI recalled
members of an indigenous tribe living off the forest. Then had his internal search that for classified documents without telling him what to take. She found cassava flour from the wreckage today, along with fruits.
Aaron Tursky joins us from outside Miami. President Donald Trump will be arraigned on Tuesday by the search team. Which, along with footprints, a baby bottle,
we saw the U.S. Secret Service out here today, Rachel, for Trump's arraignment. He's going to be placed under arrest, possibly fingerprinted and photographed. All of that is going to happen outside of public view. Trump has
his supporters to rally here on Tuesday, so extra police officers are
There's always going to be a conversation, a dialogue.
We had Trump's second indictment never given up on Aaron Clearly, were found alive. New details tonight to find them is now listed in Russia on drug charges. Russian hospital director Cassidy Hope saying their capabilities and but some of the
remember, those plans, those
Americans. Let's give them some time. Those tiny footprints they left in the Amazon have now left a big impression on parks around the world. We're Sahara, NBC News. Just amazing. Still ahead tonight, the new claims after a woman was accused of murdering her husband, then writing a children's book about grief. Her lawyers say you don't want to. Plus, a scary moment for these passengers. The emergency side declaring inside the plane. We're back with a major update on an alleged murder plot in Utah. The woman accused of poisoning her husband to death and then writing a children's book about grief is asking to be released ahead of a key hearing tomorrow. Her lawyers are presenting new evidence they will prove she didn't do it. Jessica has this case.
Working there as a musician. She's accused of murdering her husband before writing a children's book inspired by her own kids' grief. Russia has seized a string of on charges the U.S. expedited the tried local TV in Salt Lake City.
Many of which come from her husband's murder.
Tonight, Richards is asking a judge to set her free.
It's very difficult to arrest the U.S. Department of Defense when you have someone in custody.
Prosecutors elected March of last year.
And beyond our partnership,
but in a new court filing, Richards will accuse of substantial evidence of charges against her, claiming prosecutors are relying on inconsistent testimony from criminal authorities alleging helped Richards get drugs.
Our agents, among our enemies,
already said at least part of it, parts of Denver and Savannah, Georgia, will see severe thunderstorms between as well as a huge squad of severe thunderstorm watches that are posted in parts of Arkansas through Memphis, Tennessee, also all the way up through Lexington until 10 o'clock tonight.
Friends saw the couple looking happier than ever, and also authorities claimed Eric Richards believed his wife tried poisoning him multiple times to mention his death.
Could see some storms tomorrow as we slide the convection down to the south across the Gulf Coast. But imagine the motion, you'll see the storm fire from Dallas to Waco. Tonight could be some damage in the mainland pushes to Atlanta in the morning, and then the entire system up into the northeast by 4 in the afternoon. Russia could see some thunderstorms
For now,
overnight.
Richards is in jail with a detention hearing scheduled for tomorrow. Standing accused of making himself a widow. Jesse Kershaw, NBC News.
We're back in a moment with a history-making win for Novak Djokovic. Tonight, the desperate search for suspects after a mass shooting in Houston, Texas. At least 6 people were hurt, one in critical condition. After a gunman around midnight tonight, police say a disturbance inside the nightclub spilled into the parking lot.
I tell you that in Miami, we're going to have to talk about safety and security.
This guy, the
public, we think we're right there. You're going to just like stand with us, maybe a little bit. We got to make a shot and shoot some.
by the way,
We're back down for conversation.
he made history.
Hey, I'm Howard. It's going to be with you tonight.
You know, Team Effort, I was a special
Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up
I learned. I learned a long time ago. Just say yes. Have you ever asked me everything I just haven't said yes? Because then I'm going to have to say eventually. Please sit down. Let's all kidding aside. You know what? This first introduced ourselves. I think he's really sick. Working with the public. Chris and I still have this weird idea. Negotiate the bipartisan meanwhile, along with he not only signed it, but he convinced people why it was asking to do it. It wasn't. He knew in the United States that Americans, no one should have to do a job and family. Chris is always saying all the time, I'm talking about Dad, you say, Joey, the job is about a lot more than the paycheck. Because you're digging.
Agreed to exercise some of those life insurance
the American people agree.
and that the finance
Because of the years of work and tenacious advocacy of
families now
Sounds so innocent. He's deranged. A political history underway.
It's like the GOP convention is becoming the first public appearance after becoming the first former president to face federal charges. Special counsel Jack Smith announced 37 federal counts against Trump, the majority for violation of the espionage act.
Tonight, the fierce gun battles underway.
Dignity and security
Ukrainian has passed since their major counter-offensive began. Troops raising the Ukrainian flag in villages. This fountain reached the country. Ukraine mounting offensive operations.
Folks, and by the way, family medical leave isn't only for workers and families.
Also claiming its troops are advancing around the eastern city of Bakhmut.
Pointed out by both my colleagues. Good for business. Good for business. And it's increased the overall GDP by well over $1 trillion. It's done a lot of really good things.
Tonight, a massive
And workers can
explosion
take
shuts down one of the
leave in
busiest
order to do
highways
that
in
rather than
America.
have to stay in a job. They're better off, and the businesses are better off as well.
Supporters
Because
routinely
things
brought
get
up
done.
President Joe Biden.
As a nation, we've made a lot of progress over the last 10 years. Over time, we've expanded the family medical leave. Up to 26 weeks of leave to care for service members with serious illnesses or incurred on active duty. My son lay in the hospital for 18 months after coming back from Iraq. Died. I don't know how, if I hadn't had this job, I don't know quite what I would have done. I don't know quite what we would have done. So the fact is, you're up to 12 weeks to handle military deployments. It's going to be deployment occurs that really change the family. That's all out there. And look, which can be a major adjustment. 12 weeks paid parental leave for federal employees. And then, we strengthened protections against paid discrimination. We extended Medicaid coverage for new moms for a year postpartum. And I'm proud to say that under our administration, we've made additional progress. In December, as we mentioned earlier, we passed the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. It filled an important gap in federal protection by requiring employees to make reasonable accommodations for pregnant women and new moms, like letting them have water breaks, bathroom breaks, sit-down and work breaks. Can you imagine asking them? My Lord. Think about it. Think about it. Too many women have been denied just simple basic support. Plus, this law gives new moms time off to recover after they've had a baby. That's considered a reasonable accommodation. I guess so. But think about it. We got to say that. I mean, a reasonable accommodation, like that's something we discovered. So workers don't get family leave through family and medical leave act. May now get parental leave through this new law. You know, when I ran for president, I I promised to get this done, and we keep our promises. Look, I also signed a law to give nearly 9 million nursing mothers the time for private space to pump at work. But think about it. What an awful demand. I mean, my Lord. Salacious. Remember some of the arguments made? Until now, teachers, nurses, farm workers, and others were at the mercy of their employers. Folks, this shouldn't be that complicated. It gets down to a word I guess we Irish overuse. It gets down to basic dignity. It's about being a country where women and all people can both work and raise a family. And today, we're taking another step forward. I just signed a presidential memorandum to make sure that the federal government leads the way in supporting workers. Right now, employees only qualify for family and medical leave if they've been on the job 1 year. Get cancer after 6 months? Your wife or your husband? Look, I'm a great respecter of fate. I know all too well that you can't schedule when your loved one might need your help badly. You can't tell a newborn infant or a dying parent that you'll be there for the next year. And when serious illness strikes, you can't reschedule that either. So today I signed a memorandum, all federal agencies urging them to let federal employees take leave during the first year of the job from the time they get the promotion. And I'm also directing the Office of Personnel Management to develop recommendations to help federal employees take leave when they need to find safety from domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking, so-called safe leave. That matters. It matters a lot. You all know it. Additionally, we made historic investments to make child care more affordable so parents can work and provide for their kids. How can we compete in the global economy if millions of American parents, especially moms, can't join the workforce because child care or elder care costs them more than they pay? The cost of child care has gone up more than 200% over the last 30 years. 200%. Most families' incomes haven't grown nearly that. A lot of parents do the math and realize they can't afford to go to work. The first major piece of legislation I signed, the American Rescue Plan, provided historic tax rates in millions of families. Self-covered children's costs is the largest increase in history of the child tax credit and the dependent care tax credit.
Placing him in a distinct minority of Republican leaders. Most of whom have rallied to Mr. Trump's defense.
They don't talk about it. Also help 200,000 child care providers, many of them in small businesses, stay open during the pandemic, to continue to serve 9.5 million children during that period. Look, these funds help increase pay for child care workers who are significantly underpaid. They're overwhelmingly women, especially women of color. I just signed legislation that increases the child care development block grant by 30%, helping low-income families afford child care. But here's what matters.
And Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse. And the president is already planning a speech for
more than half the women in my cabinet, more than half the people in my cabinet, more than half the women in my administration are women. People, God, well, let's go. 30 years ago, we ranked number 6 among advanced economies at the share of big women in the workforce. You know where we rank today? 19. 19. This is the United States
to make sure Tuesday's surrender
more than 50% of our population, slightly more than 51% of our population, 50% of our population.
officials telling NBC News they're concerned that Mr. Trump's angry rhetoric
Look, I ran for president.
heightens the risk that lone extremists could try to
I ran for president to rebuild the
Why would
vaccine.
scientists put
The middle
ants on
class.
that? It turns out it's a great way to try to go.
These poison folks in South America are some of the most graphic
By the way,
reporters
unions don't
in the
really
world,
pass.
but they're dangerous to teach.
So I come of a family that never very much benefited from a trickle-down economics.
Stanford University
Built from the bottom up and the middle out. Poor folks get a shot, middle class can live
So they
in
traveled to Ecuador and Argentina to study the great
2 years in the
cells.
making. We're making real progress.
To be
This
processed,
has been the strongest 2 years of the job built on record.
Marshall is expected to take his
when I was
fingerprints
sworn in
and
was over
mugshots.
6%.
Up in the air,
Now
whether he's
3.6%.
pastor Brittany Griner,
Black women, Hispanic women, unemployment rate of 3.
launching
My
what
first
appears
year
to
as
be
president, we saw the largest
to the most
economic growth
closely
ever
watched
in
criminal
history.
trials.
Meanwhile, it has proved the notion this is going to cost the economy. The economy is growing.
Thank you.
Wages are up. In the last 2 years, more Americans applied to start a small business than any year on record. Any year on record. And a critical part of that creating an economy where all workers, including women, have access to jobs, education, training, and support they need to seize the opportunity while still being there for the family. Look, the legislation we celebrate today was an incredibly important step, but the first step. The United States is still one of our only countries in the world that doesn't guarantee paid leave. And the only countries in the world look, as a result, 94% of our lowest wage workers, mostly women and workers of color, have no paid family leave at all. 94%. Meaning you can only take time to care for your loved one if you can afford to give up your salary. I remain committed to changing that and bringing it in line with every single other major economy in the world by passing a national program of paid leave and medical leave. And by the way, American workers deserve paid sick days as well. Paid sick days. Look, I've called on Congress to act, and I'll continue fighting as I know all of you will as well. No American should ever choose to have to choose between a paycheck and take care of their family members or taking care of themselves. You know, I believe that one of the best ways to continue making progress is ensure women are at every table where decisions are made. Every table, not a joke. I promised that my administration would look like America. As I said, my cabinet is the first majority female cabinet in American history. And we just heard from the first ever woman vice president.
He was found dead yesterday in a North Carolina prison cell. Multiple media reports citing sources familiar with his death say that he died by suicide. Kaczynski was serving a life sentence for a string of bombings across the country.
A leader in our administration of women's health, women's economic security, and equity for all Americans. And with her help, and so many of you who are here in this room, we're going to continue to make progress. In years ahead, I can honestly say, as I stand here before you, you've heard me say it before, I've been doing this a long time. I know you don't believe that, but I have. Look, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Never. You have to remember who in the hell we are.
The children,
members,
of
have been living off the forest.
There
is nothing beyond our capacity if we set our mind to it and we do it together. There's nothing we've ever failed at when we've tried. Folks, we got a lot of work to do. A lot of work. But I'm so happy to be able to welcome my president back to the United States Congress, back to the United States Capitol, and he promised me that I'll be able to sit at my desk tomorrow. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
searching over 1,600 miles.
A jumping dance on the side
thick rainforests,
one of the traditions practiced by one of East Africa's most famous indigenous
The race to find them is now a race to get them healthy.
aims to preserve. Well, how near the Masai Mara Reserve, a popular tourist destination known for its
But some of the
wildlife
children
and
complain today, and we know that when a child feels good, let's give them some time. Those tiny footprints they left in the Amazon have now left a big impression on hearts around the world.
So importantly,
We're
for
Sahara,
NBC
News.
It's
Amazing. Still ahead tonight, the new claims after a woman was accused of murdering her husband, then writing her children about grief. Her lawyers say new evidence proves her innocence. Plus, in a scary moment for these passengers, the emergency flight deploying inside the plane.
We will be hosting many
Inspiring words.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Jill Biden, accompanied by Elaine Sue, CEO of Asian Services in Action in Ohio.
Look at this.
Today, as we are meant to celebrate, our joy has been shattered by two horrifying mass shootings.
And that wraps up this hour.
And our prayers are with the family of those lost in Monterey Park and Halfway Ridge. And we grieve with broken hearts alongside every member of this community. The poet and Kathy songwriter, may those who have gone before us rest in peace, rest in comfort, rest in joy. And may our wish for peace spread like a mother's soothing hand and reach the distressed, fevered places of the world.
Every Saturday on ABC.
It's an honor to be with all of you here for the first Lunar New Year reception at the White House. Each winter, as we come to this moment, we are still the same people that we've always been. Our history lives inside of us, no matter how many pages of the calendar we turn. And yet, as we sweep the grounds of this last year, as we tell the passed down legend of the terrible monster Neon, as we turn away from short days and long nights, we can see the hope of each new year just the same. In blazing red green couplets on door frames, in tables overflowing with food from old family recipes, in windows that glow with lantern light. In the darkest night, the new moon, shadowed with the unknown, waxes toward the dawn of morning. It's never too late to begin again, to learn from our past and honor the people who helped us get here, to face our fears with faith in themselves, hope for good fortune, and work together for the world that we all want. History lives inside this White House as well, hammered into the beams of these walls and swirling in the marble of each fireplace. It tells the stories and legends of where we've come and who we've been. And yet, the brilliant lanterns with lucky red, we know that it too can grow and evolve and begin something new. With our unique traditions and talents, with our love and laughter, with our faith in the future we want, we breathe new life into these halls. This is an historic house, but you make it a home. alive with purpose and possibility. So today we celebrate the Lunar New Year together. We will continue to shape this country we call home, meeting each new day with faith in our communities, hope and heart. Thank you all. Almost forgot. And I almost forgot. Now it's my, here, come on over. Now it's my pleasure to introduce a tireless advocate for this community, CEO of Asian Services in Action of Ohio, Elaine So.
What these former attorney generals saying.
Hi everyone. So my name is Elaine Sao, and I am so excited to be here with you today. As you know, Lunar New Year is the most celebrated holiday by Asians across the world, and this year's festivities have felt different. I'm still processing the recent mass shootings, so I will simply say that more needs to be done to address gun violence in America. I'm grateful the president has called for more action, and I'm hopeful that our elected officials will do what is right for its people, to protect its people. I have the honor of leading Asian Services in Action, which is headquartered in Akron, Ohio. We are the largest organization serving Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in the state of Ohio, and we're a federally qualified health center. So supporting us is one of the many ways that the Biden administration has improved the lives of the AANHPI immigrant and refugee community living in Ohio, and especially through the challenges that we faced the past few years. We also serve a limited English proficient community that relies on us for so many things. And we have built trust because our team comes from the communities that we serve. We speak the languages that they need, and we help people address needs through action and advocacy. This ethos of helping others in the community, I learned from my own mother. She supported the limited English proficient community as an interpreter for pregnant women, where many pregnant women felt unseen and unheard. And that is what our community is all about, fighting for our cities, our towns, for our country, to build a healthier and more hopeful future. So it means so much to the Asian American community that the White House is hosting this first ever Lunar New Year event, and because of it, we feel seen, we feel heard. And more importantly, we feel valued and acknowledged as members of this amazing country that welcomes and supports a vibrant community from diverse origins. So now it is my distinct honor to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you for that introduction. And it's wonderful to see so many friends on this special holiday. Even as we gather with such heavy hearts. Our prayers are with the people of Monterey Park and Afghan Bay. And after year on a spree of gun violence Hear me with this? I've been in close contact with Governor Newsom, and to provide the full support of the federal government. And Kamala, who has deep ties in the area, is just getting back from spending some time there with families. And I spoke with Brandon Say, a genuine hero. This is a 26-year-old kid, 26-year-old kid whose family has owned the dance studio for some time. As people were ending the celebration that night for the Lunar New Year. And as we all saw in the video, he heard the front door close. Saw a man pointing his gun at him. Instead of running, Brandon said he thought he was going to die. But then he thought about the people inside. Think about this. Just think about this in reality. In that moment, he follows instinct, and he followed his courage. And this is a kid who went out, as a young man, and had the courage to act, and he did. He charged the gunman, and wrestled him to the ground, and took away a semi-automatic pistol from him. He just shot and killed 11 people, and wounded several more in another dance studio nearby. You know, it was a struggle that Brandon prevailed. Think about what could have happened had he not done it. I really mean it. And I think sometimes we underestimate the incredible acts of courage. Someone shooting that has a semi-automatic pistol aimed at you. And you think about others. It's pretty profound. Pretty profound. You know, and in both Monterey Bay and Half Moon Bay, we saw the heroism of police officers, firefighters, and first responders. They answered the call. They answered the call. They rushed into danger, and they saved lives and protected their neighbors. These are tight-knit communities, as you all know. They'll be affected by what they saw and what they lost for the rest of their lives. We got to think about the impacts of post-traumatic stress on many of these folks. And as a nation, we have to be there with them. We have to be there with them. We don't have a choice. You know, I know several members of Congress wanted to attend here tonight because they wanted to be able to, but they have votes up on the Hill, including my dear friend Judy Chu. Judy is chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus and the former mayor of Monterey Bay. I spoke with Judy several days ago and said, Judy, what should I do? Should I continue to, should I be in California? Or should I still have this celebration? And she felt very strongly. She said, we have to move forward. Her message was, don't give in to fear and sorrow. Don't do that. Stand in solidarity and in the spirit of toughness that this holiday is all about. She went on to say, that's what folks are doing back in California and across the country, providing counseling support, transition services for the victims' families, holding candlelight vigils and bringing people together, and showing that even with heavy hearts, we have unbreakable spirits. So that's what we're going to do tonight, to be there for each other. And by the way, you know, I said, as some of my senior staff here knows, that I was going to have the most diverse staff in American history. It was going to reflect what the population of America looked like. Well, I knew we had more women than men. But I looked up the following. You know what percentage of AA and Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders is in this administration? 13.7%. The next highest was 7%. That's why the hell I'm doing so well right now. No, but all kidding aside, most of all, when you think about the loved ones who are left behind, there were grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, siblings, friends, neighbors, but they're fellow Americans. So please join me in a moment of silence to honor them.
Engage in some rulings, handing down some rulings that are really just weekly basis, like her decision in the special master case, then could appeal up to the 11th Circuit and say,
God bless them all.
this is a judgment.
You know, I'm really honored to be with you all tonight. For centuries, families in Asia and the United States and all around the world gathered to celebrate the first moon of the new year. It's a time of renewal and reflection, hope and possibilities, for good over evil, for sharing meals, for celebrating no firecrackers tonight. No, I'm serious. I was thinking about that, you know. If things hadn't been like they've been the last couple of years, we should have fireworks outside. But, celebrating with firecrackers and dance. We got dance. Honoring your ancestors while passing down traditions to the next generation. All of you here and across the country have opened your hearts and homes to friends and neighbors and wish each other a prosperous new year, full of good health and good fortune. So, to start the new tradition of the nation for holidays that we're home and central, Jill and I are honored to welcome you to the first Lunar New Year reception of this scale held in the White House, your home. This is your home. This is the people's house, for real. Jill and I are very temporary residents in this home. But all kidding aside, well, God love you. Look, you know, for many of you, this is the year of the rabbit. And for others, like the Vietnamese community, it's the year of the cat. The rabbit, earnest and persistent in the face of great challenges. The cat, majestic, the love, the protector. By the way, that sounds like our cat Willow, who maybe, you think I'm kidding, Willow may walk in here any time now. She has no limits, and you think I'm kidding, I'm not. Especially in the middle of the night when she climbs up and lays on top of my head. Look, all of you reflect the values represented by these symbols. I mean that sincerely. And the Lunar New Year offers an opportunity to acknowledge the many ways you've enriched this country through diversity of culture, the breadth of achievement, including the record number of Oscar nominations that were announced just this week. And that are long overdue. I know nothing about entertainment, but I know when people have picked it as best. And speaking of winning, we're honored to be joined by Olympic champion, gold and silver and bronze medalist, a three-time world champion figure skater, Nathan Chen. Nathan, where are you? Nathan, good to see you, pal. Come here. Get up here. You're the only guy that can step. Good to see you, Nathan. Thank you. That's not bad. Gold medal, bronze. Holy mackerel. Also includes the great work led by those in my administration. I heard we have an ambassador who's the daughter of immigrants, and she happens to be, I think her name is Catherine Todd. I'm not sure. Thank you. You're doing a hell of a job for us. You really are. By the way, she's gained the respect of folks around the world. Not a joke. Not a joke. She's the best. First Asian American woman of color to serve as U.S. Trade Representative. And just last week, she helped launch the first ever national strategy to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I get other world leaders saying, you don't explain this real well. Send her back, will you? Really, you're doing a hell of a job, kid. Thank you, thank you. And together with Congress, we passed historic legislation to bring us one step closer to preserving and amplifying the contributions and history of the community through the National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture. Yet for all the progress, this community has experienced profound hate, pain, and violence and loss. The rise of Asian anti-hate crimes. You know, gut-wrenching attacks on elderly immigrant women. As I've said many times before, hate can have no safe haven or harbor in America. No person deserves to be treated with hate in a hateful way. They all deserve to be treated with dignity and with respect. That's why I'm proud, with the help of many of you in this room, we signed the law, COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. And to host the first ever White House summit against hate-fueled violence. Look, folks, it's real simple. Silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. We cannot be silent. I will not be silent. And one more thing. We're going to ban assault weapons again in the Biden I did it once as a senator. We're going to do it again. Let me close with this. The Lunar New Year ends with the hanging of those red lanterns to symbolize letting go of the past and committing to new beginnings. Well, I mean this sincerely. You've heard me say this many times. I've never been more optimistic in my life about the future of this country and the universe. I really mean it. As we gather here today, let's recommit to the work of standing together and taking care of each other. Let's do the work of spreading hope, joy, love. So from the Biden family to yours, we wish you a happy, healthy, prosperous New Year, and please enjoy the reception of the wonderful program that's about to begin. I guess I got to step down here.
Determined to pursue his passion, Barack turned down a coming up here on CNN Newsroom. Ukrainian forces raising their flags.
World News Now and America This Morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome the Troy One Lions.
Win state's March primary, a landslide victory that made waves across the country. Seen as the rising star of the Democratic Party.
One of my favorite moments of the night, Jennifer dancing. Was then the Tony's like performance a few years back. Anything goes.
Of immigrants setting out.
Circle moment for me was seeing Aaron Rodgers sit in the
background owned this convention last night and this town today. Barack Obama.
That gown is said to be the Oscar de la Renta.
That we can get this right.
She ended up
dress priced at
Ukraine is liberating villages.
$74. The couple put together
Southeast.
get them to sit in intimate ceremony.
Okay, what about Tom Brady teasing us?
Ukraine's deputy defense minister says it's Tom Brady
tweeted out by the NFL showing knocking out the
look at this
right at the guy.
expect the tweet back claiming
TikTok is running
And Claire Sebastian joins me now live from London. Good morning to you, Claire. So what more are you there?
This is the juiciest time in reality show history. How could I not have been smarter?
Potential strategy here.
We'll certainly see Night Valley with Lester Holt.
I have to put up a big fight. I do this.
We could
Let's break down what we know.
News for the generation of now.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murder of top 4 college students, it was sense.
I would love that costume.
To death in their beds.
No, you're not going to dance, believe me. We don't want to ruin the evening. You know, it was so funny. I saw that tangerine there when I was speaking, and I thought, oh, one of the workers left that. Thank God I didn't pick it up. But anyway, weren't they amazing? Can we give them another? So please join us for a reception and welcome to the White House. Happy New Year.
And I only have one regret. I wish my grandkids were here. Thanks.
Town Councilman and IBEW Local 26 Apprentice, B. Travis Brown.
He turned to a political strategist, David Cook.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to welcome you to IBEW Local 26. My name is B. Travis Brown. I'm a fourth-year apprentice here. Before I joined the IBEW, I went to college. Sat in a cubicle every day, and I realized that it just wasn't for me. I wanted to work with my hands, and I wanted to be active, and I wanted to be outside. It's rewarding for me as a brother of this local to stand back and see the things that we can accomplish every day as I drive by federal buildings and data centers that we build. It's also about the teamwork of the local. That's what I love about being a member of the Brotherhood. I have a community. Individually, I may not have much power, but as a member of a union, I can accomplish so much more. That's not news to our next speaker.
By January 2008,
every day, President Biden talks about rebuilding the middle class and respecting the dignity of all workers. He knows that infrastructure investment means opportunities for workers like me and my brothers and sisters in this room. Thanks to him, America is investing in a resilient, reliable power grid that can transport high voltage, renewable electricity to massive data centers, just like the projects in Prince William County, which will put my brothers and sisters in Local 26 to work for the next 10 years. You've got to believe I know exactly who to thank for this. Once in a generation.
I get up in the morning, I get on a
my president, our president, brothers and sisters, here at my home local, it is a privilege to introduce the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Please sit down if you have a seat. Thank you, B. Travis, for that introduction. I want to thank Kenny Cooper, President of IBEW, who is doing a great job with this. All American. But they were able to sing their song. You got a hell of a new governor in Westmore, I tell you.
And some people did the organization is
he's the real deal. Boy, look at he can still play.
The criticism
got some guns
Michelle and Barack's surging popularity.
And one of my great friends and one of the best senators ever served, Ben Carter.
I'm not the candidate.
For several years,
Webster
decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
TikTok is
I don't give a day
5 or 6 islands who are undecided. Just get these people alone.
As the Obama notched primary.
The real question
and Congressman Glenn Ivey is thing is, Glenn's married to a woman who has a tougher job than he does. She's a councilwoman.
Really proud of my country.
I used to be on the county council. You know what? Nobody knows the difference between whether it's a pothole in front of your house, it's the county's problem, it's the state problem, it's the city's problem. And guess where they go to? They go to the county.
Good morning, Michael.
And that's why I ran for Senate. Too hard.
She never really
look, just elected November already. Hard work. And look, last week I reported on the State of the Union. It is. It's strong. And that's what they say up in Scranton. That's no malarkey. Soul, because the soul of this nation is strong. The backbone of this nation is strong. And the people of this nation are strong, like all of you here today. Never give up. You heard me say many times, Wall Street didn't build America. They didn't build America. They didn't. No class built America. And unions built the middle class.
One of the reasons I'm standing here as your president is because of the IBW, and that's no malarkey either. For the past 2 years, we've been carrying out my economic plan that grows the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. Look, this trickle-down economy, I never watched much of a trickle-down like that at my dad's kitchen table. Because when we're able to ladder up, the middle class does well. My economic plan is what I call trickle-down blueprint. That means all of you for how I mean, that's the truth. Y'all have significant skills. You know, get up every morning, do your job, what's your next, try to take it on. My dad used to, I'm sorry to keep repeating this, my dad used to have an expression. Joey, John, about a lot more than the paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. He meant it. Because of you, my economy is working. Stark contrast to our Republican friends who are doubling down on the same failed politics of the past. Top-down, trickle-down economics is not much trickle-down, as I said, in most kitchen tables in America. I'm looking forward to this debate because the debate
Special Counsel Jack Smith announcing
look, the last 2 years we've created 12 million new jobs. That's more jobs than any president created in 4 years. 12 million new jobs. The unemployment rate is 3.4%. That's a 50-year low. My first 2 years in office, we created 800,000 jobs. 800,000. Where's it rich? Says America can't lead the world again in manufacturing. Gas prices are down, $1.60 a gallon are going to come down further. Inflation is coming down. Take-home pay for workers has gone up. We got more to do, but I'm telling you, Biden economy is working.
Even if he's convicted,
supporters continue to up President Joe Biden.
The IBW workers here in Maryland across the country are seeing it firsthand. They signed the bipartisan infrastructure law. Once in a generation investment in Americans who work with our nation's republic. No possibility.
Including for allegedly suggesting to his lawyers
nearly two-thirds of Americans call the charges serious.
In this whole thing, once mentioned the presidential record.
The indictment on two different occasions.
2 weeks ago, I was in the Biden family from back in 1850. Walmart. Announced an investment of $4 billion in place in 150-year-old
National Defense Information he was not authorized to have, some of it involving the country's nuclear weaponry, refusing to give it back and scheming to obstruct the investigation.
The man is a bad need of critical bad safety and security. It's going to lead to 20,000 military construction jobs. When that project's done, the new trains we're building, and we're going to rename it the Frederick Douglass Tunnel. Instead of traveling through that tunnel at 30 miles an hour, they'll go through it 110 miles an hour. We're going to continue to invest in rail and make it easier for people to use it, because it has the potential to take thousands of vehicles off the highways and save millions of barrels of oil. That's a fact. Look, because if you I've been pushing this for now 25 years. First thing you get from point A to point B, faster on rail is more simple as that. We're also making high-speed internet. We're already provided affordable access. Affordable high-speed internet. We've already made that available to 175 Maryland. We'll just have it get started. Because of all of you, we've installed 500,000 electric charging stations across America. You, the IBW. put to work tens of thousands of ideas.
And still to come, thousands quickly evacuate.
The one thing I want to say.
We will have an update.
People think for every person out there, show us someone the idea.
We think it's everyone you're talking about.
Go to college, you got 4 years.
News lives.
4 years or more apprenticeship.
It's coming out of
By the way, it's harder to become, it's harder to get into the IBW here in this right now than it is to go to Harvard University. In terms of the number of people applying, the number of people accepting. One of the reasons why,
devastation.
one of the reasons why I've been so
I found myself,
that's where
thanks the Lord.
That's not a joke.
That's
a fact. That is a fact. I spoke then to the Business Roundtable and major companies in America. The Secretary said it's the reason that's why I was so pro-union.
Whatever resources would be needed to rebuild I-95
No, seriously.
and to do so in a
You pay more
and expeditious
to
manner
get the work done.
would be provided to
The work gets done right. The work gets done by the best people in the country. And I really mean it. With all due respect, I say to the leadership, we're going to talk more about this. The average person out there doesn't realize how hard it is to get into a place where you can full-blown union
For
member.
Dateline Preview,
They don't understand. They can show up and say, I want a job with CPW or labor, whatever it is. All of a sudden, this is going to have a major impact.
protecting himself and other
Specifically reducing carbon in the air here. Began to move
Obama became
500,000 charges
president on January
around the
20th,
country.
2009.
It's going to take millions of barrels of oil off the road.
Prepare to go to jail for life.
Each of these charging stations is like
On their first day as first family, the Obamas managed to be glamorous and yet simultaneously really seem like a pretty ordinary American family.
I thought the American people
U.S. officials are confirming the arrest of an American musician in
They
Russia.
got
Michael
two
Travis Leak
the
was
price
arraigned
of
Saturday in Moscow on suspicion of drug trafficking. Russian media says Leak is accused of selling a stimulant known as Kremkas. If convicted, he could face 20 years in prison. The State Department says it's monitoring the situation.
Now to South America, an incredible story. 4 children are recovering after spending more than a month in the jungle of Colombia. They wound up there because of a plane that told the lives of their mother and 2 other adults. Relatives say some of the kids are speaking now about those
pressed up against the window. My grandpa.
And the only thing I could
I'm not joking. Think about it.
This morning, a helicopter rescue that's almost unbelievable.
I can't overstate how focused she was on that. How do I make
This is incredible. It's going to
surviving
be
2 miracles
where they're going to be
first a deadly plane
like I
crash,
said, any
then
charging
4 days
stations
wandering
installed
alone in the
in the
Amazon
United States of
jungle.
America.
Of course.
First on Michelle's agenda was to make their
All these projects mean good paying jobs for electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, laborers, carpenters, mechanics, ironworkers, so much more.
Which,
of course, these are good jobs that can raise families. Most don't need a college degree, but you're so jobs that people don't have to leave home.
Southeastern part of Luzon. Michelle also launched Tina Christie was down following the story for the what is the latest
I want to be clear with all of you. I'm not just buying
after Michelle swept into the East Wing, legislature many Americans had high expectations for their legislating.
That's what I'm saying.
Almost 88% I think they sort of have already got some she's connected with the rest
said that if the president is spending his
has been
hire somebody decking an aircraft carrier.
Some women, particularly in feminist circles here, are saying that in their
Their story of
Michelle Obama talked about feeling the pressure of being first.
All construction
And often used as their resource to protect themselves in that area.
Made in America. And that includes the lumber, the glass, the steel, the drywall, the fiber optic cable, American roads and bridges and highways made with American products. We also had another bipartisan success. And it was bipartisan. We passed the Chips and Science Act to make sure America leads the world in innovation. Guess what? It's attracted $300 billion igniting the manufacturing boom in semiconductors.
The First Lady
These are the small computer chips
about the nation's soaring plans of
power everything. Cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators.
Americans turn
began by creating House Garden.
American innovation makes us small and
Break ground.
You know, almost 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and something happened.
In the last 400 years,
Then when there was no rest for several weeks, some websites decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
TikTok is running rampant with everything away that was
Today we're down
The real question for me is going to be, what's his defense?
Unlike any First Lady before, Michelle was able to harness the power of
With so much at stake in all the United States, we want to thank you for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making finding that is
specifically earmarked for a second Scottish independence referendum. It was also the full coverage reality stars, including the Scottish They were also
This is certainly undervalued homework.
I have to put up a big fight.
Much too long.
But I got the best.
Thanks
so much for joining us. Research for international news
That caused factories to shut
When I
down
was sent to
here in
Idaho
America.
to cover the murders of four colleagues, it was a story that didn't make any sense.
put her in people's living
Stabbed to death in their beds after day.
More corporations are every other state
What a man go through.
See what happens.
Not everyone was in
With ABC
favor of the
News,
efforts
this is the
to
story
remove
of
justice
savage
in
murders,
schools.
a determined
Some
small-town
conservative
police
media
force, and
commentators
power.
accused the
Crime.
First
This
Lady
is
of wanting to
Road
turn
Killings,
America
a new
into a
podcast from
nanny
ABC
state.
Audio.
We
Listen
don't
now,
need the federal
wherever you get
government
Supported
applying,
projects,
projecting
products,
these
and
standards
exported
on it.
jobs.
And
Now America is exporting projects and creating jobs at home. The end result is,
then we hear that she's out eating the fridge.
There were
Something else.
political cartoons and
sense of self-worth.
memes that painted
Communities
her
began to
as
get
like
proud
really
of
racist. Now
Building
that's how you
economies
she
over
appeared
time. We're
stoic.
investing in
Every
places
Friday,
that have been forgotten.
it's time to buy the right stuff and save us
We-
next time too.
The right stuff. We have to
Very You're gonna love it.
Truth of the matter is, we made a lot of this.
The first term gave Michelle Obama the experience to help her tackle
Sometimes
all of it
we
lay
had
ahead.
to go alone. A lot of the
Coming up,
progress we made so far,
Michelle Obama
we worked together.
intensified.
Sadly, from what I'm hearing from the new leader of the House of Representatives and the new House of Representatives,
We're back down from
they're
Las
suggesting
Vegas.
this cooperation is coming in. Well, that'd be a big mistake for America. Some of our Republican friends in the House are talking about taking the economy
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz.
over the stories facing the President of the United States. They say unless I accept their economic plan, they're not going to pay the national debt which took 200 years to accumulate. It's not the debt this year, last year. We cut the debt by $1.7 billion last year. This is a 200-year obligation.
Poisoning her husband.
And I made it clear in the State of the Union, I will not negotiate whether or not
Should be released on bail.
I will not allow this to happen. So I met with the new Speaker of the House about how we should proceed to settle our differences.
In March of last year by sneaking
Here's what I
fentanyl
suggest.
into a Moscow milk cocktail.
Instead of threats about
They
default,
also alleged she took out $2 million in life insurance policies on her husband and used hundreds of thousands from his bank account and credit cards without him initially
let's have a
knowing about
conversation, I told him, about how
Richard's
to
legal
grow the
team
economy,
reviewed
create
the
jobs,
allegations in
lower
new
costs,
court
and
filings,
that's
saying cell phone records show her
And toward
husband
that
was
end, I
using his phone
suggested
for
let's
power
just lay out
trips
our
in
proposal.
that cocktail.
On
Adding
March the
prosecutors
9th,
provided no
I'm going
evidence
to lay down
expenses
my
was found
entire
in the
budget.
home, or that
How
Corey
much you want to
Booth
spend, how much
at
you
issue.
everything.
They also claim Eric
Taxes
agreed
cut
to
and
sound
raised
medical exams
to before some of those life insurance policies were issued, and that the finances for access were increased.
When we sit down and see where we agree and disagree and negotiate, in my view, we need to finish the job we started. The Inflation Reduction Act, which is a fancy sounding name, that I signed into law. We're taking on powerful interest to bring healthcare costs down so you can sleep better. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any
Doreen, thank you. How about this? Cheese lovers can now
news lives
in the net.
The University of Wisconsin at Madison Center for Area Research is
1 in 10
sensory
Americans
analyst.
have diabetes.
Basically, that means the job requires. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome
Right
to
now,
today's
every
day,
millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can stay alive. Insulin has been around for over 100 years. It cost the drug company today
Not just in
less than $10 to make it.
Buy more cheese.
And the packages argue over another $2.
Coming up, the truly magical moment aboard
And charging people
the driver went above and beyond
you're talking about.
unfairly charged.
Breakup songs can actually help.
We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month. $35 a month for people on Medicare. Additionally, this bill on that is it was for everybody. We couldn't get the votes to pass for everybody, only got it done for Medicare. We gotta finish the job. We gotta make sure everybody involved has 200,000 kids. Limit that cost. Let's finish the job. Let's capture cost of insulin for every single American user.
Wrap it up on that point. He's just collapsed to the
For example, many do unfortunately know these drugs can cost 10, 12,
2 to 6 every Saturday.
So as of November 2025, as of next year, it's capped at 35.
But one thing is for sure,
No one will ever have to pay more than $2,000. Ben and I have a lot of been fighting for years.
Every cell in my body
for years to allow Medicare to negotiate how much they'll pay
forget about what happened in the past. Future is something that is just going to happen. But if you want a better future, you create it. Take the means in your hands.
But here's the point. I don't understand my Republicans don't quite get it. Bringing down the cost of prescription drugs just fair. It saves seniors a lot of money. But here's what else is doing. Cut the federal deficit, saving taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Otherwise, they'd have to spend the money to pay the people. 35 years saving taxpayers. Not a joke. Now our Republicans want to repeal legislation. You get rid of the savings that we get from drugs and buy Medicare. Then we buy from Medicare. And we'll eliminate today, right now, $159,000 in savings from lower drug costs. Now that just means your tax dollars are going to save
First tiebreaker and then first set. Kind of felt like the year went out of the match.
It cuts the deficit. Senator Rick Scott
and now here he is, almost 20 years later, at 23, and for the first time in the major, past Roger and Rocky. And I think he will stay
whatever the story is,
meaning if you don't reauthorize it every 5 years, they go out of existence.
I mean, again, like Chris said, not a huge surprise. It was no one suspended the match. I think
Said in the State of the Union.
experts say that when it comes to the match, breakup songs can actually help
Djokovic's road seemed pretty good.
That's the Republican
so much
dream.
rope.
I'm their nightmare. Look, folks. You saw when I said that before, maybe. No, liar. I said, that means you're not going to cut Medicare or Social Security? And they all stood up, started to clap. I said, well, we got to settle that. Remember? No, seriously. Well, it's all on film. Let's see who votes to cut it.
Two grand slams in his day.
Look,
It's a situation
here's
where
Rick Scott's response. He says that because I'm cutting prescription drug costs, that means I'm cutting money.
number one, and also the 23 majors is a success. You're in, you're out on the tour as well.
I think he's a little confused.
Clearly, he's the GOAT. Greatest of the
We're
era.
saving Medicare hundreds of billions of dollars. We're strengthening Medicare because they'll no longer have to pay We're saving millions of dollars
he would deserve. Why is that?
for drugs they need.
Live on stage.
Here's Scott's bottom line. It said reducing the deficit at the same time.
My message to kids here is don't take your education for granted.
And there are times, especially the pandemic has made it hard for himself. But some of the standards for behavior taking off the line,
First lady.
there's been reasons got knocked out of your education, for not being vaccinated, and those things have lost him some of the admiration of some of the tennis doing public for sure. But at the same time, it's a force of will to winning, and the amount of aggressive, not just at the majors, you have like all the massive events multiple times when no one's won them all even once besides he's running away with this marathon. It's such a stance that anything held against him has sort of lost objective emotional level at this point to go today.
Chris, 23, that's the number he's up to now. That's less than everybody wants to see. This year, he's going to Wimbledon, where he's won 7 as the favourite. How many do you think he's going to end up with? What's the number going to be?
Constantly cut the number of people working at the IRS who do drugs. They're taking the cops out of the red lights. No cops. Well, look, we changed so much at stake in our guest right now. We want to thank you for making ABC America's number one.
And thank you for making ABC News Live.
Just last month, very first bill
So I think he has a legit chance.
pursue that effort. Instead, they found that the nonpartisan congressional budget said that it would
Who knows how many he's going to get to? Of course, Federer
billion
retires before one person. Ben, it's interesting to see the
Inflation Reduction Act also strong.
Tell the global sports stars are on the level that Jason is at now. Who do we compare it to?
Well, I think Brady's actually a really interesting comparison. How you think Brady's his life during his final because Brady not only won a lot, but really kept pushing. Past the age of 40, wanted to be the best and had this unbelievable win. Really peaked walk away, and that's sort of it takes time on which defending here as he wins. The oldest man ever to win it at 33. He shows no signs of quitting what's happening. There's really no big symbol of that for Brady.
By the way, ask anybody.
It's going to be a lot of fun covering him again for this season. Many thanks.
Just go ask. It's too much fun.
All right, imagine
Because the law that I signed last year, $1 billion corporations now have to pay 15% taxes. Just 15%.
Thanks for tuning in.
Nurse, firefighter, police officer, union member. Republican Congress want to get rid of these 15%, along with other reforms I've made to make corporations pay their share. Like 1% tax on corporations money and buy back their own stock.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 4 Pacific.
Pay taxes. Yes.
It's the show on America's Weeknight with American News.
Well, guess what? Instead of investing that 1% in building
podcasts.
Republicans
Watch NBC Night News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
$296 billion to the deficit.
What would you do? Marathon 2 to 6 Eastern every
Here's a big
Saturday
one.
on ABC News
Republican
Live.
Congress
Just
have
6
pledged
months left as America's first
that
lady,
they're going to
Michelle
extend
Obama returned
Trump's
to the
tax
campaign
cut.
trail where she fought hard for the Democratic frontrunner, Hillary
Right
Clinton.
now,
It's supposed to go away.
so much at stake.
It's supposed to go away.
This week, America's
The
number
wealthy
one
big
news and
corporations.
politics show on Sunday mornings.
When they passed it, the lion's share was supposed to be out of existence by 2025. These tax cuts
We
have
are back
already
now with
added
a
The leaked Access
perfect
Hollywood
story
tape on
$2
which
trillion
Donald Trump
starting
bragged
with the
about
bear.
groping
federal
women in his
government.
broadcast.
That's fact.
People wondered if
No
the
one
show
denies
would
it.
address the
$2
controversy.
trillion.
Yeah, wait,
Now
what?
Republicans
Yeah,
want to
usually
extend
dangerous
it
indeed. We know come in the forms of fins.
Again, the nonpartisan
razor-sharp
Congressional
this is
Budget
something.
Office
Look at this.
said
Yes,
that would
called
cost
Destin, Florida.
$2.7
We're shocked
trillion
to
again.
say this
So
guy
many
knows
years,
the show.
Manchester
From
City
Wales
and
to
their
Give
families
people who make over
their native
$4
Manchester
million
United
a
dominated
year.
tax break.
But on election night,
Won the treble in 1999.
Tax break
Now,
for
let's be
years.
frank, we all got our votes. And after an exhilarating season, they have a treble of their own to go on the back. Also, for the first time, European
after the
champions.
stunning
The big half of the
performance
season
of candidly,
victory
will
parade on
place
Monday.
every
The players arrived back in Manchester this afternoon, returning with the trophy from the now that they have their first European Cup.
I do.
Trophy cabinet
Now,
seems unlikely to think
not have
this will be the last.
You'll
This
see
is
that
only
in
the testification
made
that
it clear
every
tonight.
done the
So far,
treble. The German treble, by the way,
no one making less than
Western Cups and the European Cup. See a different team to do it. To Manchester Club,
not see a penny increase in it.
and that's what
Not a plan. And you'll see that my budget will invest in America, lower costs, protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, cut the deficit by $2 trillion.
just because it was the centenary edition.
I want to reward the work, not just wealth.
team have won.
Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise their family. So we have sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That enables millions of people to go to work. Let's also restore the child care tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room, and it cut child poverty in half, the lowest in all of American history. And by the way, when you do these things, guess what happens? We increase productivity in America. We generate economic growth. The economy gets better, not worse. I've also called on Congress to pass my proposal for a billionaire minimum tax. We had, when we started this administration, about 720 billionaires. Now we have about 1,000.
So she was,
You know what their average tax they pay?
Said she was calling it a day.
3%.
She took it all in.
Look, no billionaire should pay a lower tax than a school teacher.
Gloves cut off
And I said, people making less than $400,000 will not see their taxes raised one single penny. Look, I'm going to put on my right now, we all know.
That is it. This is the
Say you want to reduce the deficit. Their plans are to increase the
I made a
deficit.
commitment to girls around the world when I was in the White House that I would
where are they
not
going
walk
to
away
cut?
from this issue
They're going to cut
when I
Medicaid,
left. And
Affordable
this
Care
is
Act,
my
and cut Social
fulfillment of
Security,
that
and
promise
Medicare,
to the Obama
veterans
Foundation.
benefits, aid to farmers. The State of the Union, they seem to say they're not going to cut Social Security.
And while Michelle supports
Okay,
she would run
hope
for
that's true.
She's
How do they
focused
make
on
it
a different mission.
Add up. Here's the deal.
Politics
Republicans
is
try
just
to
not
take
my
away
thing.
people's health.
This is how I want to work in the
Increase
world.
costs
I
for
want to work
middle-class
on a
families,
seat
push
with
Americans
immersive
into
with
poverty.
girls around the
Don't
way.
want to stop.
Half
Take
in.
the
I
shell.
had no idea.
I'm going to stop. And let's remember, previous administration, America's deficit went up every 4 years in a row. Because of those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt.
Everyone, I'm Linda Davis.
Never added more to the national debt than my predecessor. Nearly 25%. The entire national debt accumulated over 200 years was accumulated as a consequence of tax cuts last administration.
how the
Fertility
Congress
is
responded to all
not
that
something
debt.
you conquer.
They passed the debt ceiling 3 times without the preconditions of crisis.
We can tap into those
If we paid Americans' bills then, why won't we pay them now?
let each other in.
Michelle also
let's
wrote
pay the debt.
candidly about Donald Trump's support of the false birth
If you couldn't throw the country into a crisis then, why would you want to throw it into a crisis now?
deliberately meant to stir up
They
the
wouldn't inflict pain on the American people then. Why would they do it
And
now?
it can customize to
I can tell you why.
So for me, I still think it's
They
my
have no business
responsibility
playing
to use my
politics.
voice to help people. There are values that we understand.
Look, folks, I'm sorry to give you so much detail, but I think it's important to get the facts laid out on the table.
She's a great
Here's the
example
bottom
of
line.
what's possible.
My economic
When you
plan is
believe in
working.
yourself,
Reduce the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress. Families across the country are starting to
Interstate 95 in
We just got to keep
Philadelphia,
it going.
causing
It's
part
been
of
a
the
long
highway
time.
to
It's never
collapse.
been a good bet to bet against America. And I can honestly say, as I stand here
Expected to
today,
have on traffic
I've never
up
been
and
more
down the East
optimistic about
Coast.
America's future.
Fallout after former President Trump is
I really mean it. We just have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. So God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Let's get this done. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Just ahead, former U.S. President Donald Trump is traveling to Miami
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States, accompanied by the U.S. Conference of Mayors President and Miami, Florida Mayor Francis Suarez, and U.S. Conference of Mayors Second Vice President and Columbus, Ohio Mayor Andy Ginther.
The level of detail and evidence that the Sheriff's Department has collected in this case has begun to sink in.
Inviting the mayors from the U.S. Conference of Mayors to the White House. It's really an honor. I'll tell you, as I walked through this iconic building for the family, I couldn't help but notice the picture of bipartisan presence. And I thought that was a wonderful testament to the bipartisan nature of our organization, the U.S. Conference of Mayors. It was reminded me of a story that my dad just wanted to keep going. He said that at a particularly difficult moment in Lyndon Johnson's presidency, he said to him, Mr. President, can it get any worse? And he sort of thought about it, he paused, and he said, oh, sure, I could be a mayor. So thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members and fellow mayors, America's mayors stand on the front lines of American democracy. We serve the American people every day, from every background and in every part of the country. We listen and lead. We serve and protect. And we deliver for everyone. While we hold different viewpoints, philosophies, and experiences, today we all carry a common message. Our federal government should act and we need to act. It needs to address the potholes of America. It needs to find a solution to the humanitarian and security crises. This means addressing the core drivers, not just the symptoms of this crisis. From our confronting the repressive regimes of Latin America to the human trafficking cartels, we must act. And we also must act on modernizing our visa system and our dysfunctional immigration laws. And I was pleased to see you, Mr. President, begin to address these issues recently when you visited the border. But of course, Of course, we all know we have a long way to go. We also need to act on public safety. We, from the federal government to the local government, need to clearly support the police. You said that just
weekend we had
we must bring the defund police movement to an end in word and in deed. We must support
former President Trump.
We know the president is committed to funding law enforcement. For that, we are grateful. We also must revisit failed policies like no cash bail, which seem to be contributing to the spike in violent crime in the cities. We need to act on maintaining our fiscal health and economic security. All of us here must balance our budget and honor our debts. The federal government must do the same, just as mayors have done across America. Finally, we should continue working together in the spirit of the bipartisan infrastructure law by further building out our American infrastructure, from roads and bridges to our digital economy. We share your concerns about strengthening our infrastructure and our security. We need to do more. We want to do more. And God willing, we will do more. Together, to strengthen America and keep our future strong. Thank you for your time. Thank you for that. And thank you again for hosting us today in the White House. And now I'd like to introduce the second vice president of the conference, Andy Ginsberg, the mayor of Columbus, Ohio, the heartland of the country, to share a few remarks on how our partnership with the administration is rebuilding American confidence and strengthening the nation's economy. Thank you.
Thank you, President Suarez, Vice President Sheevy, all of our colleagues here today. As President Suarez mentioned, I'm Andy Ginsberg, Mayor of the City of Columbus and part of the leadership team at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I have the pleasure this afternoon of introducing someone who has been an incredible friend, our strongest ally as America's mayors. When this president, about just 2 years ago, this president entered office, American cities were hurting. We were still trying to make our way through the most disruptive global event in any of our lifetimes. Mayors were on the front lines of the pandemic and all the downstream consequences: economic disruption, mental illness, gun violence, homelessness. We got to work. So did this president. He said, we're not just going to build back. He said, we're not just going to build back. We're going to build back better. Working hand in hand with local leaders, he has delivered over and over and over again. Our CEO and Executive Director, Tom Cochran, has been at the helm of the Conference of Mayors for more than 50 years. I know he agrees when I say the last 2 years have been the most consequential and productive for mayors in the history of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So much of that is thanks to our partnership with President Biden. The American Rescue Plan ensured we could protect public health, keep city workers on the job, and keep our local economies afloat. The bipartisan infrastructure law, allowing us not to just catch up on years of neglect, but jump ahead and claim the future. Beat out the rest of the world, so we have the most efficient and safe transportation system for the 21st century. The Inflation Reduction Act delivers on one of the mayor's biggest priorities, fighting back against climate change. The gun safety legislation shows that fighting back against gun violence is possible. We have more to do, but we do not accept the deaths from gun violence in our communities are just an acceptable part of living in America. The first time since Clinton, bipartisan gun safety legislation is now because of this president. It's something incredibly important to my community in our part of Ohio, the CHIPS and Science Act. Will ensure that the United States, not China, is leading the development of new technology. It has the potential to turn the old Rust Belt into the new Silicon Valley. Not bad for Look, we're a bipartisan group. Mayors don't let politics or partisanship get in the way of getting things done for the people we serve. Former mayor of Pittsburgh used to say there are three kinds of people in America: Republicans, Democrats, and mayors. When someone says it can't be done, we just work harder. I can't tell you how refreshing it is to have a president who works like mayors. I know he'll be the first to tell you we've got a lot more work to do, and we need to do it together. But I think it's worth taking a moment to appreciate how far we've come, all that we've accomplished together. America can still do great things. Republicans, Democrats, and Independents come together to fight for America. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and most importantly, your friendship with America's mayors. My friends, it is a great privilege and honor for this little kid from Columbus to introduce the 46th President of the United States, America's greatest champion of mayors, President Joe Biden. Thank you. Thank you. Better sit down. You don't want this going to my head. Kid from Scranton. Look, Mayor Suarez, thank you for your leadership at the conference. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat. But, Randy, thank you for that introduction. You know, it's wonderful to finally welcome all of you to the White House after not being able to be here because of the pandemic for so long. We appreciate it a great deal. And some of you know I started my career as a county councilman in the state of Delaware, and then I ran for the U.S. Senate because serving as local official was too hard. They know where you live, they knock on your door, and I've always had enormous respect for the job you do. And by the way, Suarez, you and I have something else in common. You know what it is? We both married way above our station. Way, way above our station. You all think I'm kidding. Some things are just self-evident. Today is 2 years since I was sworn in as president. And with your help, with your help, we've gotten a lot done. I think if you look around the room, we got a lot of cabinet members who are mayors. A lot of mayors. They got old Mitch Landry from Nolans down there, you know. And, that's like being mayor of a country.
Kennedy remains committed to public service.
Yeah, I tell you what, my daughter went down to Tulane University in large part because his dad. It's a long story, but when he was mayor, and I thought she's going to come home talking with boys talking funny at me, you know what I mean? From Bayou Lafourche or something. But Mayor Pete is, even though he's the secretary, they still call him Mayor Pete.
And you know, you got Marty Walsh from Boston. I don't know where Marty is. We got a lot of mayors. And that's why I think we're making such progress. Look, the fact is that, you know, it's fitting that we are here together today because you mayors know how to get things done.
So that was a different
question for me is going to be
because you have no choice in this. Yesterday I was in California. We're grappling with historic California. Started off, the governor looked at me and said, Mr. President, we used to be the 5th largest economy in the world, now we're the 4th. That's true in the world. I'll tell you what. So I genuflected and we moved on. I said, that means you don't need that $10 billion we just gave you, right? And y'all think I'm kidding, that's what we did, $10 billion. But all kidding aside, he's a great governor and he's great and well. But look, dealing with historic storms and flooding, you know, when your town or city faces a crisis, it's the mayor who gets the first call. I've seen it. I've traveled this country after floods and tornadoes, wildfires, hurricanes. As a matter of fact, I was kidding, but there was a serious piece to it when I pointed out that to the governor, we got to stop taking these helicopter rides because I went over this. I think it was the 5th one in the state, traveling the state. More of the forest was burned down there up in Oregon and the entire state of Missouri. I mean, it's a long way. A lot of damage. And I want to thank the mayors across the country for doing everything they can to recover and rebuild. It matters that you're the ones who make sure, as trite as it sounds, the garbage gets picked up, the potholes get fixed, the buses can catch to work and be able to continue to be there on time. And so much more significant consequences. Those things are consequential. They affect people's quality of life more than any other group of people in the world. The mayors know the measure of success isn't how many partisan points you score. It's how many problems you fix the problem. When I came to office,
joins me now from London. Good morning to you, Professor. What more
the show America wants and America needs.
The pandemic was raging, our economy was reeling, but we acted together. Now, 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that our plans work, and we're building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not just the top down. Because when we do that, by the way, the wealthy do very, very well. Everybody in the poor have a shot, and the middle class can have a little breathing. An economy that benefits folks in the heartland as well as in our cities and all across America. And, you know, I remember, you know, as I said, my family, I was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Cole died when I was in 3rd grade. We had to move. But I go back to Scranton. Everybody, the joke is they're from Scranton. Everybody's from Scranton. Think of all the towns you know. Some of you are married. That they go through school, they want to stay where their family is, where their relatives are, where they know everything, and they have to say, hey, Mama got to leave. There's no jobs here. There's no jobs here. I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest. What we're trying to do is not just rebuild the economy, bring back the pride, sense of belonging, sense of I want to stay where I live right now, where I actually do what I want to do. And that's the whole purpose of what we're trying to do in our cities when people used to move out. But, you know, now they're going to move back in. Cities are going. Not just big cities, small towns as well. The economy rewards work where you don't need a college degree to provide for your family. It helps to have that college degree, but you don't need it to provide for your family. 2 years ago this week, 18 million people were out of work. 2 years ago this week. Now that number is under 1.6 million. They're the lowest levels in decades. The unemployment rate is as low as it's been in 50 years. We've created 11 million jobs, 750,000 manufacturing jobs. Where in the hell is it written to say we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? I mean it, not a joke. I got so sick and tired of us exporting jobs and importing product. We're now importing jobs and exporting product. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. I really mean it. Because we're beginning to invest in ourselves again because of you all. Over the last 2 years, more Americans applied to start a small business than any year in history, any year on record. Make up 50% of all the economy. Fewer families are facing foreclosure or eviction before the pandemic. Families in our communities are starting to dream this is easy. But folks, it's not only that. Pride is coming back to America and to American citizens. And that's not just on the coast, as I said. In every part of the country, including many towns and cities and local communities that have been forgotten for much too long. Much too long. It's not an accident. It's a strategy. When I came to office, a strategy that we stuck to, even in the face of a lot of criticism. A strategy that we put into action, strategy to recover and rebuild and invest in America. You know, I'd say the second we used to invest 2% of our GDP in research and development every year. That's what we did. They're long way to stop. We stopped investing.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz.
We invest now 7/10%. We used to be number one, not China, number two. Things were allowed to happen. It's not been conscious. It just sort of slipped up on us. And the way in which we changed, the way we dealt with the whole range. We're changing. We're changing. As I said, we're going to export profit. With your support, I signed the law of the American Rescue. One study found that before the law was passed, 70% of the mayors in America expected to cut critical jobs about 2 years. 27% of them were facing steep cuts in police departments. So we acted. And with the CARES Act, we passed under the previous administration, someone had to go to your legislature for permission. I've been the bad guy when I was a senator and a vice president paying your neck. Why do you have to go through the legislature? No, I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest about that. Because you go through the legislature, you can't blame them. They say, I want a piece of my district. But you can apply directly. Oh, when I wrote the cops bill years ago, you didn't have to legislature or governor term. You could apply directly. If you qualified, you got it directly. You got the money directly. Well, that's what we're talking about. And things began to change. Instead, we made sure the American Rescue Plan empowered you directly, to avoid painful layoffs. You put cops back in the streets, firefighters back in the jobs. You kept teachers in classrooms. You asked for the money and you qualified for it. In Knoxville, Tennessee, Mayor Kincannon gave premium pay. There you are, Mayor. Well, you gave premium pay to police officers and firefighters to keep them on the job. It was a big deal. In Mesa, Arizona, Mayor Giles, I don't know where the mayor's here. I got to get people in trouble for my stuff. There. Mr. Mayor, how are you? Bought 5 new ambulances. Hired behavioral health clinicians to help the fire department in crisis calls. And by the way, you know, when a cop turns off in a domestic violence case or someone's standing on the edge of the bridge, they don't need a cop. They need a psychologist with them. That's why we're putting more people. No, I'm serious. We're beginning to understand this all again. And a lot of you are applying for the money and using it for these mental health issues as well. You know, there are countless examples. When it comes to public safety, we know the answer is not to defund the police. Not to defund the police. It's to retrain some police. It's to make sure there's accountability. To make sure we know exactly what's happening. But it's not to defund the police. They need more funding and they need ancillary help as well. And through the American Rescue Plan, $350 billion of state and local governments, and we urge them to make was available to them to make communities safer. It turned out that one of the largest investments in public safety ever, and every single Republican in Congress voted against it. But a lot of mayors said, you talk to your representatives, said, whoa, what? That, you know, it may be Biden's idea, but it's not all his ideas are bad. Oh, you think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. Many cities from Newark, New Jersey, to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, but all kidding aside, have made major investments in community violence intervention initiatives. These studies have shown in some cases they can reduce violent crime up to 60%, particularly among their youth. Doesn't always do that much, but it can do that much. But as you may know better than most, when you see these problems of crime and the opioid epidemic, you know the big part of that is mental health. Mental health. I want to take a moment to talk to you about how we're addressing that as well. By the way, Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, has been really focusing on this a great deal. A lot of you work through the American Rescue Plan. We provided initial funding for cities to start to address some of the mental health needs arising from the pandemic. $5 billion for states and community organizations to deliver mental health and substance abuse care. $103 million in funding specifically to address mental health for frontline health professionals, like nurses. You guys, in your community, you dealt with your hospital. The nurses are just overworked and having serious problems in terms of their own mental health. You know it wasn't enough. So the bipartisan Safer Community Act, and we went even further. That provides $10 billion to address mental health needs. $2 billion of that is for young people in particular to pay for things like school counseling. And we know what fentanyl is doing to families and communities all across the country. We worked hard to make sure the first responders have what they need when they respond to overdoses for young people dying. And by the way, we've confiscated an enormous amount of fentanyl, not just at the border, but beyond the border. Confiscated throughout, I think let me get the number here, I don't want to get it wrong. We confiscated 379 million doses of fentanyl. And by the way, 100,000 mostly kids have died from fentanyl. And it's put in things that they never anticipated as part of. As mayors, you know how much this matters. That's why I brought many former mayors into the administration. Keisha Lance Bottoms is here. He said it was harder being mayor than being president, but I don't know. I'm only kidding, but all kidding aside. But what have we issued as senior advisor on public engagement led the cities through the pandemic to make sure to bring the perspective of local officials and community leaders to decisions we make here at the White House. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, the former mayor in Iowa, is strengthening our nation's rural communities. He really is. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. And I know he's the Secretary of Agriculture. What he's doing, American grocery stores are stocked, while American farmers thrive, and young people have access to food, and schools are closed. Secretary of Housing and Urban Affairs, Marcia Flood. Marcia's right here. She got a hell of a job. A former mayor in Ohio, working very hard to close the wealth gap, expanding efforts to build generational wealth through home ownership. How did all the mainstream middle-class people get their wealth? 90% of them through investing in their home. They were able to buy in their home. That's how they were able to borrow to get their kids to school. That's how they built.
It's just been amazing.
Happening now, and she's working really hard to provide that opportunity, and as well as combating homelessness, which a lot of you are dealing with on your streets. And while folks continue to recover, we're also rebuilding. Mitch Landrieu, the former mayor of New Orleans, was president of this organization. He's now my senior advisor and infrastructure coordinator to helping rebuild America through a once-in-a-generation bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's always hard to make. He's working with all of you to modernize our nation's roads, highways, bridges, railroads, airports, ports, water systems, the internet, and so much more. Last year alone, nearly 7,000 projects were identified and are underway with funding from the infrastructure fund. By the end of this year, that will be more than 20,000. More than 20,000. If I can hesitate again for a second. One of the things I've been telling the press, they look at me like, oh, wonderful. Now, all kidding aside, why I keep saying it,
We did a lot last year. It's only now beginning to bear fruit because we passed this infrastructure bill. It's a 10-year bill. It's taking time to get it off the ground. Mitch McConnell and I just announced the construction of a new bridge of $1 billion across the Ohio River. It's going to fundamentally change transportation north and south, not just from Ohio, but across the nation. So many things are happening. We passed the bill relating to the cost of insulin. Well, guess what? Only now, as of January 1st, a lot of people are waking up and finding out it's on Medicare. They only have to pay $35 a month instead of $400 a month to save their lives. And I want the country to be able to make money, but I tell you what, people explain when they raise the price that is beyond inflation, that they invested more money in what they did in order to justify the price. Otherwise, guess what? They should go back and get it under the law. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. We're doing things that just make some common sense. There's some common sense because of Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, former mayor of Boston, who's parking his cars. I kid Marty. But he's making sure these projects have prevailing wage and purporting to move and suggest for significant apprenticeships so people can make a living off of what they're doing. And by the way, I'm going to talk in a minute about dealing with the whole idea of what we're doing in terms of new investments in the CHIPS legislation. One of the leading investors of over, I think so far, $22 billion in the United States from another country. I said, why are you investing in America? He said, because you got the best workers and in the safest environment in the world in which we can do this. So we're helping to rebuild our economy with jobs that don't require a 4-year degree. Promoting an economy that works for middle class and working class Americans. Transportation Secretary Pete here. Look, we know you're better known as Murphy, but working with many of you to address those quality of life issues that really matter to people we serve. Not just through big bridges and highway projects, but through, those are important, but also through smaller projects that are critical in your cities. Like in Madison, Wisconsin, where Mayor Rose Conway is buying 46 electric buses, replacing those dirty diesels, bad for the health of the environment, making it clear. No, I'm serious. It's a big deal. Helping City rebuild airport. There you are. Okay. Well, thank you. And it means our kids aren't going to be inhaling that diesel fumes when they get off the bus. For real, it matters. Environmentally, it matters as well. And so, we're helping cities rebuild airport terminals in Atlanta with Mayor Andre Dickens, in Orlando with Mayor Buddy Dyer, in L.A. with Karen Bass, with the leadership of Vice President Harris, we're partnering with you to deliver affordable high-speed internet to every single household in America. Affordable. So no parent has to park in front of McDonald's to do the homework with their kid when they're on, when the school's not in session, when they can't go to school. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for farmers, I might add, and a whole lot of other people to know exactly what products are costing and sell them for. And now we're 15 million households have affordable internet that they didn't have just before we passed the law. We're also making the biggest investment ever in climate, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're creating millions of good-paying jobs and investing in fence-lined communities that have suffered the most as a consequence of being smothered by pollution. Think of the Cancer Alley in Louisiana or Route 9 in Delaware, where all those facilities are. Well, we made a commitment. We're going to invest first and foremost as we clean up those communities. People from that community, and we're going to invest in that community better again. Our economic agenda united the manufacturing boom, the semiconductor boom, the battery boom, the electric vehicle boom. We're making things in America again in every part of America, cities large and small. Mayor of Phoenix, Kate, is Kate here?
In a symbolic gesture.
Thank you, Kate, for being here. I was with her last month to announce a small investment, $40 billion. $40 billion invested by TNSC, with 2 semiconductor factories and thousands of union workers helping to build them. And Andy, you know, the Field of Dreams outside of Columbus, where Intel's investing 100 acres, but they're investing $20 billion to expand semiconductor manufacturing. I said 100,000 acres. I dubbed it, I didn't mean to, she shouldn't have, but I said, this is the Field of Dreams. It is. It's the Field of Dreams. And by the way, of those jobs, of those 12,000 jobs, 7,000 are construction jobs. But guess what? They're paying prevailing wage. And those 5,000 jobs left, the average salary at those places, they tell them, are going to be $123,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to do those jobs. This is in part urged by all of you. This happens in no small part because of bipartisan chips and science act. Everybody signed on. And folks should join me at the bill signing and other victories. With your support, so many of you we've signed the first major gun legislation in 30 years. I'll say what I've said before, not all are going to agree with me, but we're going to ban assault weapons. Once we're going to do it again. And the number of bullets can be in a clip. On Sunday, we acknowledge what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. We're continuing to fight to protect women's right to choose. Last year, when I held the first of its kind White House summit at the request of others against hate-fueled violence, this group led the effort with 150 mayors to sign a compact, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, to prevent and address this type of violence in our communities. I'm committed to continuing this work with all of you, but I need you badly. But there's more to do. As was mentioned by your president, immigration is another major issue, affecting many of your communities, particularly the border communities and near communities. I visited the border earlier this month, the first time as president. I've been before, but the first time as president. I'm taking action where I have the legal capacity to do so. I'll continue to call on Congress to act to pass comprehensive immigration reform to fix the system. The first bill I introduced was a comprehensive reform legislation on immigration. But because of some in the Congress, they refused to consider it. They found it a better issue to campaign on than an issue to solve. So we have a choice. They keep using immigration to try to score political points, or we can help solve the problem. Immigration reform used to be a bipartisan issue, and we can make it that again, in my view. Let me close with this. I ran for office for 3 reasons. One was, even my campaign team thought I was wrong in terms of what I based upon which I was running. One of the things when I got elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate, I had to wait to be legally be able to be sworn in because I wasn't old enough. No joke. They talked about, my being the youngest. I wasn't. There was one younger elected popular than I was. But, I spent a lot of time. I used to get asked all the time, what's the secret? Because if I won against a really good guy who's a decent man, we never had a crossword with him. Republican who helped break the Clean Air Act. Disagreements on a number of other things. And second time I ran, he actually endorsed me. But the point is this, is simple.
Kennedy is also turning against Johnson's.
I used to get asked, there must be a secret. If you could have won, there must be some secret. And I used to think about it, that people for the next 3-4 years had asked me that who were running for office in Delaware. And I finally figured it out. And you all are successful and you know it. I said, the secret is, have you figured out what's worth losing? Have you figured out what's so important to you you'd rather lose than win and have to compromise. And so when I ran this time, and I had not planned on running again, why the hell didn't you follow your instincts? But I honest to God didn't. My son had passed away, and I had no desire. I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Things were going fine. To make a long story short, when I did, I decided there were 3 reasons to run. And I mean it. One was restore the soul in America. Decency, honor, the idea we could deal with one another. No, I genuinely mean it. The way, and I've been this way my whole career, how we build the economy. From the bottom up and the middle out, for real. Look, I come from the state of corporate America. More corporations are incorporated in my state than every other one of your states combined. And I got elected 7 times. So, it wasn't I was anti-corporate, but I have a different view in terms of what the priorities should be. And so, as I said, when the middle does well, they generate hope, give chance to the working class. When they do well, the wealthy do very, very well. Well, and the third reason I ran, which turned out to be the hardest, and that's unite the country. We are a democracy. We cannot be sustained if we stay 50 different islands, 2 different parties that no longer talk to one another. For the last 2 years since my inauguration, I think we've made some progress. Large part because of many of you sitting in this room. And I'm really optimistic in the year ahead that we're implementing the laws we've already passed that will deliver real benefits. People are going to feel them in their everyday lives. That work we're going to continue to do together. Together we're proving that every city town in this country, our best days are ahead of us, not behind us. And I really mean it. I was asked by my senior team, people remember, said, if I could do anything to change the attitude of optimism in America, what was the one thing I'd do? Just I could change one thing. It's going to sound bizarre when I tell you. I said I'd cure cancer. And they looked at me like, well, cure cancer? Because nobody thinks it's the most frightening thing to think. And if we did it, there's big things to do. There's nothing beyond our capacity, I swear to God. There's nothing beyond the States of America. Remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. When we work together, there's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing. So we got to work together, folks. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Now I'm going to turn it over to Julie. They gave me a different mic they can turn off. So
a couple of questions that we will take from a couple of mayors. We'll start with Mayor Tashara Jones from St. Louis, Missouri.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Yeah, how are you?
Great. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act, we're seeing jobs return to our cities, and we're preparing our citizens for the many opportunities to come. What can we as mayors do to help you further your agenda of shoring up our national security and bring more high-quality jobs to America's cities?
I think 2 things. One, be realistic and don't confuse the national debt with debt reduction on a yearly basis. The debt we're paying on, and we're going to have a little discussion about that with the majority leader of the House, has accumulated over 200 years. Over 200 years. Not a joke. That's how long. That's what the national debt is. It's over $31 trillion, but it's over 200 years. And 1/4 of that debt, 1/4 of that was accumulated in the 4 years of my predecessor. 1/4 of it. So what we've actually done there, we've actually cut the deficit on a yearly basis. The first year, because of what I'm not being solicited, because we all did. $350 billion. And last year, this year, we cut that deficit on a yearly basis. We're over $1 trillion. It's over $1 trillion, roughly $400 billion we cut the deficit. The yearly deficit, year to year. We got to focus on making sure we do not accumulate more debt on the historic 200 years and gradually continue to reduce it. One of the things that we've done is the budget we're going to be introducing, you're all going to see, is expected to reduce the debt another $1 trillion this next year by spending more, spending less than we spending less than we bring in. Now the big debate, to be honest with you, we're talking about in the State of the Union, is a fundamental disagreement on what we should do to cut. What do we cut? Well, it's not just cutting. What do you raise? What taxes do people pay? How do they pay their taxes? And do they pay it fairly? And so one of the things that's going to be a big issue in dealing with the national debt that could, if we don't meet our national debt, will be negative the first time. We have a calamity that exceeds anything that's ever happened. And so one of the things that we're going to do is it's going to get down to a decision of whether do we in fact make sure that folks, do we cut Social Security to raise taxes on trillionaires? Billionaires. There's 745 or 50 billionaires in America. Average tax rate they pay is 2%. I think you should be able to be a billionaire, but I think you should pay a little more than 2%. And that the finances. No, and by the way, I'm not trying, as Douglas knows me well, I'm not trying to be alarming about it, but I mean, it's a reality. Now, the argument, there's a lot of arguments why that shouldn't be, because they generate so much energy and so much growth, etc. But there's a lot of things we can do now. The option that's being going to be offered, you're going to see, is they want the way to deal with cutting that debt is to cut Social Security, cut Medicaid. We got to do something about Social Security. No, but these are the kind of debates we're going to have, and they're going to be honest debates. For you, it seems to me, for a mayor, the things that I believe, and I've not been a mayor, but I think I've watched long enough to know the difference between great ones like you and folks who I shouldn't say don't too much. I shouldn't say that. You've had more difficulty. It's focus on the things that make your city unique and make it grow. What are the things that make it grow? Well, first of all, I could go on, but I'm just going to give you one example. We're in a situation where if you were one of the reasons why America became the most advanced and economically prosperous nation in the 21st century, we're the first nation in the world to have universal education. Grades 1 through 12. Now, others had systems that were superior to ours in terms of their exclusiveness, but not universal. Now, I wonder if anybody today, we were starting up and saying, we're going to decide we're going to have a universal education system. Would anybody think in the second quarter of the 21st century that 12 years was enough to compete? I don't think so. I mean, for real. So a lot of you are doing a lot of experimental work in terms of not just pre-K, but you're doing it in terms of education, teaching kids to read, write, add, subtract in 3, 4, and 5 years. And you're focusing on apprentice programs after college. You're focusing on, after high school. You're focusing in high school on allowing people to learn trades instead of, there used to be, even you're old enough to remember, not you, but when, there were shop classes in school where people learned whether they're comfortable working with their hands, so there's a lot of things that we can do in education. There's a lot of things you can also do in terms of dealing with, I'm going to get you a lot more money, God willing, because I think we have universal support for it, beyond the money that came out of the original legislation. There's a proposal that I just presented to, I'm the guy that wrote the community policing law. It got very bad publicity. But guess what? People are figuring out, guess what? It works. The people who most need the help, the most victimized are the poorest community. So we need cops in those communities, from those communities, but cops that are held accountable to everything that they say we're supposed to do. And we can do that. So focusing on law enforcement that in fact is equitable, focusing on, for example, nationally, I still think we should have George Floyd legislation, but I didn't able to do that. So what I was able to do, I said no knock warrants are limited significantly. We're in a situation where you have to no chokeholds or certain basic things. When I was coming up as a kid, cops were learning to, required to learn to shoot to kill. We ought to be able to shoot to stop. Everything shouldn't be an extreme. So the way we train police officers is changing. And there's a lot of things you can look at to determine whether or not you can affect the safety of your city. And also, I think that, I'm not going to. So there's a lot of things you can do. Because I believe you'll have the economic wherewithal through the program and federal government, not telling you what to do, but giving you the wherewithal to do the things that you think most needs should be done. And every community is a slightly different need, a slightly different need in terms of emphasis. And I think one of the great mayors in the country is Duggan, not a joke. I tell you what, he inherited a hell of a situation. And I remember Barack Obama turned to me one day and said, not a joke, Joe, fix Detroit. I said, no problem. No problem. Well, I got to know Detroit. I found out things the mayor taught me was, guess what? That something was close to 70% of the people in the city, 60% of the people in the city who were high school educated had jobs that were outside the city. And they couldn't get there. They didn't have, 60% didn't have cars. So we ended up getting, 20 new buses, was it, initially? I mean, just practical things to determine what are the things that both allow neighborhoods to stay united and move. And again, there's a lot. One of the things that Mayor Landry, I still call him Mayor, but much more than that, he's running this show for me because we also have, I can't remember the name, I asked for the phone number and I forgot it. 881-8946 that you can call, because we have people in here. No, I'm not joking. A lot of people know we have these programs, but they're hard to navigate. So you can pick up the phone and call, how do I get the money to do A, B, C, or D? Can I do this with that? To cut through the red tape. Anyway, I hope I answered you. You're about to cut me off.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have one more question from Mayor Sheevy from Reno, Nevada. All right, thank you. So first of all, thank you for inviting us to your home. We love what you've done with the place. It's beautiful. And also, I want to say thank you.
Museums, right?
I want to say thank you from the bottom of all of our hearts. I know everyone in the room is so grateful that you have brought mayors into your cabinet. I think it should be a requirement of every president. Mayor Landro, I love you. Mayor Pete, I love you. And I honestly believe more has been done because of that. And so thank you so much for your leadership. We are so grateful.
What, six mayors in cabinet positions?
I think 6? All right, maybe we can get to 12. I know 6 more in here that would like to come.
We have more women than men.
See, love that too. Love that too. So you talked a little bit about mental health, and I want to say thank you so much for your leadership on that. It means the world to me. We are so fortunate to work with your Surgeon General. He is fantastic. He is fantastic. So all your mayors in the room are going to become mental health warriors. And we're going to be addressing addiction and loss and grief. And I'm going to ask you something very personal. You've had a lot of loss and grief in your life, and I know over the last few years a lot of Americans have had a lot of loss and grief because of the pandemic. What would be what would you say to them? And your advice to someone experiencing personal loss and grief?
Well, first of all,
move in a different direction. We want to deal with our own problems within our own country, and we want peace in Vietnam.
as close staff knows, I spend a lot of time with folks found down through loss.
Then, when there was no rest for several weeks, some web sleuths decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
And granted, I did.
Every theory you guys are not detectives.
My wife and daughter, right after I got elected to the Senate,
question for me is going to be
tractor trailer to go outside and kill my wife and daughter.
Now streaming
Two boys, little boys, they were
So much happening these
on
days,
top
it's
of
hard to
their
keep up.
deceased mom and sister for a long time because it took the local fire department a long time to get the jaws right to get them out. And then the guy who should be standing represented by the president is not sure my son goes. And but he decided, I'll never forget, and asked me one Friday, he said, Dad, what are you doing on Friday? And I said, what do you mean? He said, like you swear me in. I said, what do you mean? You're Attorney General of the State of Delaware, swear in the what? He said, I joined the United States National Guard, the Delaware National Guard. And then when his unit got sent, he didn't have to go to the exemption as long as he gave us the seat.
Let's go. How are you?
And, that was tough. But you know what? I had friends. I had an incredible wife. My man deserves mom, dad, sister, brother,
I got shot that
and for example, an accident happened
In Kenya, some leaders of the semi-nomadic Maasai historic tradition.
By the way, 5 days after I was married, they were gone. But I say that not about me, but it's about what mental health does. I had people around me that were there to help me. I was lucky. I used to, everybody thinks I commuted every day I've traveled over 1,200,000 miles on Amtrak. Not a joke. I commuted every single day. I have 36 years and then beyond that, as vice president. I go home. Everybody thinks I got to run home because I went home because couldn't afford two places. But no, I went home because I get to, kiss my boys goodnight, lay down with Sarah prayers, and then my daughter, etc. But I had my mother. there. In the morning I'd drop the boys off into the little in my mom's house, and then later I'd have them drive them to school and I'd be picked up. My point is I had so much help. And I had psychological help. Everywhere down there was someone there that basically hold my hand. Well, that's the mental health that a lot of families don't have. They don't have. And a lot of folks are in a situation where if they just had somebody to talk to, they just had, and that's why I think some of the things we can do that can also help families going through the difficult times is, for example, preschool education, right with age 3, that does two things. It helps your kid get an advantage, but it also helps mom or dad or single parent or parents who are going through hell to have somebody there until 5 o'clock taking care of your kid while they're learning. So there's a lot of things that it does that gives people, but in addition to that, people who've gone through really tough times with drug addiction and ways of other things, alcoholism, they also are in a situation where they find themselves being able to have the kind of medical health mental health side. And so I just think having people to reach out who are professionals who know how to deal with people going through trauma, tragedy, or self-inflicted wounds.
And it makes a gigantic difference.
You know, when I watch that,
The need for, look at what's happened. And I think I sometimes underestimate it because I stop thinking about it. But I'm sure you don't. We lost over 1 million people in several years to COVID. What that means is, and the study was done, that there's 8 people close to every one of those, on average, those 1 million people. How many mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, uncle, aunts got up in the morning or sat down for dinner at night and there was an empty chair? How many? And what impact does that have on the rest of the family? And there's a lot of tricks that you can be taught. There's a lot of things you can do to engage the children who survive, engage the children who aren't addicted, engage the parents. So I just think there's so many things that you can do. And the reason I gave you my personal story was I think it's just about knowing somebody's there. Knowing somebody can reach out to when you get scared and hold their hand. Whether it's a drug problem, a physical problem, whether it's just a... By the way, my wife Jill got very engaged with the Brits in the U.S. military in dealing with trying to convince people. Think of the military. The one thing you're taught to as a warrior is never complain, never explain, man. Don't complain. Well, guess what? Mental health is a problem. It's a serious problem.
I think
you have more people dying of suicide in the United States military than any other reason.
Live your life.
More people.
Go on.
And so we got involved in reaching out to help families so that you don't make it, and then I'll conclude with this. We have to take the stigma off of mental health. Mental health is no different than you break your arm or your leg. No, it really isn't. It's God's truth. It is a problem that is a medical problem. And so the hardest part is to get people, a lot of people, I say most people, to acknowledge that I'm getting help. I'm getting help. That's why we had this effort to deal, my wife dealt with this program to provide for health for,
explosion shuts down one of the busiest highways in America, setting up a traffic nightmare on the East Coast. The fiery scene in Philadelphia on Interstate 95 after a tanker truck blew up under the highway, smoke was seen for miles, and then the highway itself collapsed. The major thoroughfare shut down in both directions indefinitely.
But we got to take the stigma, remarkably devastating stigma away from the notion.
New details on President Trump's arraignment this week. He'll be fingerprinted and may have to surrender his passport.
How many folks do you know? How many cops on your department need some mental health because they're suffering from post-traumatic stress? I mean, we don't look at them and say, they're weak. But, it's just about... Anyway, we just got to reach out and change the notion of the stigma associated with the notion of seeking mental health. And it starts early when you can detect the children who need some guidance. It doesn't mean they're, quote, crazy. It means they have some disposition that has to be treated. There's a lot that can be done. I'm talking too much. I apologize, guys. Thank you all very much for admitting.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats while the President departs.
One of the busiest highways in America, and right now it is severed. One section of it totally shut down, and it could last for weeks, even months. This was the scene this morning outside Philadelphia.
It's Monday, Tuesday,
and then soon after this, the highway itself collapsing. Part of the highway truck. For those of you who don't live on the East Coast, it's hard to overstate how critical the Interstate 95 is for everything from daily commuters to interstate now shut down, not just the right-of-way from Florida to Maine. From overnight and morning commute, Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg is warning of major ripple effects, telling
They and our very great
significant regional traffic impact. George Solis begins our coverage tonight
and
from the
constant contact with California State.
They gave him every option to they acted with strength. They were very deferential to him, and they were very patient. They talked to him for almost a year trying to get those documents. And they checked them all. They finally got to the subpoena, and there you go. According to the government, he's now obstructed that subpoena.
So as a very proud daughter of Bill Clinton,
And they found
it gives me immense personal pride as Vice President of the United States to say Dub Nation is my family and my dear friends are among the many who are gathered to congratulate our Golden State Warriors.
The Levitation officials say that the collective section was a part of the Department of elected
So on a personal note, I have been a Warrior fan my entire life. And this team has been a constant, previously for me and so many.
Knowing what I know now.
Doug and I, the first second gentleman of the United States, together with our families who are here, have watched this team on television and to I have a fond of a particular player, and name is overt evidence. So you were headed into the game, but stuck in the hands of Bill Clinton. And we were worried that we were going to be pissed off.
And George,
Out
the cleanup process out of the way.
Here's more of what, and to the dismay of my I decided to jump out the car and take part instead. And got on a jam-packed train with all the other fans. We got to the game on time. And yes,
But this is much different. He's not a victim. He was totally wrong. It was a choice. And I they have to be in the custody of the archivist. He had no right to maintain them.
after President Biden,
And he kept them in a way Mar-a-Lago that no one cares about national security.
my number is right.
Now with this indictment approved by the grand jury hearing
And as many of you may know, I work out at courthouse. So every morning I look at
Mr. Trump on Friday. I was shocked by the degree of sensitivity of these documents. If he didn't have his true his toes.
criticism of the GOP placing tribute to President Trump with a minority of Republican leaders, most of whom have rallied to Mr. Trump's defense.
They've continued to go after him, and I think anyone with common sense can see that. You may hate his guts, but he is not what he did is very similar in my view to what Hillary Clinton did.
Which they do with great
to take up the cause of taking on the DOJ.
I'm glad you started revealing his hearings now.
The weaponization of federal power.
The defiance from the president telling reporters this weekend he intends to plead not guilty on Tuesday and would never drop out of the presidential race.
And Garrett is with us now outside the federal courthouse, and the president is already planning a speech for after his arraignment.
That's right, Dave. He'll follow the same playbook he used after his first arraignment in New York.
Please welcome Steph Curry and the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
stimulant
say
every
overnight at his club in
Reports say
Doral.
he'll be
About
held
20
at
minutes by
about
car to
10
a heavily
convicted.
protected
He
Miami
faces
federal
17
courthouse.
years.
How do the marshals in the
Ukraine
area
President
protect
Zelensky
the
says
courthouse
the
personnel,
people have
the
been
media,
rescued
the people
from
in this
flooding
perimeter?
caused
They're
by the Party has
Carmel, thank you very much. Feels like a war or a home game.
Mr. Trump is expected to enter the court complex via an
Nancy
underground
Pelosi
tunnel to be processed by the federal marshals and the FBI. The marshal is expected to take his fingerprints and mugshot. Up in the air, whether his passport will be confiscated. In the courtroom, he'll be asked to enter a plea, launching what will be a year
so wonderful.
this morning, leading to the most closely watched criminal trial in American history.
Several other members of the California delegation here are also here.
Tonight, American Michael Travis Leach is facing up to a dozen one or two documents will be lurking at jail. Seen today on state television's Lock Opening Cage in Moscow. Russian state media saying he's accused of large-scale killing from but giving clean details. Pro-Kremlin media releasing this video they say he was leaked after his arrest.
I am not admitting to any Thursday.
NBC News
Difficult moments.
Officials in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania say it could take months to repair a section of the major highway that collapsed on Sunday. This is the state a fuel tank of truck caught fire. So these days is what one driver experienced as he drove near
It all just kind of sort of at the moment, like, okay, this is just,
Congratulations, teams over Peter and Joe. Congratulations, most especially.
Journalist Evan Gershkovich
and I learned, shortly after that.
Today's the Golden State Warriors are known as
and WFAN
This is a massive news so far.
The U.S. saying he's
Danny Freeman has more. And Josh joins me now from London. Josh, what is the U.S. government? The big question
why and how?
Very little, Kate. It's unclear whether U.S. embassy officials have even made contact with him yet.
The state's video coming down in Dallas. Witnesses say that the Texan American is their
basically just before 6:30
I've been there.
In this country, we're learning more
My dad just said, get up, get up, never give up. She never gave up. She always believed. Coached by one of the great man of courage and humility. 5 rings as a player, 4 as a coach. Steve Kerr. By the way, he's run out of
tons of concrete mess now sitting on government officials have to sit through. Take a listen to what Governor said when he laid eyes on
new details on how they stayed alive.
And one of the best executives for it, Bob Myers. And to rebuild reimagine the team around the big three, Stephanie and
remarkably devastating sight.
She found cassava flour from the wreckage tree, along with fruits and seeds. Her grandmother says the number of
very
towards her seed to
They got people out of
works like hell to come back
now.
Which, along with footprints, a baby bottle, and tiny shoes left behind, helped lead them to the survivors.
2022 shows what they're all about. Art,
The children have been missing since May 1st when their family was traveling visiting their mother.
Playoffs, beating Denver, Memphis, Dallas, and the finals beating Boston Celtics for their 7th
The race to find them is now a race to get healthy. Hospitals General Director gives signs of hope, saying Garmod's big liver and are weak. But some of the children were dying today
We know that when a child plays, it does good. Let's get into it.
Well, I tell you
Those
what.
tiny footprints they left on Amazon have now left a big impression while touring around the world. Marissa Parra, NBC. Just amazing. Still ahead
Many places.
Ukraine says Russia was a scary moment for these officers. The emergency deploying inside the plane. We're back with a major update in an alleged murder. Ukraine's deputy defense minister, the woman accused of poisoning her husband to death and then writing at children and Russia's Crimea, is asking to be released ahead of a hearing tomorrow. Her lawyers are presenting new evidence they believe she didn't do it. Jesse
She's accused of murdering her husband. Still flooded. Children's hospitals in the weeks since the
That's back to now to discuss these stories. Obviously, Ukraine is still here on a midway and early concessions to the counter. We're hearing about villages being liberated. Obviously, there's extreme operational silence from people who don't know. What do we know?
Prosecutors allege in March of last year, the Utah mother of three spiked her husband's drink with fentanyl, killing him. But in a new court filing, Richard's lawyer argues there's no substantial evidence to support the charges against her, claiming prosecutors are relying on inconsistent testimony from a known criminal who, as theories allege, helped Richards get drugs.
You don't bang your entire case with testimony evidence from one witness.
Some witnesses have backed up Penny's claims, saying he was threatening writers. Haley's family and friends say he's battling mental illness.
Richard's lawyer also said days before her husband's alleged murder, friends saw the couple looking healthier than ever. But authorities claim Eric Richards believed his wife tried poisoning him multiple times before his death.
The person has acted and looked very happy, but you never know what they're planning internally. And the registry does not have a so they're just basing their arguments
he should be released on bail, and that there is no substantial evidence that supports the charges.
For now, Roy Richards is in jail with a detention hearing scheduled for tomorrow, standing accused of making herself a widow. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
We're back in a moment with a history-making win for Novak Djokovic, plus the most spectacular water equipment and credit cards without initially knowing about it. In general, we're back with a frightening moment on a Delta flight when the emergency slide accidentally inflated on interest. UFC champion former team mascot at the NBA Finals, Conor McGregor, knocked down the Miami Heat mascot Bernie with a left hook, then hit him again after he hit the floor. It was all supposed to be a staged fight among the Heat, said the man in the costume needed medical attention. He's now resting at home. Novak Djokovic just became the most successful men's Grand Slam player. Thank you for that. The tennis champion legend opened today, winning a record of 23 Grand Slam singles titles and breaking his ties with Rafael Nadal. If you're a fan of national parks like I am, you're going to want to see this one. Anybody headed to Yosemite in California right now is going to see some stunning waterfalls the park has ever had. The reason? That record winter snow is now has accused U.S. citizens for several weeks of drug dealing or decided to take the narcotic business to attract young people and said people who remain detained there in Russia until at least early August. Now, the State Department on Sunday confirmed Travis's arrest, and they said that there were officials from the U.S. Embassy in Moscow there at his residence. Now, Travis's mother said he has not moved the State Department as of Sunday, and she is concerned about the welfare of her son being imprisoned there in Russia. She is concerned about his well-being or his health, and she said she would reach out to the U.S. government to ever had if she did not hear from them by Monday. Now, this arrest, of course, comes after 3 years of tight information between the United States and Russia. We have seen them detain numerous Americans. 2 of those Americans are Evan Dershkovich.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Seth Sir.
About a decade ago, she was
But all that beauty belies
of the state of repression in Russia. He cited information that happened with MTV, and the Russian government. This is what he said about that.
This was a documentary very about already this year we've had swiftwater rescues where people have ended up in the river.
And yet, editorially controlled what American viewers see on TV.
What the U.S. government has to say about Travis's arrest, where now state department officials say they will continue to monitor the case. Jennifer Hammer, CNN, Washington.
Has been overrun by
Still ahead on CNN News this week,
The state so desperately
Really want to go with me when we come back. The amazing There's good news tonight about persistence and hard work with a twist or two you won't see coming.
Next, a wild scene unfolding at the NBA Finals.
Please join me in welcoming to the podium Rasha Ahmad.
This is a moment 26-year-old Rasha Ahmad fought for.
I am honored to have been chosen to speak on the behalf of Class 2023.
That's her giving a speech
on Friday, the Miami Heat not only losing Game 4 of the NBA Finals to the Denver Nuggets, but also losing their mascot to a pair of punches from MMA star Conor McGregor.
Knowing my story and what I go through.
Halftime skit was a planned promotion from McGregor's new pain relief spray, pitching the product to the crowd until the Heat's mascot, Bernie, comes out to confront him dressed in boxing attire. As part of the scripted skit, McGregor punching Bernie, flattening him to the ground before punching him again
when
while he was on the floor.
start hearing the explosion sound,
The performer playing Bernie, later taken to the hospital where he was given pain medication and released. Just last week, Bernie was on GMA,
Russia and her
losing
mom
a
applied
dance
for
battle with
asylum.
14-year-old
That would be, we'll come back. Hopefully we got to come back and check and see what's up. I want to say again, thank you for letting us be here and celebrate our families, our staff.
To dance at Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
And it's my house.
That is given just an
This isn't just a story about Russia's American dream. Her mother was there that day
Now
too,
resting at home,
not as a
Bernie is expected to
spectator,
return
but
to
as a
Miami
fellow
if the Heat
graduate.
beat the Nuggets tonight in
She
Denver
helped me
right
a
here
lot. I'm
on ABC.
so thankful.
Longtime
God
New
gave
York
me
Yankees
this girl.
radio announcer John Sterling says he's fine.
I'm so proud that I have a mother like you.
From a foul
A
ball.
powerful achievement made all the more meaningful because of this. That's Rasha's father, there at the ceremony. The
2
first
years
time
ago,
they'd seen him,
January 6th, our democracy.
I'm not going to be worrying about nothing anymore. The 84-year-old finished Saturday night.
U.S. Capitol was
Having
breached,
achieved
which had
so
never happened
much
before in the
together.
history
Congratulations to Class of 2023.
Civil War.
I wish you continued
A
success.
violent mob of
And yes,
insurrectionists assaulted law enforcement,
Let's watch
vandalized Sacred Halls,
Rasha's hoping to get her master's
hunted
degree,
down
and her
elected
mom
officials.
might go back to school too.
All for the
That
purpose
is
of
NBC
attempt
9
to
News on this
overthrow
Sunday. Lester
the
Holt
will
is with you tomorrow.
More
I'm
Americans
Kate
turn
Snow for
here
all
and
of us
serve
here at NBC News. Stay
peaceful
safe.
transfer
Have a
of
great
power.
night.
World News Tonight
All
with
of it.
David Muir, America's
All
number
of
one
it
most watched
was
newscast
fueled by
across
lies
all
about the
television.
2020
Hi,
election.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to
But
today.
on this day, 2 years ago, our democracy held. Because we, the people,
Right now, in New
the
York,
Constitution says, we, the people, did not flinch.
this week,
We, the people, endured.
show on Sunday
We, the people, prevailed. On this day of remembrance, joined by the Vice President and Second Gentleman and all of you, the honor of a remarkable group of Americans who embodied the best before, during, and after January the 6th, 2021. For the first time in my presidency, I'm bestowing the Presidential Citizens Medal, one of our nation's highest civilian honors. It recognizes, quote, citizens of the United States of America who have performed exemplary deeds of service to their country for their fellow citizens.
Faster, smarter, and it can
In a few moments, the full citation for exemplary deeds will be read by Mr. This is who these people have
They're honored. ABC's 2024 generation of film. Emmy Awards records. In Victoria, the 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
Breaking news. This is just tell the line that day. On the line for democracy.
Then when there was no rest for several weeks,
Red
some state governments decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
You could phone them and
Every security, you guys aren't just detectives. These people alone just...
nearly 13,000
question for me is going to be, what's his
Philippines
defense?
have left the country to vote against Iraq.
Officials say that
We all watch. The irony
in southeastern part of Luzon, the nation's largest island, seems pristine and stout following this fallout sulfuric acid. It's a very dangerous situation.
Have been evacuated and taken to evacuation centers. We have video of the evacuations that happened in place. This is
all real.
their children and their belongings to the This involves some thousands of families that live around the world. Now, the government says that the local population is already evacuated. We're working to make the rest of the city. Now, my own has been spewing super gas.
Remember who shared that moment for hours?
Let's bring up that combat.
I can hold for a second and just say to you,
It was the end of
the
the story.
impact
But it was also just the
July
beginning.
the 6th at International Week for Russia Beyond.
Following the mystery. Take us to places.
First meeting I had with the
And Brady was
danger zone. The 6th kilometer or 3.7 mile radius of has been
Taking a friend
around this
different type of beach
I said America's back.
have evacuated 3,000 farm animals as well. We're showing the map where this is located in the Philippines in the southeastern part of the island.
Start coming back.
What did you think tomorrow?
That's in the ring of fire.
Woke up
Like activity, earthquakes, tremors are very, very
British
common.
Parliament
Right now,
come down the hall.
tonight, a massive explosion shuts down one of the busiest highways in America. This has been a traffic nightmare on the East Coast. The fiery scene was Interstate 95, which has tanks of trucks under the highway, smoke and seen for miles. And then the highway itself erupts. The major thoroughfare shut down in both directions indefinitely. Now, volcanologists are warning
every Saturday on
new details on President Trump's arraignment this week.
Released out in Hong Kong,
May
thank
have
you.
to surrender his passport. He is responding as his former attorney general weighs in the non-related back. Officials say the number of out-of-control Another American detained in Russia accused of selling drugs. Is Russia and now more help is coming from around the world. With Monday, about 12 the Unabomber Ted Kaczynski dead at 81. The new reporting about how he died. New images of an emergency slide on a Delta flight deploying inside the plane of crew members sent to the hospital.
First time in
New revelations about how 4 children survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle, with the oldest 13-year-old
and crushed.
then when there was no rest for several weeks. And if you go to Yosemite right now,
Decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
After it was over, he was asked,
was
has he been playing?
This is NBC
He's a local guy.
The real question for me is going to be,
On Sunday,
what's
I-95 is one of the busiest highways in America, and right now it is severed. One section of it totally
Democracy.
shut down, and over the past 2 weeks,
That's what he knew he was fighting
the
for.
scene this morning outside
He wasn't a scholar. He wasn't a historian.
And then soon after, take this, the
The red
highway
blood in
itself
America is
collapsing,
fighting for
crushing
democracy.
For those of you who don't live on the East
Former
Coast, it's hard to understand how critical I-95 is for everything from daily commuters to interstate commerce.
20 years in the job. God, where veterans narcotics industry. At a moment of crisis, he was asked to do undercover work elsewhere.
Telling anyone traveling on
The answer to the crisis called
significant regional traffic impact. George Solis begins our coverage tonight from the site of the accident.
Weak when he visited them
Today's
in
weather
hospital
rain
on
and
beaten, not pushed around, beaten, tased.
His experience
Called a traitor as the mob shouted, and remember, kill him with his own gun. Kill him with his own gun.
psychological support to this that appear in
And ever since he's spoken out forcefully to make sure people
allowing the capital immediately and move quickly to repair and reconstruct this roadway.
just reminder that the murder of
Private First Class Harry Dunn,
first
in the United States Capitol Police, 14 years on the force. On that day, he was outside Speaker Pelosi's office. He stood guard, protecting fellow officers who were already injured.
This is an ongoing investigation.
He was fighting back insurrectionists across the Capitol while being called the vilest racist names. His own congressman, true constitutional scholar Jamie Raskin, couldn't be here today as he recovers from cancer treatment. He wanted me to say the following, and I wrote it down. Officer Harry Dunn acted with remarkable courage and valor to defend both our institution and our people. Went on to say, generations to come will think of him and these officers and thank them for their service.
Songs actually help us heal from heartbreak. One recent study finding music helps firefighters manage to put symptoms
5 years
concerns of compromised when it came to things like work, relationships,
Capitol
and other
Police.
activities.
No reported injuries.
On the front lines of the mob's first
This
surge.
song really resonates.
She stood there.
And traffic for drivers.
She said, and I hope I'm correctly
And George,
quoting
tonight the
you,
cleanup process is underway.
Looking at the photo of the axe, listening to
That's
that
right,
song,
heavy
that
machinery is on
constantly
site right now,
moved down.
carefully
That's a
removing that
real
tons
mistake.
of debris as there is concern of fire.
Knocked unconscious.
Tonight, officials saying the rebuild of this portion of
with
95
traumatic brain
could
injury.
take months.
She got back up to help hold the line.
Thank you. We are less than 2 days away from another
The granddaughter of two proud
Donald
military
Trump will be
veterans,
the
she
first
says
former president to be
it was
arraigned
her
on
job to,
federal
quote,
charges.
protect
That happens on
America's
Tuesday,
symbol
and today,
of
he's
democracy,
vowing
end
to
of
fight.
quote.
Garrett Hayes.
That building.
America this morning, a portion of Tidal Highway in the Northeast shut down indefinitely after
Donald Trump lashing out again tonight at what Tuck
Acanino.
calls the weaponized Department of Justice, and the Special Counsel now Russell.
We're learning about a vehicle.
Everybody said this is a disgraceful indictment. It shouldn't happen. It was done for
Calling former AG Bill
He can call me President Biden from now on. A proud immigrant from the Dominican Republic. 16 years in the force. Like my son, an Iraqi war veteran with the United States military, the United States Army. Who described January 6th as something from a medieval battle, trying to keep insurrectionists from entering the tunnel entrance on the lower West Terrace as he got punched, blinded with a laser, speared with an American flagpole with the American flag on it, the flag he swore to defend. He stood tall in the breach, the deep and abiding love demonstrated for his country.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dimberg.
Officer Eugene Goodman, an Army veteran, put himself at risk as a rifle squad leader conducting combat patrols to identify explosives in Baghdad. He came home. He came home to guard the U.S. Capitol for the last 15 years. On January 6th, he risked his own safety to distract a charging group of insurrectionists.
He'll follow the same playbook he
He
used.
said his duty is to serve and protect.
He
said that day he was doing part of his protecting.
and hold a campaign fundraiser.
And he did.
Hi, Garrett Hayes for us. As former President Trump
All of you I
prepares
know
for that arraignment,
this honor
officials
is
are already
bittersweet.
ramping up a massive security operation.
On that day, more than 140 law enforcement
Kendall
officials
shut
suffered
down in
physical
both
injuries.
directions indefinitely.
Intense planning underway tonight to make sure Tuesday's surrender of former President Donald Trump goes smoothly. Law enforcement officials telling NBC News they're concerned with Mr. Trump's angry rhetoric.
This vicious persecution
when the
is a travesty.
Heightens the risk that lone extremists could try to disrupt the
several villages along the eastern front lines, but Russia claims to be referring Ukrainian policies, saying they destroyed some Ukrainian weapons and equipment. And former US President Donald Trump is expected to head to Miami today.
Then they overnighted his club in Doral, about 20 minutes by car from a heavily protected Miami federal courthouse.
How do the marshals gather to courthouse personnel
and
they're going to be monitored online. We're going to be passing intel. The FBI, Miami police,
identify any possible
Mr. Trump is expected to enter the courthouse via an underground tunnel to be processed by the federal marshals and the FBI. The marshals expected to take his fingerprints and mugshot. Up in the air, whether his passport will be confiscated. In the courtroom, he'll be asked to enter a plea, launching what will be a year-long process, leading to the most watched criminal trial in American history.
13 years
So
of
far,
capital
January 6th
police
style
force.
planning for violence on social media.
He lost his life
Security presidency
after protecting the civil health democracy.
Kendallinian, thank
We're
you.
joined by his
Russia
family
now,
today,
where a court in
my
Moscow
wife
says
Joanne
another
has
Trump
prepared
citizen
our
has been detained and accused of running a drug dealing business. She has spoken out against the Kremlin in her past. Josh Letterman has those details.
January 6th, tonight, American Michael Travis Lee is facing security Facebook or more seen today on state television. Russian state media saying he's accused of large-scale drug dealing, ramping up, and giving few details. The Kremlin media only say this revealed they say shows days after his arrest. NBC News cannot verify
Trump
when
said
the
that the campaign against him is
was
a joke
arrest.
and a
The believed to be Israeli journalist has lived in
January
Trump
5th.
railed against the espionage, telling the crowd
Chilena controlled the ground outside
the
the
document
city.
is rank. Trump found outside the country.
Worked nearly non-stop
By
for
the
days.
indictment, as CNN's Isabel Rosales put it.
Very detailed indictment. And very damn.
Former President Donald Trump, unapologetic and only attacked.
Sounds so innocent. He's deranged. Political headshot.
Tonight,
Georgia's G20 convention, marking Trump's first public appearance after becoming the first former president.
journalist Evan Gershkovich has claimed since March on espionage.
Special counsel Jack Smith announcing 37
and
criminal counts
WNBA
against
star
Trump,
Brittany Griner
majority
to
in
9 years on
violation
all
of
we
the
saw.
before being released from prisoners crossing the U.S. saying she
Signed
was
the
Proceeding
wrongfully
is made posthumously as well.
And Josh joins me now from London. Josh, what is
Part
the
of
U.S.
the first line of
government?
information. Very little, Kate. It's unclear whether U.S. members special counsel Jack Smith. The State Department saying surely they're aware of the report and that protecting Americans abroad
After his
is
death,
a top priority. Kate.
All right, Josh, thank you. Back in this country, we're learning more about the chef Ted Kaczynski, the man known as the U-Dog. He was found dead yesterday in a North Carolina prison cell. Multiple media reports citing sources familiar with his death say that he died by suicide. Kaczynski was serving a life sentence for
The law recognizes
during the 70s, 80s,
death by silent injury.
Now to an update on
Supporters
the
routinely brought up President Joe Biden, former Vice President Mike Pence, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Andrew, that's right.
Sensitive activity and their jungle. Marissa Peer has those details. One big difference, Trump and his aide, is the dramatic rescue that his capital
The ceremony honored
children with adopted the Amazon jungle allegedly suggested during 40 days not short of a miracle. And tonight, new details on how they stayed alive. The children, members of the indigenous tribe, had been living out the forest.
3 months after January 6th,
grandmother explained that the eldest testified conspiracy to unauthorized peace, and in 2021, Trump admitted on Facebook to having still 11 months old. She found cassava flour from the wreckage to eat, along with fruit and seeds. Now I can't, Trump said, according to the transcript of audio taken by photos taken by the search team show fruit and coffee, which along with footprints, a baby bottle, and tiny shoes left behind, helped lead them to the survivors, their father calling it a miracle of God. that time that children had been missing since May 1st when their plane crashed, killing 3 adults on board, including their mother. Together, members of the Ritoto tribe joined the Colombian military.
Is monitoring another case of an American arrested on drug charges in Russia. Michael Travis Lee will reign Saturday in Moscow.
Never giving up until his
Suspected
children were
of
found
trafficking
alive.
the stimulant
This race to find them is now a race to get them healthy.
8 weeks if convicted.
But the hospital's general director gives signs of hope,
In
saying
Ukraine,
there's still
President
little
Zelensky
and
says
are
about
weak.
4,000 people
But some of the children were playing today, and we know that their child plays and feels feels tiny footprints they left in the Amazon.
I would be amazed.
Sahara, NBC News.
Just amazing. Still ahead tonight, the new claims that Coleman was accused of murdering her husband and writing a children's book about her lawyers and new evidence to arrest her innocence. Plus, a scary clearance of these passengers deploying inside the plane.
This morning,
We're back with a major update in an alleged murder plot in Utah. A woman accused of poisoning her husband to death and then writing a children's book about grief is asking to be released.
Republican candidates running against
We're
Trump
also
as lawyers are presenting their evidence
they believe proves she didn't do it.
Jesse Kirby has more.
The father of 2 of the
I know we're
children.
here
She's
on
accused of
January
murdering her
6th.
husband before writing a children's
Thank all
book
of them as
inspired by
well.
her own kids' grief.
Well, thank you all for your service,
That part of
strength,
writing
courage,
more than a year after Corey Richards
promising
died,
holding
she
out.
promoted her book on local TV, Salt Lake City.
Because
Many of
that
these
is
law enforcement officers
we don't need a command
Five
police
other
station
public
to
servants.
disregard
her husband's murder. And tonight,
daughter,
Richards is asking a judge to set her
our
free.
military
Very
Very
responses
difficult to
to
prep a
particular
trial, prep a
worldwide
defense
events.
when you have someone in custody.
They were election workers from Atlanta, Georgia. Rubio for years has taken time away from running their own business to work in election season. Honor voting rights for their daughter Shay, who learned from her grandma how older generations of family folks are learning to get the right to vote. So Shay decided to become a full-time election worker to help the older and disabled exercise their fundamental right to vote. Both of them are just doing their job instead of targeting
Saw the couple looking to happier than ever.
Police
President
investigate
Trump
why.
Eric Richards
Specifically
believed his
earmarked
wife
for
was
second
poisoning him.
independence
Doctors
doctors
tried to
literally
kill her
forced
death.
him
Person
in facing a despicable racist taunt. Despite it all, Ruby speaking found the courage to testify openly and honestly for her experience. Set the record straight about her lives.
Yeah, precisely. And so in this case,
for now,
Richards is in jail.
late
The
yesterday
Ruby and
Italian
Shay
police
don't
held
consider
her
it
tomorrow,
for more than
standing
7
accused
hours,
of
and
making
then
do
Ruby
deserve
herself
the
without
nation's
charge.
eternal
For their
thanks.
Jesse
intentional
Hirsch,
life. You guys
NBC
think
News.
it all comes back to
We're back in a
this
moment with a
case,
history-making
which has
win
been
for
ongoing
Novak
for
Djokovic,
years
plus
now,
the most spectacular
into
waterfall
the finances
Yosemite
of the party,
has
and
ever
specifically
Albert
what
Smith,
happened
former
to
Republican city commissioner for Philadelphia, spent a decade overseeing nonpartisan counting of votes.
campaigning according to
Like so many other local election workers in 2020 who harassed and threatened
top story with that
he did his job faithfully. He
He
did not bend. He did not bow. He did not yield to the political threats and pressure. He's so trusted by both political parties that the new Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, appointed him as Pennsylvania's Secretary of State, a Republican, to ensure that the integrity of the vote. That's what that His character and his commitment speak volumes. We the people. That's what we also see. Jocelyn Benson, twice elected Michigan Secretary of State to protect the sacred right to vote. Have that vote counted. That's what she did in 2020 when she oversaw a record number of Michiganders turn out to vote in that election, only to find an armed mob outside of her home on Christmas Eve. Now she and her son were decorating her Christmas tree inside. But she refused to back down. She's done her duty. She kept her oath. Full of integrity, she is a true leader in our nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Finally, Rusty Bauer, former Republican Speaker of the House in the state of Arizona. When I met him today, I said, I hope I'm not hurting.
So much happening these days, it's hard to keep up.
Things change hour by hour, minute by minute.
Rusty, we may not agree on all things, we agree on what this country is about. Though. We agree that public service is not without. It's not about what you're willing to do to win. It's about what you're willing to win over. What you're willing to win over. Rusty put his obligation to the Constitution of this country ahead of everything. He refused intense political pressure to be certified to 2020 elections. His courage is probably the reason why he's lost his primary last year. Rusty, you're an example, a demonstration that every young man will be thinking about entering politics, about what is integrity. Thank you. Folks, my fellow Americans, I want you to give one round of applause again to today's recipients of the Presidential Citizens Medal of Patriots who have performed exemplary deeds in the service of this great nation. Let me close with this. 82 years ago on this very day in 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt became known as the famous Four Freedoms Speech. I knew I had to find America's place in the world. Reminded the American people of, quote, the strength from the things which have been done to make its people
a lot of
conscious of their individual stake in the preservation of democratic life. Things that have toughened the fiber of our people, renewed their faith, and strengthened the devotion to the institutions we make ready to protect.
Writing a children's book about
tonight, 80 years ago after that speech on this day, 2 years ago, we were reminded about the most fundamental of things, democracy itself. As I've said before, we face an inflection point in our nation. January 6th is a reminder there's nothing guaranteed about our democracy. Remember learning in undergraduate school, high school, every generation is required to earn
new details on President Trump's arraignment this week. He'll be fingerprinted and may have
a senator for a long time, vice
responding as his former attorney general weighs in.
I begin to think back on it is true on his toast.
Another American detained in Russia accused of selling drugs. Is Russia holding him just for leverage with the U.S.? The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, dead at 81, with new reporting about how he died. New images of an emergency slide on a Delta flight deploying inside the plane, a crew member sent to the hospital. New revelations about how school children survived 40 days in the Amazon jungle when the oldest 13-year-old knew to do that saved their lives. And if you go to Yosemite right now, the waterfalls are the most spectacular they have ever been.
This is completely contrary.
Good evening. Interstate 95, I-95 is one of the busiest highways in America, and right now it is severed. One section of it totally shut down, and it could last for weeks, even months. This was seen this morning outside Philadelphia. A tanker truck on the highway on fire, and then soon after this, the highway itself collapsing, crushing that truck. For those of you who don't live on the East Coast, it's hard to overstate how critical I-95 is for everything from daily commuters to interstate commerce. It stretches
to the United States of America. And there's nothing. There is nothing. There has never been a single thing we've set our mind to that we've been failed to accomplish. There's nothing beyond our capacity if we act together. Remember who in God's name we are. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. May God protect those who stand watch. I now have the opportunity to great honor and reward the others.
Thursday night in Philadelphia. And then collapsed under flames that officials say erupted from a tanker truck fire under the overpass.
The Presidential Citizens Medal recipient, Jocelyn Benson. Jocelyn Benson was elected twice by the people of Michigan as their Secretary of State, where she continues her steadfast commitment to protect the right to vote and the integrity of our elections in the state of Michigan. In 2020, she administered an election with record turnout and certified the results in the face of unprecedented pressure and threats, including armed protesters outside her home. We the people honor the undaunted and unflinching Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who continues her exemplary public service to advance free and fair elections in our nation.
To the danger. Tonight, there have been no reported injuries. I-95 remains closed.
Russell Bowers. An artist, rancher, and fourth-generation Arizonan, Rusty Bowers represented the people of Arizona for almost 2 decades, rising to become Speaker of the House. In a dire hour of our democracy, he put country before party by refusing attempts to decertify the 2020 election and overturn the will of the people. He endured menacing protests, including at his home, and eventually lost an election because of his courageous actions. We the people honor Rusty Bowers, a public servant guided by a deep faith and unbreakable oath to God, family, and country.
In response to this analysis, punching Bernie, flattening him to the ground before punching him again while he's on the floor.
Harry Dunn.
I was shocked by
A champion college football lineman, Harry Dunn has put his protective instincts to a higher purpose as a U.S. Capitol Police officer. On January 6, 2021, he rushed to protect injured fellow officers fighting back insurrectionists. His powerful testimony describing violence and stinging racism laid bare the day's facts for history. His advocacy on behalf of officers battling lasting trauma is helping to ease the stigma around mental health in our nation. For defending the citadel of our democracy and for seeking truth and healing, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Private First Class Harry A. Dunn. Caroline Edwards.
That's right, Kate. He'll follow the same playbook he used after his first election in New York, and he's flying back to his golf club in New Jersey, where he'll give a speech to supporters and hold a campaign fundraiser.
The granddaughter of proud military veterans, Caroline Edwards left a corporate career to follow in their footsteps, serving our nation. On January 6, 2021, she helped stop advancing insurrectionists, even after being knocked unconscious in the mob's first rail surge. She has also fought for colleagues as a police union board member and peer counselor. Her congressional testimony will help ensure their valor is never forgotten. For her courageous defense of our democracy and service to fellow officers, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards.
then stay overnight at his club in Doral, about 20 minutes by car.
Michael Fanone.
Protected Miami Federal Courthouse.
Part of the marshals and the other agencies protect courthouse personnel.
The grandson of a police officer, Michael Fanone was born to protect and serve. A decorated narcotics investigator, he took an off-duty call to the Capitol on January 6, 2021, helping to drive insurrectionists away from the key tunnel and facing vicious attack. He immediately became one of the day's most outspoken truth seekers. For his absolute courage in protecting the Capitol and our democracy, and his tenacious search for accountability, we the people honor former Metropolitan Police Department officer Michael Fanone.
January 6th
Another U.S. citizen has been detained
Ruby Freeman.
and accused of running a drug deal.
Inspired by the voting rights legacy of her beloved Atlanta, Lady Ruby Freeman viewed her civic duty as a Fulton County election worker as a sacred mission to ensure the people of Georgia could exercise their fundamental right to vote freely and fairly. In the 2020 election, she upheld that sacred mission despite an orchestrated campaign to overturn the election and that targeted and threatened her and her family. To the nation, she bore witness of the trauma and tragedy of that experience. Today, we the people honor Lady Ruby Freeman, part of our nation's voting rights.
That was played in a completely different way than it is played today.
Aquilino Ganell.
I feel like each great champion of the generation has left a huge mark
As a child, Aquilino Ganell immigrated to America from the Dominican Republic. He became the first in his family to graduate college, serving in the U.S. Army and then in the U.S. Capitol Police. On January 6, 2021, he courageously stood firm at the doors of the Capitol as insurrectionists stormed the entrance, sustaining serious injuries as he protected members of Congress and defended our democracy. He later testified publicly to ensure our nation and history won't forget. Through patriotism that puts love of country before self, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino
It's been 10 years. Now to an update on the story we told you about last night.
An Army combat veteran and the U.S. Capitol Police officer, Eugene Goodman embodies fearless public service. In the breach on January 6, 2021, he made himself a target to divert insurrectionists away from the Senate chamber, enabling the former Vice President, lawmakers, and staff to escape safely. In the face of a clear and present danger, he did his duty, he did not flinch. His valor in ensuring the constitutional order, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman.
This little guy was the children had been missing since May the 1st when their plane crashed.
Daniel Hodges. A Virginia National Guardsman and Metropolitan Police Department officer, Daniel Hodges has dedicated his life to serving his community and our nation. On January 6, 2021, he fought to push surging insurrectionists away from a key tunnel into the Capitol, returning to the line even after being brutally crushed and attacked. His courageous testimony will help ensure that we never forget or let such an attack happen again. For his heroism and unwavering commitment to the truth, we the people honor Metropolitan Police Department Officer Daniel Hodges. Dr. Serena Livengood, accepting on behalf of Howard Livengood. Proud son of a U.S. Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Howard Livengood left a career as a champion race car driver to follow in his late father's footsteps, protecting the democratic institutions they both revered. He died after battling insurrectionists at the Capitol and staying on to restore security in the crucial days after January 6th. His painful loss helped change the law to better honor the unimaginable sacrifice that too many officers and their families had. For his deep dedication and selfless service, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard C. Livengood. Good morning. Andrea Arche Moss.
And Dr. Helen Fisher
inspired by the stories her mother told her about the movement for voting rights in America, Shay Moss pursued a career as an election worker in Fulton County, Georgia. Because of her dedicated service, she faced death threats, harassment, and intimidation by those seeking to overturn the outcome of the 2020 election. She would later testify to the nation about her pain and resolve. Today, we the people honor Shay Moss for helping to ensure the American people have a voice in the destiny of our nation.
News this.
Albert Schmidt.
Other activities.
A former federal civil servant and city commissioner of Philadelphia, Albert Schmidt has spent his career on the unsung yet necessary task of making democracy work for the people. In the 2020 election, despite intense political pressure, he did what he had always done, ensured the integrity of the election, and faithfully oversaw the nonpartisan counting of the ballots. We the people honor Albert Schmidt for his clarity of purpose to protect every American's sacred right to vote and to have that vote count.
For Dateline TV.
Charles and Gladys Sicknick, accepting on behalf of Brian D. Sicknick. A New Jersey Air National Guardsman who served 2 tours overseas, Brian Sicknick
And a good Monday
was a
morning
U.S.
to you.
Capitol
I'm
Police
Jessica
officer
Layton.
devoted to serving our nation. For over a decade, he guarded the Capitol, including on January 6, 2021. He lost his life protecting our elected representatives, holding the will of the American people, and defending our Constitution. His heroism, courage, and character set an example for generations of Americans to come and will never be forgotten. For his service, his ultimate sacrifice, we the people honor U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian D. Sicknick.
this portion of busy highway to come crashing down.
Officials have not
Aaron Smith accepting on behalf of Jeffrey L. Smith. A 12-year veteran of the Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Jeffrey Smith dedicated his life to public service. On January 6, 2021, as he fought a violent mob, Officer Smith sustained devastating head injuries from multiple assaults inside and outside the Capitol. He died after protecting Congress, guarding the Capitol, and preserving our democracy. His passing sparked changes in the law that honor the silent injuries of our fallen officers. For his extraordinary heroism, pure courage, and unwavering devotion to the nation, we the people honor Metropolitan Police Department Officer Jeffrey L.
We go now to Josh Liederman for the details.
American Michael Travis Leak is facing up to a dozen years or more in Russian prison, being on state television locked in a cage in court in Moscow. Russian state media saying he's accused of large-scale drug deals involving young people, but giving no details. Pro-Kremlin media releasing this video they say shows Leak after his arrest.
I have not had any of what y'all Manhattan like every day.
NBC News cannot verify when the video was made or if Leak was under duress. Leak, believed to be in his early 50s, has lived in Russia for years. Well-known activist rock music scene, he's been the frontman for
now to the security preparations underway ahead of former President Trump's appearance in Miami tomorrow. Secret Service dogs were part
Leak
of
was being interviewed for Anthony Bourdain's
where he will
Parts
surrender
Unknown about
amid
Russia's
preparations
Thank you,
not
thank you.
leaving the presidential race.
Well, thank you again
ABC's
for
Justin
your
Finch
service and
joins us live from
sacrifice.
Miami. The very latest Justin.
I'm quite sure you've had someone on your tail.
God bless your families.
New fears for whether Russia may be detaining Americans to use as leverage. Mid sky-high
Please remain in your seats.
Is already surveilling 9 years of federal courthouse
where former
President Donald Trump is set to face charges. The U.S. saying he was wrongfully classified records and obstructed.
And our thanks to Josh for that report.
With him, His Excellency Joseph Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, and His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, and we also have their respective delegations, representatives of the media, and people following us through internet, through the social media. Let's welcome. To Presidents and Prime Minister. Joseph Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, you have the floor, sir.
In April, he was hoping the shooting began with a fight at a home in their time to connect to the public. A person of interest is in custody.
President for hosting the Prime Minister and me for the 10th North American Leaders Summit. This is a magnificent forum. And we're true partners, the three of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people. And the reason for this summit, this trilateral relationship, are so impactful is because we share a common vision for the future grounded on common values. And I mean that sincerely, common values we share in our countries. Since becoming president, I've been laser focused on rebuilding the U.S. economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not the trickle-down economy. Because the bottom up and the middle out, it works because the wealthy do very well and everybody else does well too. But everybody does well. And from the bottom up, it means investing in priorities for working families. The United States has made historic bipartisan investments in infrastructure, and innovation that are already beginning to deliver concrete benefits to the American people, and I would argue it will ultimately reap benefits for the entire North America. We've renewed our dependence, deepened our cooperation for our closest friends and allies, none closer than Mexico and Canada, to take on the biggest challenges facing the region and, quite frankly, the world. Because there can no longer be any question, none, in today's interconnected world. We cannot wall ourselves off from shared problems. We are stronger and better when we work together, the three of us. And together, we've made enormous progress since our last summit, from fighting COVID-19 and strengthening our ability to address public health threats, to investing in and building a 21st century workforce. The top of our shared agenda today is keeping North America the most competitive, prosperous, and resilient economic region of the world. And the strength of our economic relationship among our nations not only supports good-paying jobs in all of our countries, but it generates tremendous growth. Now we're working to a future to strengthen our cooperation on supply chains and critical minerals, so we can continue accelerating our efforts to build the technologies of tomorrow right here in North America. This summit also builds on the continual consultation and cooperation with one another to take on the challenges that impact all three of our nations. Our entire hemisphere is experiencing unprecedented levels of migration, greater than any time in history. And North America, at the North America Summit Leader hosted in Washington in 2021, we launched the idea of a regional-wide approach to a regional-wide problem. The idea is Declaration on Migration and Protection, which 21 countries ultimately adopted at the Summit of the Americas 6 months ago. And we're working together, especially with our North American partners, to fulfill our commitments under that declaration. They include the policy I announced last week to expand safe and legal pathways for immigrants from Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti. And we're seeking a better life here in the United States of America. We also want to thank you, Mr. President, for stepping up to receive into Mexico those not following the lawful pathways we've made available instead of attempting to unlawfully cross the border between our countries. On my way here, I stopped in El Paso, Texas, to see the situation with my own eyes and to meet with U.S. border security officials. It's putting real strain on the communities in both Mexico and the United States. We're working together to address this challenge in a way that upholds our nation's laws and protects the human rights of migrants facing desperate circumstances. We're also working together to take on the scourge of human smuggling and illegal drug trafficking. In just the last 6 months, our joint patrols in Mexico have resulted in the arrest of more than 7,000 human smugglers. We've seized more than 20,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl at the border. But today, we've discussed how all three of us can continue to deepen and strengthen our shared effort to cut off the flow of illegal fentanyl, including by tackling the precursor chemicals used in synthetic drugs as we go after the laboratories where they're made and the stash houses where they're stored. We also talked about meeting our commitments to make North America a clean energy powerhouse, and I believe that's within our grasp, and a global leader in addressing the climate crisis. That means working together to promote zero-emissions vehicles, to build charging stations for electric vehicles that are across our international border. It means exploring shared markets for clean hydrogen, And it means working together to meet our ambitious commitments under the Paris Agreement, including tackling methane and black carbon. And finally, as three vibrant democracies, we recognize our greatest strength is our people. Let me say that again. Vital democracies, we are, and our greatest strength are our people, the strength of our people. And the key to our competitive edge in the world is our incredible diversity. So together, we're working to address the inequities that for too long have plagued historically marginalized communities in each of our nations, to make sure everyone gets a fair shot. It's one of the smartest investments we can make for our future, and we're going to make it together. So, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm honored to stand with you today, and I'm grateful to have both of you as partners, and I might add friends, as we work together to realize a shared vision for North America. Thank you very much.
Let's give the floor to His Excellency the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
So, mi amigo, thank you for having us here in Mexico City. President Biden, my friend, thank you for all your hard work and your valuable insights in today's meetings. As a continent, we are unique. We are three large democracies committed to freedom, human rights, equality, and creating real opportunity for everyone. We share deep ties as friends and trading partners. Au cours des 30 dernières années,
during these 30 years, the economies of Mexico, US, and Canada have become closely tied because of NAFTA. This trade agreement helps our economies grow and created millions of good employment, and the trade amongst our borders drew investors from the world over.
Competitive in the world. It makes sense why. Combined, we're home to 500 million people. We have an extraordinarily strong innovation ecosystem. Our combined GDP is larger than that of the European Union. And as leaders, we are all dedicated to driving economic growth that supports the middle class and those working hard to join it. These are all foundations of a strong and resilient continental economy. People remember what happened just a few years ago, and the certainty of this partnership was in question. Investors, businesses, workers, and citizens all worried about what would happen. When free trade is at risk, that isn't good for competition in the global market. Thankfully, the belief in free and fair trade won the day. We renegotiated and we got an even better deal. To put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient. Today we discussed how we can build reliable value chains on this continent for everything from critical minerals to electric vehicles to semiconductors. This is good for workers, good for consumers, and good for communities across our countries. La COVID-19 nous a montré
COVID-19 showed us the importance of supply chains and economic resilience, the importance of being prepared, being being ready to face a new pandemic and try to prevent it. Today we spoke about a way to improve our cooperation in the realm of health services in order to be ready to intervene. We
further, through our work to build a clean economy, things like clean energy, including hydrogen, manufacturing zero-emission vehicles, and encouraging more people to adopt them. This is an enormous opportunity for workers and for business. On doit tous prendre part à la...
We should all be part of climate action. Government and private sector should work together to attain the 2030 goals and objectives. These goals are not only about reducing pollution to get to the Paris objectives. They have to do with our engagements to preserve 30% of our lands and oceans in 2030. In COP15 in Montreal, Canada convened countries around the world, and we reached a historic agreement to preserve and protect nature. This is essential for the health of the economy.
Mexican and American friends committed so strongly to protecting clean air, clean water, and a brighter future. Canada is also pleased to see all three countries take steps to build towards building a more diverse, equal, and inclusive society. A society where there is opportunity for everyone, where women and girls are politically and economically empowered, including Indigenous women and girls, where the benefits of growth are felt by workers and families across the economy. By doing this, we create a more stable, prosperous, and equal future. And we build economies that work for all North Americans. We made progress on a lot of different things today. There's a lot going on in the world right now, and as North American leaders, we recognize the role our countries play in being a source of stability and security, not just in the region, but around the world. Ce sommet a été productif.
This summit was extremely fruitful. We were able to reiterate our vision and the force of our partnership.
Coming year, and I look forward to hosting you both in Canada for the next North American Leaders Summit. Thank you. Merci. Gracias.
I see 95 cars stopped, and then I learned, shortly after that.
Let's give the floor to Mr. Andrés Manuel López Obrador, President of the United Mexican States. I want to thank, in a very sincere fashion, the participation of President Biden and the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, and also the participation of their respective wives, Jill, Sophie, and I also want to thank their delegations and teams. The mere fact of being here together today as good neighbors in this environment of respect to look for the well-being of our peoples in a joint manner is in itself a very important historic event, a true happening. Nonetheless, I wanted to highlight that we've agreed on strengthening our economic, trade, commercial relations, and for that we're going to be creating a joint committee aimed at planning and substituting imports in North America so that we may try to be increasingly self-sufficient in this part of the world and to turn development cooperation into a reality as well as the well-being of all the countries of our continent. We want that to be a reality. The United States, Canada, and Mexico will propose, each one of those countries will be proposing for members for the formation recommendation for the creation of this task force, of this committee of 12 specialists that not only know this issue we are going to be working on, but they will also have our absolute trust to motivate, to persuade, and invite the business community, workers, public servants of all three governments, and to convince them about the importance, the transcendence of being united in North America, and for us to be able to seek from here on this unity in everything we do throughout the American continent. On the part of Mexico, in this group, we are going to be represented by Foreign Minister Marcelo Ebrard, Rogelio Ramírez de la O, Finance Minister of Mexico, Raquel Buenrostro Sanchez, who is the Secretary of Economy, and Alfonso Romo Garza, who represents the business community. He's an independent businessman, Mr. Romo is. And we also discussed, as a priority issue, economic, commercial, trade, integration, as I have already expressed, of the entire American continent, and the well-being of the peoples, and the new relations of cooperation, leaving behind interventionism, hegemonic interventionism. Let me do a set-aside here to express my acknowledgement, my recognition to Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden for the way which has been so solidary, in which they've acted, in which of democracy. Our support for President Lula of Brazil.
TikTok is running rampant. It was the end of the story.
We have to, together, we have to be able to accomplish all this. Everything that President Biden just said, we have to be able to accomplish this. That is, in equal footing, for us to be treating each other as good neighbors, economic allies, and as friends.
News lives in the now.
We, of course, will be helping to turn this dream into a reality. And we are very enthused at the certainty that this is something we can accomplish. Peace is the result of justice. Social problems cannot be solved only with coercion measures. We should always attend to the scourge of violence and the migration phenomenon with an approach, humanitarian approach of opportunities for the well-being of everyone. People are good by nature, and it's circumstances that sometimes make it necessary for someone to take the path of antisocial behaviors. We have seen this in Mexico and also in our sister countries, the countries of Honduras and El Salvador, for instance. In our country, in Mexico, since corruption is not allowed and the budget is used for development and supporting the poorest sectors of our population, today we not only have jobs, employment, we have seen reductions in violence, we have less migration as well. And we've also tempered frustration. And what we can see is this flame which is alive. I'm talking about the flame. Peace is the fruit. It is the result of justice. The Central American case is exceptional. With just few resources, we are helping producers in communities in Honduras and El Salvador, so that they can grow their land, so that they can grow their crops with technical assistance, support, and basic income. And in those towns where we are applying those actions, particularly the program we call Sembrando Vida, which means sowing life and youth building the future program, we've not just seen a reduction of people wanting to migrate to the United States seeking opportunities of better living conditions and jobs, but for many young people of those countries, crime has stopped being the only possibility of survival and the only way to move forward in life. The migration issue, as many other issues, as discussed in a very broad fashion, and we reached important agreements among the three countries for the benefit of our peoples, as you will be able to see, as you will also be able to know through a communique, joint communique that we have that will be provided to you immediately. Finally, I want to thank Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for his extraordinary and fraternal program that consists of granting temporary working visas for laborers, workers. This program is already benefiting 25,000 men and women, 25,000 Mexicans. This is a path to follow. That is orderly migration. Prime Minister Trudeau is a great ally of Mexico. President Biden, I want to thank you sincerely for maintaining with Mexico a relationship of cooperation, of friendship, sincere friendship, of respect for our fellow men who live and work in a very honest fashion in the United States, who are not harassed. They're not suffering rapes, as it unfortunately used to happen in the past. We have said this, and I repeat it today. I insist on this. You, President Biden, you are the first president of the United States in a very long time that has not built not even 1 meter of wall. And that, we thank you for that, sir. Although some might not like it, although the conservatives don't like it, in a very special manner, I also want to say that I have requested in a very respectful manner, President Biden, I have requested on insisting, and I know that this is not a simple issue or matter, but it's fair and very just matter. And that's why I'm proposing it. That's why I'm mentioning this. And also because I fully trust President Biden. I've asked President Biden to insist before the U.S. Congress to regularize the migration situations of millions of Mexicans who have been in the States, working, living in the United States, and contributing to the development of that great nation, which is the United States of America. I have reaffirmed that President Biden is a man with convictions, who maintains principles, ideals to guarantee, to ensure, as many others, men, women, in the United States and throughout the world. And the Statue of Liberty never, ever should become a symbol, a void, an empty symbol. Let me conclude by saying that my professor, great poet, Carlos Pellicer, my master, my teacher in 1930, he said that the wish of freedom, of liberty, is the biggest fruit that has materialized, that is in the heart of humans. To be doing that, we have to be free. The sentiments of justice are the children of freedom, of liberty, never, ever being slaves. Will we be able to be just and fair? Thank you very much.
That stretch of the interstate used by more than 150,000 commuters every day is now shut down in both directions.
Now, let's begin a Q&A session. Gentlemen, and the U.S. Press, Your Excellency Joseph Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, yes, will take a question from a journalist, a reporter from the United States. Please.
I was shocked by the degree of sensitivity of these documents and how many there were, frankly. The Defense Department documents about our
Estaba teniendo problemas para escuchar. Sí, por favor, Associated Press. Sí, señor presidente. Sí. Estamos hablando, ustedes mencionaron la seguridad.
What's the right balance? And on the news at home, can you explain how classified documents ended up in one of your offices? And should the public have been notified sooner? For Prime Minister Trudeau, there's been a suggestion that Canada lead a multinational security force in Haiti. I wondered if that was a possibility and what you would y señor, muchas gracias por la bienvenida esta semana.
Yes, President López Obrador
would be willing to accept more migrants arriving to the U.S.-Mexico border. What do you want to see
First, let me get rid of the easy one first. People know I take classified documents, classified information seriously. When my lawyers were clearing out my office at the University of Pennsylvania, they set up an office for me, secure office in the Capitol, when I, 4 years after being vice president of Professor at Penn. They found some documents in a box, a locked cabinet, or at least a closet. And as soon as they did, they realized there were several classified documents in that box. And they did what they should have done. They immediately called the archives, turned them over to the archives, and I was briefed about this discovery and surprised to learn that there were any government records that were taken there to that office. But I don't know what's in the documents. My lawyers have not suggested I ask what documents they were. I've turned over the boxes. They've turned over the boxes to the archives. And we're cooperating fully with the review, and which I hope will be finished soon. And there'll be more detail at that time. Your first question now, I forgot. Your first question related to?
I asked if the...
I'm only joking. The answer is you've got both extremes are wrong. It's a basic middle proposition. Here, look. As was mentioned by all of us in one way or another, this has been the greatest migration in human history around the world, as well as in this hemisphere. And when I got elected, the first major piece of legislation I introduced was to reform the immigration process, to make it more orderly, to make sure people have access under the law. And so what we found out, and not just in my visit to El Paso, but before that, we found out is that our Republican friends and few Democrats are very critical of what's going on at the border, but yet refused to even look at the detailed document I submitted for Congress to consider to reform the process completely. And so number one, right now, a majority of our migrants are coming from 4 countries: Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua. And we're expanding the very successful parole program we had with regard to Venezuela to Cuba and to Nicaragua and to Haiti to provide safe and orderly and humane processing for people fleeing those countries to come to the United States and claiming under the seeking asylum. This is going to reduce the number of people illegally trying to cross the border. Venezuelans were trying to enter the country that has dropped off dramatically because we've allowed them to go directly to whatever country, the first country they go to, directly contact the United States, make sure that they make their application, showing that they do a background check, they in fact have access to a sponsor, and that they've been examined. And that way they're able to come through ports of entry. And it's dropped off. I'm going to make sure I get the numbers right. Dramatically from 1,100 persons trying to enter per day to 250 a day. I've asked and I want to thank the President of Mexico for agreeing to take up to 3,000 people back that don't meet this criteria. Because look, right now, the cartels make a lot of money, which they use for drug trafficking as well. People have to make it through jungles and a long journey to the border, and many are victimized, not only in terms of what they have to pay, but victimized physically in other ways. And so we're trying to make it easier for people to get here, opening up the capacity to get here, but not having to go through that god-awful process. We're going to continue our efforts to address the root causes of migration to help people stay in their home countries. I've asked the Congress for $4 billion to provide for that. We've also had our Vice President provide for private donations of over $3 billion to make sure that people, look, all of you know, all of us in the United States are immigrants. Mine go all the way back to the Irish famine, but the point is all of us have been immigrants. And one of the things that comes across fairly clearly is it's not like people sit in their home, city, county, town, and say, I got a great idea. Let's sell everything we have. Give it to a coyote, go through some jungles and a long path up to the United States, smuggle us across the border, drop us in the desert. And won't that be fun in a country we don't even speak the language? We can do more than merely just make legal immigration more streamlined, but we can also do it by preventing people from wanting to have to leave in the first place, by helping their communities, in fact, better their circumstances. And so I hope, and by the way, my proposals are supported by the Chamber of Commerce, by the American Labor Movement, which is an unusual coalition, and a whole range of people. The point here is that my Republican friends in Congress should join us in the solutions. And the one last point I'll make, and I'm sorry to go on so long, but we spend a lot of time talking about it, is we have to increase the technological capabilities of the border, both to intercept illegal drugs and other contraband, as well as people being smuggled across the border. We have now the ability to use, some of you have seen them, I know you have, I'm sure, these trucks that ride alongside of a tractor trailer. It's like a giant x-ray machine, and it can determine what's inside that tractor trailer. Thousands cross the border every day in legal commerce, and so we're allowed to determine whether or not there are fentanyls in there, drugs in there, people being smuggled across the border. We're going to provide significantly more of those vehicles for the people to be able to determine at the border what is coming across legally and illegal. A lot more to say, but I probably already said too much. Thank you.
60 seconds without
For instance, Victor Orban,
the Republicans in Canada
says that great fighter. But on the other hand, we hear from
Prime Minister Trudeau.
Okay, thank you, Prime Minister. A question for you and for President Biden as well. President Biden, you talked a lot about economic cooperation and building continental supply chains and resilience here. But since you've been president, Canadians have seen what they consider to be protectionist, U.S. protectionism from you and things such as the Buy American Act. So what assurances can you give to Canadians and Mexicans watching this at home that there will be equal partners in the economic opportunity you're talking about in this transition and not have to confront further attempts at American protectionism? President Lopez Obrador, if you have anything to say on that, we'd love to hear it. And Prime Minister Trudeau, if you can answer the Haiti question, but also explain to us what steps your government needs to take advantage of this opportunity on the continental supply chain resiliency to ensure that Canadian companies make things like semiconductors and don't just supply critical minerals to American companies.
Thank you very much. First on Haiti, the situation in Haiti is heartbreaking. Canada has stood with the people of Haiti for decades, including over the past 2 years with multiple interventions with the UN, with other partners on the ground, military interventions, police interventions, prison guards. We have continued to stand with the people of Haiti, and we will continue to. Obviously, this current situation is heart-wrenching, and we need to continue to be there for the people of Haiti, but we need to make sure that the solutions are driven by the people of Haiti themselves. That's why Canada's focus, as we've stepped up over the past months, has been, first of all, in putting significant sanctions on the elites who are responsible for so much of the violence and political instability in Haiti. A handful of small, extraordinarily wealthy families in Haiti have been causing much of the strife because of political and pecuniary interests, and that is why the sanctions that Canada has put forward are causing significant impacts on the ground. We're also moving forward with significant supports for the Haitian National Police, including with armored vehicles that the Americans have stepped up on as well, to ensure that the police is able to stabilize the situation on the ground. Obviously, there's much more to do. We've sent down a group of interlocutors to work both on the political side, but also to liaise directly with the security officials on the ground so that we can be responsive in immediate ways to what is needed for the Haitian National Police to get a better control and ensure greater stability for the people of Haiti. The UN called in September for the free flow of food, medicines, water, and fuel. Much of that has started again. It's still not where it needs to be, but we're going to continue to lean in on ensuring that that happens. But at the same time, we are working with partners across the Caribbean, and indeed with the United States and Mexico to ensure that if the situation starts to deteriorate once again, we will have options. But like I said, we're going to make sure that what we do this time allows for the Haitian people to get the situation under control, and a big part of that is putting those sanctions on the Haitian leadership that are responsible for so much of the misery people are going through. In regard to the continental supply chain, that was at the center of our conversations throughout this North American Leaders Summit. The idea that we already work extraordinarily well together with NAFTA, but there's so much more we can be doing at a time where supply chains around the world are under increasing stress, and significant economic actors around the world are becoming less reliable as partners and less desirable as partners in building the technologies and the energy futures that we want. That's why, we brought up a few examples of it, our critical minerals approach, a strategy that we just released a few weeks ago, is focused not just on mining the critical minerals that Canada has, that North America and the world needs in responsible environmental partnership with Indigenous peoples, doing it the right way, but also the development, the processing, the transforming into batteries, the transforming into technology that goes along the value chain as something that is important for Canada. And yes, it's something that we're continuing to look at. It's the same thing with electric vehicles, where we're building electric vehicles with our partners in Mexico and in the United States. But Canada, again, from the critical minerals that go into the batteries and the batteries themselves that we're starting to build, to the steel and aluminum that is amongst the cleanest in the world being developed in Canada, to the technology, the innovation from AI to engineering that is part of it. Canada is very much a partner in what we're developing in terms of more resilient supply chains. So there's lots more to do indeed. Even on semiconductors, the largest semiconductor packaging plant in North America, I believe, is in Bromont, Quebec. And packaging of semiconductors is actually how you assemble them into a unit that can then do the high value calculations and computations that need to happen. These are the kinds of things that Canada is very much focused on in ensuring not just prosperity right now, but good jobs as we move towards a environmentally responsible, net zero, socially inclusive future that the middle class in all three of our countries are relying on.
We are honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3.
Oui, brièvement en français.
Briefly in French, in regard to Haiti, Canada has always been there to help the Haitian people, and we are working with our partners in the region to guarantee better solutions for the Haitian people. We have laid sanctions against the elites. We are helping the national police in Haiti. We have had good exchanges, good dialogues with our partners in the U.S. and Caribbean countries to guarantee that we will be able to preserve and to have the people of Haiti at the center of the solutions in regard to the economic integration and the competitiveness in North America, be it electric vehicles, be it critical minerals, strategy minerals, and the ones we're going to develop to produce the necessary technologies, or in regard to any other technologies, in order to work together, because we know that North America can offer many solutions, great competitiveness to the rest of the world, and we are a true force to reckon with in our continent.
Sarah Pavlov of the Formula Group will pose a question to the constitutional president of the United Mexican States. Yes, good afternoon, presidents, prime minister. And we have a few questions for President Biden. I know that recently you announced the United States will be receiving citizens from Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua. What is the time frame, and are you thinking of expanding the number of people you will be receiving? And is this some other nations could be included? And what is the amount in technological improvements in the United States? And for President López Obrador, how will Mexico be prepared to receive all the migrants the United States will be expelling from its territory? And the new migration center in the southern part of Mexico, what is it all about? And then after this 10th summit, are we going to be seeing changes in migration policies and the way migrants are being treated? And finally, this is for President Biden. Fentanyl. What concrete actions are you going to be implementing? What's the impact of the detention of Ovidio Guzman, because the cartel of the Pacific is one of the main fentanyl producers? And finally, another question on energy sector consultations. President Biden, Prime Minister Trudeau, did you discuss those discussions about the USMCA, the TEMEC? Very well. We did speak about migration in a very broad manner. Of course, there is cooperation with the U.S. administration, and at the same time, we have the commitment to protect migrants. What President Biden has proposed is absolutely true. If migrants cross our country, and in some cases they also go through other countries in Latin America to arrive in the United States, migrants are facing so many risks when they do that. Starting with the fact that they are victims of the traffickers, the smugglers, the human traffickers, known as the coyotes or polleros. And they charge migrants a high amount of money to take them northbound. Now, those polleros or coyotes have networks, and at the same time, they hire trailers, truck trailers. The box of the trailer, they can transport up to 300, 400 people. So constant accidents are taking place on the highways of Mexico, the roads of Mexico, unfortunately. And the worst of it all is that many migrants are being kidnapped by criminal groups, by criminals. They're being murdered. And this is very sad, very painful. That's why I'm speaking about protection. What we want is an in-depth solution. We've always said that people, just as President Biden said, people do not leave their towns, their countries, their families because they like to do it. This is not a pleasure for them. They do it because of the needs they have. This is a necessity. We've always said we have to look at the root causes of all this. We have to try for people to be able to work and be happy where they were born. where their relatives, their customs, their traditions, their cultures are. And we need to invest for that. We need to invest in development of the countries with more inequality and poverty. Because migration has to be an optional thing, not a forced situation. However, in the meantime, because we're of course doing everything we can to accomplish this, Mexico, with just a few resources, is helping. I have already mentioned that. We are working with communities in El Salvador and Honduras. We're going to be starting this in Guatemala and Belize as well. However, we do need to promote development even more and well-being to ensure guarantee opportunities for those that are forced to migrate and leave their communities. We are not thinking of building any center in the southeastern part of Mexico, any migration center. We're not thinking of that. What we do is help with shelters, with healthcare services, with food services as well. That's the way we help migrants. And we do celebrate the fact that the U.S. administration has made the decision rather to have an orderly migration flow. In the case, for instance, of our Venezuelan brothers and sisters, and I understand that this plan will also be extended, will be expanded to benefit other migrants, other countries. We know for sure that since the announcement was made saying that those permits, humanitarian visas were going to be granted, in the case, for instance, of the Venezuelan population, we've seen a decrease in migration flows. People crossing Mexico to migrate. This has been a considerable reduction because this was announced in the United States, and this was made public everywhere, saying that 24,000 humanitarian visas or permits were going to be granted, and that the formalities had to be covered, the paperwork, although there are some requirements that have to be met. People decided to do it. So what happened was that a new path has been opened. It didn't exist before.
I was really sad and I didn't really have any hope.
Everything
I started praying to God
was arriving in the United States, risking everything, risking people's lives, of course, at the risk of their own lives. Now that this mechanism has been approved, people can file their own request, and this might take time. However, there's hope. The hope that this purpose is going to be accomplished, the purpose of going to the United States to work, to live.
And in a world with 1.1 million user-generated
We celebrate
Spotify playlists
this.
related to heartbreak, just what is it about breakup songs that
And
we
we
love
think
so much?
We typically look for music that matches
that
our emotional state.
I insist what Canada is doing is also the right thing to do.
Anatomy of Love.
And I was talking about our own experience as well. And you can look at data, it's there for you to look at. Because of circumstances in the past, migration corresponded to the sister countries of Central America. Those were the main migration flows from Central America. But for a long time as well, Mexicans migrating who were going to look for a better living standard, who were going to look for a job in the United States. And just imagine, there are 40 million Mexicans in the United States.
I have clients who will say, this song really resonates
40
with me.
million.
I'm feeling like this. That's the
Who
big piece of it. Like, what am I
who were born here in Mexico, or they're the children of people who were born in Mexico. Now, what have we been able to accomplish?
That you had together because you're reviving the ghost.
With all the support
So we're all just healing through trauma.
for well-being,
That's what's making
we've
this morning.
Have a great day, everyone.
reduced the number of Mexican migrants. Yes. There are less migrants abandoning Mexico now because there's public investment, because out of 35 million families, 30 million families of Mexican families are now receiving at least a program. A well-being program. And this is a very direct manner of doing this here in Mexico. All the senior citizens, 65 or over, receive a pension. This is a universal program. In Mexico, 11 million of senior citizens in Mexico are getting a pension. 11 million students of low-income families, of poor families, are getting grants, they're getting scholarships. All the boys and girls with disabilities also have their own pension. We have a program for reforestation. It is the most important reforestation program in the world. And we are planting over 1 million hectares of fruit and timber trees, and we are giving jobs to over 400,000 peasants that are growing and planting those trees. So then, all these programs help so that people may be staying in their own communities, in their towns.
It is going to be a week. The weeks that almost feel like
We
it's been a week before they started.
built the Dos Bocas refinery, 35,000 jobs. We are now building the Mayan train, which is the biggest railroad works in the world because it's 1,554 kilometers. 1,554 kilometers in 5 states of Mexico.
Will break down the biggest takeaways for us from this.
All the Maya region,
A lot to cover, understandably, this
which
morning,
is
Sarah. And we begin with you.
one of the most important archaeological zones of the world.
Tomorrow, 3 p.m. In Maya.
Well, there,
What do you expect?
people are working building this railroad system. About 300,000 people are building the train. So that's really the option, that's the path to follow. Development, well-being. And I insist, I repeat, I truly celebrate that the Canadian government and the U.S. administration as well are now attending to the migration problem with this type of approach.
Department of Injustice.
It's quite lamentable that there are others
in the history of
other politicians, other presidents and public officials who are acting in a very inhuman manner. Right now in this winter season, for instance, with all due respect, I'm not saying this in a very direct manner, but what I'm saying is that, I mean, one of the governors of our neighboring country headed a movement to take migrants to New York, to Washington,
They're indicting President Trump on Tuesday
and
for having material that he declassified.
just drop them there.
And the people who are doing it is the administration.
This is politicking.
In the upcoming presidential election.
This is completely inhuman.
The indictment paints a damning
This
picture of a
should
former
not
president
be
who
done,
allegedly kept some of the country's
because
most sensitive secrets
there
in unsecure
are
locations
those
throughout his Mar-a-Lago resort,
who forget that we're all migrants.
a far cry from the stance he took as a presidential candidate.
How is it that that great nation, the United States, was developed with migrants?
And nearly the same number think the charges are politically motivated.
The documents
Thanks
not
to
had in his
that.
possession or concerning
So
the
then,
United States nuclear program,
we have to continue
potential vulnerabilities of the United States and
seeking,
its allies,
looking for
and
alternatives.
plans for possible
Just as, for instance, also in the case of violence.
In an interview with Politico aboard his plane,
We have to look into the root causes of violence.
And he doesn't plan on taking
And also in the case of our country,
open the possibility of
youth were never cared for. No services for young people. The only thing that was done was call them young people who didn't work, who didn't study. This is a discriminatory labeling for youth. They don't study, they don't work. Ninis, they were called in Mexico. They don't do one thing, they don't do the other thing either. So no one was ever caring for our youth in Mexico. All those young people only had, the only option they had, I mean, was to migrate. And many migrated, acting in a respectful manner, a very responsible fashion. And others as well were trying to make a living because they didn't have any other opportunity, so they made a living in what we call the informal economy, which is, making a living out on the street, no matter what. I mean, whichever way you can make a living without falling into illicit activities. However, unfortunately, many did go into the path of antisocial behaviors. But we didn't really take care of young people in Mexico. However, we now have a program devoted to young people. This program never existed in the past. There are 2.4 million young people who are being hired. They are working. They're apprentices. What are we doing? We are taking away from them this culture, those seats, the reserves, the stock. We're taking that away from criminal groups. We're taking youth. We don't want our youth to be hooked. We don't want those criminal groups to be taking our youth away. We want to give them opportunities. That's exactly what we're doing in Mexico. And let me conclude. Also, highlighting another difference, which is quite important. There is no corruption. In the administration, the government that I represent, there's no impunity either.
4 children lost in the jungle for 40 days.
Well, we might not know.
We have painted this line that it is very clear. Crime is one thing and the authority is a different thing. There's no criminal association or partnership as before. Yes, we're even ashamed to mention this, to mention that those who were in charge of guaranteeing or ensuring public security were at the service, in the past, were at the service of criminal organizations. This doesn't happen in Mexico anymore. That's why.
Now, it's one thing that's unclear here is how
this
much
meeting,
classified
this
part
summit
is going
we
to play into it
just
and how much it drags out.
held
Donald Trump
today,
might want to make that happen.
all three governments of the three countries, we have reached agreements to continue working together to get peace, to have peace in all three countries, so that we can ensure, guarantee security of our peoples. That's all I wanted to answer to your question, madam.
The indictment tells us that these were documents created for and by agencies like the CIA, the Department of Defense, National Security Agency, and the Department of Energy.
We are doing that.
Gives us a real sense of what's
Just
in these
as
documents.
I was telling you that in the case of migration, first there were brothers and sisters from Central America and also from Mexico, but now in recent times, a lot of migrants from Venezuela, from Nicaragua, Colombia, Ecuador.
It's tough to rank what's the most jarring element.
Pope Francis was up and walking for a bit Sunday, a few days after photos related to how these documents were.
We do have a situation. This is these are changes in places.
Take on the life and the pain of your neighbor.
In a ballroom.
It is time now for a look at your Monday morning weather.
Were still being held at the time. They were then moved out of
places where people being pushed or are being pushed to leave their towns, their place of origin for many reasons. With drugs, we have a case in point. It's not cannabis, it's not marijuana, it's not poppy. It's not only cocaine either. Now we have fentanyl and chemicals, which are some of the most dangerous type of substance and very harmful for people because they are causing so many deaths. So then, we're working on this in an organized manner. In the case of Mexico, this led us to make all the ports and the customs offices to be controlled by the armed forces in Mexico. All the sea customs office, because fentanyl and other chemicals come from Asia, and they are processed in labs, and we are avoiding the entrance of those chemical substances, and we are destroying labs.
To a member of a political action committee, also at Bedminster. So he's using these documents. He's showing
The Navy Secretariat is in charge of managing ports and customs, sea customs offices. For instance, we had so much trafficking of chemicals in the port of Manzanillo and also in Lázaro Cárdenas. Now the Navy is in charge of controlling those customs. And all the customs, the land customs offices along the borderline are now under the responsibility of the Ministry of Defense, National Defense Ministry. So we are combating fentanyl and those chemicals, and we're doing this because we care. Nothing human is alien to us. We truly care, being able to help. and to be of help. The situation in the United States, deaths because of overdose of fentanyl. And but just as we discussed today, this is not only an issue of the United States. The thing is that if we do not face this problem, this scourge, we are going to suffer it ourselves as well. So we have to act in a coordinated fashion, and that is something we've been doing, and we discussed it in this summit. It is in the communique we are about to give you, and we are defending life, the life. As I was telling you, I was telling Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden,
by the Court of Appeal. So
a lot of whom were
their teams, I was telling them as well, we only have two campaigns, publicity or propaganda campaigns in the government, in my administration. One is dedicated or devoted to not consuming drugs, saying no to drugs.
I think actually I looked at it more
because we have to also think of that.
is a little bit stronger. I think Jack Smith's indictment
it became quite a famous thing, public fame.
After what they saw with Alvin Bragg.
Everything related to gangs. There are even series of gangs and organized crime, gangs of organized crimes. And this is like an apology
So the entire system, while it seems like it's
of that which is desirable, because there are residences, very rich homes in those series, very luxurious homes, and the cars, men and women, all very good looking, very handsome men and women, well dressed, with jewelry all over the place, with a lot of power. And they pick up the phone and they call head of the police force, head of the military, or even a president of a country. And that's what's being disseminated all over. But we have seen a series on the damage caused by fentanyl, how in 6 months the life of a young person is destroyed, and what those doses contain. They have muriatic acid.
Just an incredible person.
Do people inform about the situation? Do people let other people know about this? No, of course not. So we are going to be launching an information campaign. As I was telling the President and the Prime Minister, I said, the papers, yes, they say, well, they're not bad. I mean, they have 5 substances, that's it. But they're not bad.
The craziest story.
We did some research on this. Over 30 substances, harmful and cancer-causing substances in those devices people smoke with. However, because of the lobbying, corruption as well,
he gets what he deserves.
The publicity or advertising management, then this is being allowed. And there are many parents, mothers, fathers who don't even know the damage that there are children are going through because of vapors. We have to look into this, but really, this is not only the responsibility of the government, this is also the responsibility of the media. You can also help us so much on this to, spread the word, to inform people.
It's the show America wants.
Radio stations, television networks, they should be devoting time for this, to inform people to guide people on this, on how bad drugs can be for people's health, and that people can be successful and they can be happy without needing to fall into drug addiction, those mortal traps. Well, all this, that's what we've been discussing. I think I'm taking more than the time that I should have taken. It's cold outside. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much.
Experts say the giant crickets swarm the area every 4 to 6 years.
Now to an odd moment on a cross-country flight. An emergency slide opened into the cabin of a Delta jet. The airline says Saturday's flight from New York to Los Angeles was diverted
Ladies and gentlemen, the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
The slide deployed. One crew member was hurt. The 767 eventually continued on to Los Angeles.
Next, a wild scene unfolding at the NBA Finals. The mascot of the Miami Heat is bouncing back after taking a punch from MMA star Conor McGregor during a halftime stunt. Talk about adding injury to insult. On Friday, Miami Heat not only losing Game 4 of the NBA Finals to the Denver Nuggets, but also losing their mascot to a pair of punches from MMA star Conor McGregor. The halftime skit was a planned promotion for McGregor's new pain relief spray, pitching the product to the crowd until the Heat's mascot, Bernie, comes out to confront him dressed in boxing attire. As part of the scripted skit, McGregor punching Bernie, flattening him to the ground before punching him again while he's on the floor. The performer playing Bernie later taken to the hospital where he was given pain medication and released. Just last week, Bernie was on GMA, busting moves in a dance battle with 14-year-old Anthony.
The only good
who was
thing
surprised with tickets to the game
is it's
and the
driven
chance
my
to
poll
perform with
numbers
Bernie
way
at
up. Can you
halftime of Game 3.
You want Anthony to come with
Donald Trump having to stay in the presidential race over the weekend. Again, he's convicted in this classified documents case. Right now, he's in Gulf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. But in a matter of
UFC
hours,
President
he is
Dana
set to
White
fly to
responding to the
Florida,
incident
where
over the
he is expected
weekend.
to huddle with his legal team
Well,
before
Brandon
surrendering
Scott,
himself
thank you
tomorrow
for
in
the
Miami.
passport
CNN
in this
Elena
great
Treen
city.
is in Bedminster
And
this
Governor
morning.
Coach
So what more do we know
applauding the
about
mascot's
what is on the
efforts.
schedule for
Miami
the
Heat
president?
talking
We're talking about
all the money
they should have been allowed to
Well, good morning,
take the first
Erica.
swing.
Donald Trump will be leaving his
Is
Bedminster
now
Golf Club
resting at
soon. He's
home. Bernie is
expected to
expected
pass
to return to
just right by
Miami if
here,
the Heat keep beating
and
the
then he'll be
Nuggets
heading to
tonight
Florida
in
ahead of
Denver
his
right here
appearance
on
at a federal court tomorrow at 3 p.m. Now, his team does tell us that he's expected to meet with his Florida-based legal team to discuss a new strategy after he abruptly removed two of his attorneys, Jim Trusty and John Rowley, on Friday, just hours after learning of his indictment. Now, this evening he will stay at his Doral resort in Miami, we're told, and then immediately after his appearance tomorrow, he's going to be flying back to New Jersey to host a fundraiser at his golf club and also deliver live remarks. And Erica, we've seen this playbook before. After he was indicted in April in Manhattan, he, after his arraignment, he got back on his plane, he flew to Mar-a-Lago, took to a stage before a crowd of his supporters and railed against the charges. And I'm told we should expect a similar speech tomorrow night where Donald Trump will appear defiant, criticize the special counsel Jack Smith, and argue that he's a victim of political persecution. Erica.
Yes, we know that playbook well. As we wait for that, it would, I imagine also, because we know the playbook so well, this is going to be a lot of what we did here over the weekend, not just in those comments that were made in the interview with Politico, but also what we saw at those rallies as we wait for that tomorrow, Elena. It is also a fundraiser, we need to point out. This is not just an airing of grievances, it's one that's expected to bring in money.
This mic on? Can you hear me out there?
Exactly.
And you're right. I do think the rhetoric that we'll see tomorrow night will mimic what we saw on Saturday, where he criticized these charges and again labeled them as political. But I should note that behind the scenes, the mood is quite different. I've been speaking with several of Donald Trump's aides and allies over the past several days, and they told me that concern has begun to settle in regarding the legal implications of this indictment. And Donald Trump himself told Politico in an interview aboard his plane on Saturday that he is worried about being indicted. He said, quote, "Nobody wants to be indicted. I don't care that my phone numbers went up by a lot. I don't want to be indicted. I've never been indicted. I went through my whole life. Now I get indicted every 2 months." It's been Politico. That's what Donald Trump said to Politico over the weekend. And that is what we've heard as well from my conversations with his team. They repeatedly told me he doesn't want to be indicted. And it's similar to what we saw when he was impeached. He didn't want to be impeached when he was in office. And so even though he's publicly, using bravado when he's giving these speeches, privately he is concerned about this.
Decided to take the investigation into their
Finally,
own
Trine, thanks so much. We had Ellie's coronation ceremony.
You guys are not
Also,
all
as a senior contributor at Axios, Margaret Tyler,
The real question for me is going to be, what's his defense?
Let me the outset. Just the beginning.
Reporting from Manhattan, I'm Dr. Macedo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
The same exact airing of grievances.
Back in Delaware, I'm known for riding Amtrak.
People, but I want you to
airing of grievances, though.
I think most of you know that Senator I rode the train between Washington
and get early media, which is all of us covering it. I mean, other candidates are effectively boxed out from saying anything that will be meaningfully noted. And you'll be able to pad your coffers in terms of your legal battle, which needs. And finally, campaigns are about narrative and story.
Including in Vice President.
We're hearing the first
Amtrak wasn't just the way to get home.
Going into
Family.
2024.
Conducted these years, they literally
became
became
they, and it's a constant narrative of I am a process of you, and they are out to get us. And I think he's going to be very consistent in that message over the next few months.
Yeah, here it is. NFL legend was on a yacht and
this feels different. Like, there's a playbook, yes. This is different than any issue the playbook has ever tried to confront. Do you agree, or is this end up becoming almost the same thing we've seen repeatedly over the course of the last 7 years?
I mean, the stakes get higher and higher, like when he says, I'll never leave, take him seriously. And you can, that's what he said, right, after the election that he lost. That's what he was doing more or less heading into January 6th. And now here he is saying that again. I suspect he would do the same if he was elected, right? I mean, he says what he means, and there's no need for us to do what we did 6 years ago, which is to say, is it figurative, is it literal? I don't know. It's like, what does it all mean? We now know what it means, and I think more people will be inclined to take it seriously. The question is he successful in making people feel like he himself is their proxy and the only witness test they need going forward? To Audie's point, when he says, yes, absolutely. If anyone's thinking these indictments are going to knock him out of the race, they are not legally. There is no people. I think reasonably think, well, how you can't run for office if you're indicted, if you're convicted. Yes, you can. The only way to stop him is to have impeached him, which they had a chance to do in Congress and decided not to, which could have disqualified him. But the indictment does not prevent someone from running. Conviction does not prevent someone from running. Even a sentence of imprisonment technically does not keep someone from running. So if he's going to be stopped, it's going to be a political question, not a legal one.
I think a hard thing for voters,
The infrastructure law, we're going to invest over $4 billion.
How this is going to work out, right? Like you can, if you're someone who's in media,
That's why it's so important. Over 2,200 trains run on this corridor every single day.
But if you're someone who's sort of wondering, what does this mean practically? When could this actually go to trial? Well, we know he's going to be convicted. What if that doesn't happen until he potentially becomes the Republican nominee? What if that doesn't happen until after the vote in 2024? That's a tough thing to sort
This
of
line shuts down.
Okay, decide how you feel about it. All these unknowns.
It's really up right now to the Republican field to counter. That is sort of democracy's first line of defense.
Decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
Got an increasingly crowded field.
These guys are
Far and away the front runner according to all the polling, and this, at least for the moment, has only empowered him and created more of a buffer. But it is not 2016. All of these candidates have the benefit of history if they chose to learn
Checking more top stories now. Pennsylvania governor
The problem
is set to
for
make
the
a
Republican field is
disaster
they're split right now. They're trying to figure out whether to say, this is so terrible, he's being politically prosecuted. The other half are like, he stuck a bunch of documents in the bathroom and pretended he didn't.
Security is
So I
tightening
think
at the
as long as
federal
the
courthouse
GOP
in
primary
Miami.
field is
Former
divided
President
about what
Trump
the
will
story
face
is,
criminal
it's going to
charges
be
tomorrow.
very easy for
He's
him to
accused of
maintain
mishandling classified
using this to his
records and
political
obstructing
advantage, even if
government
he's in
efforts to
legal
get
trouble.
them
Well, there's
back.
that division. There's
After
also
tomorrow's
the
hearings,
messaging that we knew started based on the excellent reporting from our CNN teams. The messaging that really started in earnest in reaching out to allies in Washington before the indictment. We even had official confirmation of this indictment. We saw that play out, perhaps not surprisingly, over the weekend. Jim Jordan sitting down with Dan Bash. I just want to play part of that exchange.
Later today, severe storms from the southeast into Texas.
There are classified documents in the bathroom, in the ballroom stage, and classified information that we're talking about. Information that the United States shares with its allies, critical information, strewn on the floor. Does that look secure to you?
Here I am with 74,000 fans at MetLife Stadium.
Again, the standard is the standard. The President of the United States, he can classify and he can control access to national security information however he wants. That's the standard, that's the Constitution, that's what the court said in Navy versus Egan in 1988 case. I don't know how many more times I can say it. If he wants to store material in a box, in a bathroom, he wants to store it in a box on a stage, he can do that.
And Dr. Helen
There
Fisher
are both legal and
agrees,
political
writing
questions
the
about that.
book
So Ellie,
on
let's start with the
relationships.
legal.
Anatomy of
How
Love.
firm is Jim Jordan's legal footing here?
Not firm.
Yeah.
First of all, Donald Trump is not the president. He's the ex-president. It makes a huge difference. Yes, when you're president, you can do virtually anything you want with these documents. Not when you're the ex-president. And notably, the indictment picks up on that because the time frame starts in this indictment 12:01 p.m. on January 20th, 2021. None of what he did when he was president is in play here. The other thing is, DOJ charged this case, and I think is an interesting and
before kicking off the
there are about a half dozen federal statutes that govern mishandling of sensitive or classified information, but they chose only one, and they charged it 31 times for each of 31 different documents. That does not say classified or declassified. It says national defense information. So whether those documents were ever classified or declassified is technically beside the point here.
This song really Jordan's also significant. I've interviewed him many times. Obviously, he's very combative. He's very much a good avatar for the punchback MAGA energy. He also is efforts to investigate government overreach and weaponization of law enforcement in Congress. I think the fact that they made that phone call to him is actually a sign of concern because it's essentially saying, hey, get out there, help me, start saying stuff. And it's going to be some irony that in a way, they'll be weaponizing government to investigate the weaponizing of government, right? They're going to ask. Yet it almost feels perfectly normal. Not in a good way, but in some respects not surprising, right? That they would do this.
The Army Corps of Engineers
definitely
you made a point that I've been fixated on last week.
Crashing down every tanker, truck,
every week feels like a month at this point. The people he's running against. The candidates he's running against unable or unwilling to try and utilize this moment to try and knock off the guy who's leading the polls by 25 to 30 points. There has been some reticence to weigh in definitively since the indictment actually came out. Do you see anything that changes that for anyone other than a
children lost in the jungle for 40 days after a plane crashed? New video just in showing their remarkable rescue.
Number one is, I think as this case proceeds, it may make a difference. I mean, I don't think that most of the GOP rivals are looking at this thinking, yes, this is how I would handle classified documents. They're looking at the base and saying the base is firmly with Trump. I can't defeat Trump if I don't run to the right of Trump. And so this rallying cry about, deep state or whatever, it's resonant with a core of that base, and that's what they're concerned to walk away from. So I think part of it is that, and part of it is how Donald Trump conducts himself. If anyone sees an opening, if they think that, if they see a strategic reason to pursue it, yes, but there's two different lanes. There is the DeSantis lane and there's the Chris lane. And I don't see
portion of the busy highway to come crashing down.
Tackling, the FBI or the Justice Department. That's already baked into the narrative of this campaign.
The Baltimore,
two different lanes.
I can't defeat him unless I support him. The first thing that's happened to him.
tanker truck fire erupted underneath Interstate 95 in Philadelphia, causing a part of the highway to collapse.
These are good jobs to raise a family on.
That stretch of the interstate, used by more than 150,000 commuters every day, is now shut down in both directions indefinitely.
I plan to
Thank you
issue
all.
a
Law
disaster
enforcement officials have been talking about
allowing the
preparing
Commonwealth to
over
immediately
concerns for
draw
potential
down
violence tomorrow in Miami.
How much I've been saying that my whole career is true. These are jobs for folks I used to
Drivers were sent on a
Amazon
43-mile detour Sunday morning when the tanker truck carrying more than 8,000 gallons of gasoline ignited. Last night, the governor said one vehicle was still trapped under the collapsed road, and police were unsure if the driver made it out.
We're still working to identify any individual or individuals who may have been caught in the fire and the collapse.
A Coast Guard officer telling ABC News it appears no fuel from the tanker reached the nearby Delaware River, but a small amount did reach an adjacent cove, which has since been contained. Heavy machinery is now meticulously removing tons of debris, careful not to reignite whatever fuel remains. Officials say it could be months before that section of the interstate completely reopens.
It's going to look like Lower Manhattan, but every day, probably throughout the summer. It's going to be a nightmare.
They remember.
The NTSB
They remember
is
the jobs that went
investigating what caused the
away.
fire and, of course, the
And wonder
collapse as
whether a
well.
path exists
Transportation
anymore
officials say that
for
the
them to
collapsed
succeed.
section was a part of a $212
But I know we can
million
forge a path to
reconstruction
building an
project
economy
that was just
where no one's
completed 4
left
years
behind.
ago.
Now to the security
That's what this
preparations
project
underway
looks
ahead
like
of former
across the
President
country
Trump's
all
court
about.
appearance in Miami
It's
tomorrow.
about making
Secret
investments
Service
in
dogs
America's
were part of a
cities,
security sweep at
towns,
the courthouse
heartlands,
where he
rural
will
America.
surrender. Amid
It's
the
about making
preparations,
things here
Trump
in
says
America
he's not
again.
leaving the
It's
presidential
about good
race
jobs.
no matter
It's about
what.
the dignity of
ABC's
work. It's
Justin
about
Finch joins
respect
us
and
live from
self-worth.
Miami with the very latest. Justin,
And
good
it's
morning.
about damn time we're doing it.
Andrew, good morning. Federal and local law enforcement have been working on a security plan now for several days for former President
We're
Trump.
through
and
4
also
decades
for
where
the
we
crowds he's
exported
called to
jobs and
rally here
imported
outside
product.
of Miami.
We're exporting product and importing jobs now.
Security ramping up in
Too
downtown
long.
Miami.
We've talked
The
about
Secret
asserting
Service
America's
already
leadership and building the
surveilling
best
near the federal
economy in the
courthouse,
world.
where former
We
President
have
Donald
to have the
Trump
best
is set
economy
to
in the world.
formally
You have
face
to have the best
charges
infrastructure
alleging
in the
he
world.
mishandled
That's not hyperbole,
classified
it's a
records
fact.
and obstructed government
To get
efforts
products
to
to
get
market.
them back.
You get
Create
indicted
thousands
over
of good-paying
nothing.
jobs.
You get indicted
For most of
over
the
the
last century, we
Presidential
led the world
Records
with our
Act, which they don't
significant
even
margin
admit they
because we
call it
invested
the
in our
Espionage
people, we
Act.
invested in
Trump,
ourselves.
now the
We
first
invested
current
in
or
research
former
and
American
development.
president to face
Along the
federal
way, we
criminal
stopped.
charges and to
We
do
used
so
to rank
while
number
campaigning
1 in the
for
world in
another
research and
term.
development.
If even half
Now
of
we
it
rank number
is
9.
true, then he's toast. It's a very detailed
China
indictment.
used to rank number 8.
And it's very,
Now
very
it ranks
damning.
number 2.
Trump insisting he's
The
done
risk of
nothing
losing
wrong.
our edge as a nation, China and the rest of the world catching up is real.
A new
For
ABC
decades, the backbone of America, the middle class, has been hollowed out. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs move overseas to get labor. Jobs move overseas, factories were closed down. Once thriving cities, towns became shallows of themselves.
Sinez Barbinedo reports on the life of the billionaire
When Carrier,
and
one of the
media
biggest
tycoon that dominated
manufacturers
Italian project politics more than 20
They
years.
went-
words
the
from his
town went into
2016 campaign.
Now Micron's
The
enormous
Jesus
investment in
Christ.
semiconductors in
The
Syracuse
best
are bringing it all back more.
That is how Silvio Berlusconi
Same things happened in
described
Lordstown,
his
Ohio, where
victory.
GM
And
shut
without
down
doubt,
their
he
auto
was a
factory.
powerful political
But this past year,
operator
thanks to all we're doing with electric vehicles, GM and LG
And
announced they'll
despite
hire
the string of
thousands
legal
of
trouble
workers
and dubious
to build
friends,
a new electric
Berlusconi
vehicle
always
battery.
managed to bounce
When these
back.
towns were hollowed out, something else
He made his
pride,
defense of business
a
tycoon.
sense of
He owned the
self-esteem.
famous AC
safety
Milan
and
football
security of
club
the
for
United States. These are the
31
effects of the
years.
so-called
At
top-down
one point, he
economics.
was the richest man in
View
Italy.
from Park Avenue said,
Not
the
he's also facing
wealthy do
indictment
well,
First
the
elected as
poor
prime
down
minister in
everybody else.
1994,
On the
he was
family
quickly
I was raised,
removed
didn't
when
work that way.
coalition
And
partners
Justin,
pulled
There's
out.
another one.
But he was elected to the top job twice more in 2001 and
that's right. We are
2008,
told the president will
becoming
sit in the
Italy's
court here on
longest
Miami
serving prime
tomorrow
minister
afternoon
since
as
World
he
War
go to
II.
his Bedminster, New Jersey
They
golf
view the
course
backbone
like
of
he
America.
did after his
They are the
arraignment in
backbone.
so-called
As a
hush money
They're the
case
people who
in
get
New
up every
Jersey.
morning and go to
And
work.
Matteo
His
Plus
speech
the
to his
next trying to make an
supporters
honest
and
living.
also Andrew
Look for a
Charming and with a
fundraiser.
I've said it
flippant
many
sense of
times.
humor,
for us
Berlusconi
in
Wall
Miami.
Street did
Justin
not
Finch
build this
remarks and
country.
missteps
The middle
made
class
by
built this
Trump
country.
criticized.
And unions built the middle class.
Elected US
That's a fact.
President in 2008
people
by
were killed.
complimenting
25
Barack
others others were injured when a bus.
I ran for president to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Bring back good paying jobs you can raise a family on. Whether or not you went to college. Give working families a little more breathing room.
Disclosed he had reestablished his friendship with the Russian president in late 2022 after Putin sent him 20 bottles of Russian vodka for his birthday. He later blamed Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky for
created 11 million new jobs, including 750,000 manufacturing jobs, and we're just getting started.
Allegations of a relationship.
The State Department is monitoring.
Where in God's name is it written that Americans can't
Strenuous
leave
denied triggered a
Musician
I don't know where
Travis
that's
Lee
written.
was arraigned Saturday
In
in
addition,
Moscow. Russian officials say he's suspected of trafficking a stimulant
$300 billion.
Say he'll be held at least 8 more weeks if convicted. Faces 20
Allegations
years.
also
In
denied.
Ukraine, President Zelensky said 4,000 people have been rescued from flooding caused by destruction of a major dam. Zelensky says dozens of towns
Meanwhile,
and
the
villages are still
Eurozone was
flooded.
going
He
through a
accused
financial
Russian
crisis.
terrorists
Italy
of
was
shelling
hit hard, and the
evacuation
government's
routes,
debt ballooned
leading
to
to 3 deaths.
120% of the GDP
Now to the
in
amazing
August
survival
2011.
story out of Colombia.
30 years ago,
Promised to crack
Lost in a
down
jungle
America
for
had more than
30
30%
days
and
after
introduce
plane
other
crash.
austerity
Found
measures,
alive.
but it was
Tens of
not
billions of
enough.
dollars.
Surfaced from their rescue.
Today,
Berlusconi lost his majority
how
of
they
his
survived.
around 10% of the
resigned as
world.
prime minister in November
Instead of supply
2011.
chain,
In 2012, he was
us.
convicted of
Rescue
corporate
that's
tax
almost
fraud
can't
and
rely
banned
on.
from public office.
New automobiles
Months
need
later, an
3,000
Italian
of these
court
chips
found Berlusconi
just to be
guilty on
made.
the charges stemming from
Overseas
the
factories
parties.
make these
An
chips
appeals
shut
court
down
later
during the
overturned
pandemic.
the conviction.
Automakers in America had to shut
He was
down their
voted
product
out of
lines
parliament
too.
in 2013.
Couldn't produce enough cars.
2 years later, convicted of bribing a senator.
Can't never let that happen again.
But never served.
That's why we came together to pass the
Statutory
Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, and we're seeing the results now.
The children ages 13, 9,
At the
4,
age of
and
82,
Just a few hours north of there, IBM
recovered
invested
in the
$20
He
billion
led
in
sports Italian party in the European elections and won a seat in parliament.
Semiconductor design and
A
manufacturing,
month before he
quantum
turned
computing,
86,
artificial
said his party
intelligence,
back to power
Intel,
as the junior
invested
partner of the
$20
current
billion
ruling coalition.
chip
In the
factory.
summer of 2020, a few weeks away from turning 84 years old,
$100
Berlusconi
billion
was struck by COVID
Micron and
in
Syracuse,
his
$40
hospitalized
billion
for 12 days.
TMSC
He called that experience
Our
one of the
economic
dangerous
agenda has
tests of my
ignited a
life.
boom in
He posted to
manufacturing,
journalists
from
from
semiconductors to electric vehicles to advanced batteries.
Was the high
Power those
getting
vehicles
tens
and
of thousands?
that.
I think there was someone
Few could match the one and only Silvio Berlusconi.
I think that's what saved
500,000 charging stations during the build
And
of
even though
America.
the quote
So you can
tenth
go
one
from
dawn, as he
coast
was
to
known,
coast.
was in and out of the hospital in his later years, he always managed
Look.
to look remarkably younger than his years.
Much more to say about what we're going to be doing to modernize.
Doctors say the children could
From all
stay
we're joined by-
hospitalized for 2 to 3
From all we're joined by
weeks while they
CNN senior
regain their
attack across
strength.
Ben Wiedemann
Their
on
story
where
of
you've been
survival
reporting
and
on
their
him for
rescue
years,
catapulted
haven't you? He
Colombia
really was
and the
When
irreplaceable.
America sees these
Whatever
projects
he went
popping up
through, he would
across the
bounce back.
country,
Derek, thank you.
it
Pope
sends really
Francis
important
was up and
messages.
walking for a bit Sunday,
Yes,
a few
this
days
was
after
important
abdominal
to
surgery. The 86-year-old is still in a Rome hospital. Vatican says
he
he
was
followed mass on
Teflon
television.
Don. He was a man who
letter
could
thanking
come back
his caretakers,
scandal
calling
after
them
scandal.
there
In
to
fact,
take on the
throughout
life
his
and the pain
decades
of
in Italian
It is time
politics,
now for a look
he
at your
was
Monday
constantly
morning
dogged by legal troubles, but somehow seemed to escape all of them. Now,
Look at
as
this
far
video.
as,
Hail
the
coming down in
sunny days
Dallas.
are
Witnesses
concerned,
say some of
we
it measured up to
understand
4
RAI, which is
inches.
the state
More weather is
broadcaster
expected
here,
across
that
North
there will
Texas
be a
today.
state
Looking at the
funeral
radar,
held for
severe weather
Silvio
threat stretches from
Berlusconi
Texas
on
to Florida
Wednesday,
along the
perhaps
Gulf Coast.
in
An
Milan
isolated tornado is
itself.
possible
Now, we
there.
just
Rain
get a
and
statement
thunderstorms could
from
make a
Giorgia
mess.
We're the
Meloni,
United
Prime
States
Minister,
of America.
who,
There's
was
nothing
allied.
beyond our capacity. We work together. We've never failed to meet an objective when we set our mind.
And one of the most
It's about
influential
time
men in
we say
the
once
history
again,
of
we're gonna
Italy. Now,
lead
there
the
are
world
critics of Berlusconi as well.
Coming up, how an emergency slide opened inside
Oftentimes
a
there's a
packed Delta
hesitation
plane.
to
Also, I
speak
have the man
negatively. Certainly in the last few years, he has, compared to the decades when he dominated Italian politics, has faded somewhat into the background.
An incredible
Very
person.
influential figure across media and sport as
college students found
well.
dead.
It's not entirely clear
Then,
what
when there
his
was no arrest
succession
for several
plan was, if he
weeks,
had
some
one, but it's
websites
going to be
decided
interesting
to
to
take
see
the investigation
who
into
takes
their
over
own
those very
hands.
influential industries.
is running rampant with every theory.
Yes, that's all very very much up in the air at the moment.
The real question question for me is going to be,
over the
what's his
years, he
defense?
had a string of relationships with various women, so it's not clear who's going to get what in terms of the division of his spoils. Certainly, they are significant. There was a time, not anymore, but when Silvio
How could I not have been smarter?
richest man in Italy. He was somebody who accumulated over the years through construction, finance, the media,
I do
and
hope
sports,
he gets what he
hundreds
deserves.
of millions
The Randall
of
Scandal.
dollars, and it will be
Loathing and Vanderpump. Only on Hulu.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you. Back with you throughout the day. You get more reaction now
Things
from
change
Milan,
hour by hour,
Berlusconi
minute by
died in
minute.
Antonio Mortensen outside the San Raffaele Hospital. What's the reaction now?
The Right Now look at the day ahead.
An alert this morning for dog owners and
The key
300 days.
takeaways from the biggest stories.
World News Now and America This Morning, America's #1 early morning news.
Today does feel a little different.
300
Early
days.
mornings on ABC News Live.
And the world.
Ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants, and America needs right now.
This is what will you do? Let's go. How are you?
Ukrainian people.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
Answer the game.
I guess I just found out.
The What Will You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
And then he later on grew his media empire. And funnily enough, this hospital was in a large part thanks to Silvio Berlusconi, who pushed for it
The
to be
former
built.
Marine facing manslaughter charges for the chokehold death of a homeless man on the New York subway. In a new video statement, Daniel Penny claims he was protecting himself
Antonio
and other
Mortensen with you
passengers
throughout the
when he
day
put
as
Jordan
the media
Neely in a
gathers there. We get a
chokehold
great
last
sense as well
month.
about how
Penny described
tributes will
Neely
play
as
out
being
in the
in
next couple of
imminent
days.
danger.
That is our
three main
breaking news.
words that he
Silvio
repeated over and over
Berlusconi, the
was,
former
"I'm
Italian
gonna
Prime
kill you.
Minister, has died.
I'm prepared to go to jail for
A
that.
towering
And
figure
I'm
in the
willing to
media,
die.
a towering
I knew
figure
I
in
had to act.
sport, particularly
And
football
I
as
acted in
well.
a way
So
that would protect
interested
the
to
other
see how
passengers,
that plays
protect
out,
myself,
who inherits
and
it,
protect
and who
Mr.
takes
Wong.
control of those
I didn't see a
businesses
black
too.
man
But for now,
threatening
we're going to go back
passengers.
to
I saw a man
CNN this
threatening
morning.
passengers.
The American people,
A lot of whom
know
were people
that
of color.
If we stand by in the face
At
of
least
such
some witnesses have
blatant
backed up
attacks on
Penny's
liberty and
claims, saying
democracy,
Neely was threatening riders. Neely's family and friends say he was battling mental illness and needed help.
Now to the woman who's accused of poisoning her husband and then writing a children's
Officials
book
in Miami
about
ramping up
grief.
security
Defense
ahead of
attorneys are
President
making
Trump's
their
court
case for
appearance
police
tomorrow
ahead
and
of her first
tracking
hearing
heated
today.
online rhetoric
ABC's
since the
Zoe
charges
Shaw
were
has the
announced. And it's
details.
Carl Suarez is live outside the federal courthouse in Miami
accused
this
of
morning.
poisoning
So
her
we're talking about both
husband
federal
and then
and
writing
local
children's
officials
books about
here
grief,
talking about
blasting the
stepping up
charges
security. Do you have
against
any more
her, saying
specifics
she
about
should be
those
released on
charges, Carlos?
bail, and that there is no substantial evidence that supports the charges.
Well, Erica, good morning. So the
Prosecutors
Miami
say
Police
33-year-old
Department
Corey
is set
Richards
to detail
poisoned her
its
husband's
safety
parents
and
in March
security
of last
plan
year
at a
by
news conference
sneaking
here in
fentanyl
downtown
into a
Miami
Moscow mule
later
parlor
today.
she
Now,
gave
it is
him.
our
They also
understanding
alleged
that
she
the
took out $2
department's
million
entire
in life
police
insurance policies on
roster
her
has
husband
been told
and
that
used
they are
hundreds of
on
thousands from his bank
ahead
account
of
and
the
credit
former
cards
president's
without him initially knowing
appearance
about
here
it.
in
Richards'
federal
legal
court
team
on a
reviewed
Tuesday. Now,
allegations in new
law
court
enforcement
filings.
sources have
Cell
told
phone
CNN
records show her
that a
husband was
team of
using his phone
FBI
for hours
agents
after
have
taking
been
that custody.
assigned to a
Prosecutors
domestic
provided
terrorism
no
squad,
evidence
and that
fentanyl
they
was
are
found in the
identifying
home,
any
or that
possible
Corey gave
threats
her
to
fentanyl
this
at
courthouse
issue.
out here.
They also
They are
claim
also
Erica
keeping
reached
a
and
close eye
signed
on the
medical
Proud
exams
Boys.
before
We're
some of
told
those
by
life insurance
these law
policies were
enforcement
issued,
sources
and that the
that there
finances
has
Corey
been
accessed
some
were
communication
Corey
between the
Richards.
groups about traveling to Florida, though we're being told that there is no indication of any specific or credible threats. As you noted, we are already starting to hear and see some of this politically charged rhetoric surrounding the former president's indictment. The former Republican candidate for governor in Arizona, Carrie Lake, she has come under criticism for what she said following the news of that
Doreen, thank you for
indictment.
that.
Here
Coming up,
are
the
those
broadcasting
comments.
legend hit with a foul ball while
Also ahead, the halftime stunt gone
You
wrong.
want to give to President
Miami
Trump, you're going to have to go
MMA
through
star
me,
Conor McGregor
and you're going to have to go
knocked
through
out their mascot.
75 million Americans just like me. And I'm going to tell you, yep,
So much at stake,
most
so
of
much
us
on the line.
are
More
card-carrying
Americans turn
members
here
of the
than any other
NRA.
newscast. ABC News.
That's not a threat.
America's
That's a
#1
public service
most watched
announcement.
newscast across all of
The United
television.
States is proud to welcome more than
All right, so it's important to note
200,000
that this part of downtown Miami is pretty much already a security bubble.
Right now,
You've got the new federal courthouse here
so
behind
much
me.
at stake.
The old one
followed right across the street, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Federal Detention Center. And so, Erica, right now, the overall security posture is what you would expect to see, considering just the number of federal buildings in this part of town.
Yeah, a good point, Carlos. Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, the federal indictment names one of the former president's aides as co-conspirator, but who is Walt Madden? Or rather, what is his alleged role in all of this? We'll take a closer look next. Plus,
It's a very detailed indictment, and it's very, very damning.
wherever you get your
That would be former
podcast.
Attorney General Bill Barr criticizing his former boss, playing the victim. Now Trump is firing back with ugly insults. All that ahead.
Faster,
Ukraine has won the
and
battle.
you can customize to
Has won the battle.
interests. If you love
Won the
being
battle.
in the know, you're gonna love
Ukraine
this. Experience what all
defied
the buzz is
Russia's
about.
expectations.
Experience the
Every
all-new ABC
single
News app.
turn.
Download it now. We're honored ABC's 2020 winner of 3 Emmy Awards for Excellence. Thank you for making 2020 Friday night's most watched and most honored news magazine.
Santa was just an incredible person.
They lived life to the fullest, both of them.
We also
College
know that
students
Putin
found
has
dead.
no intention.
Then, when there was no arrest for several weeks, some web sleuths decided to take the investigation into their own hands.
TikTok is running rampant with every theory.
You guys are not detectives. Leave people alone. Just shut your mouth.
The real question for me is going to be, what's his defense?
This is Impact by Nightline, now streaming on Hulu.
Signing the omnibus bill soon.
Back now with the insect invasion in northern Nevada. The town of Elko near the Idaho border has been overrun by millions of giant crickets. They eat grass, shrubs, and each other if they're hungry enough. Experts say the giant crickets swarm the area every 4 to 6 years.
Now to an odd moment on a cross-country flight. An emergency slide opened into the cabin of a Delta jet. The airline says Saturday's flight from New York to Los Angeles was diverted to Salt Lake City for a maintenance issue. While it was on the ground, the slide deployed. One crew member was hurt, and the 767 eventually continued on to Los Angeles.
Next, a wild scene unfolding at the NBA Finals. The mascot of the Miami Heat is bouncing back after taking a punch from MMA star Conor McGregor during a halftime stunt.
Talk about adding injury
Critically, in addition
to insult. On Friday, the Miami Heat not only losing Game 4 of the NBA Finals to the Denver Nuggets, but also losing their mascot to a pair of punches from MMA star Conor McGregor.
Take some time.
Halftime skit was a planned promotion for McGregor's new pain relief spray, pitching the product to the crowd until the Heat's mascot, Bernie, comes out to confront him dressed in boxing attire. As part of the scripted skit, McGregor punching Bernie, flattening him to the ground before punching him again while he's on the floor.
We should be clear
The
about
performer
what
playing
Russia's
Bernie
doing.
later taken to the hospital where he was given pain medication and released. Just last week, Bernie was on GMA, busting moves in a dance battle with 14-year-old Anthony Mole, who was surprised with tickets to the game and the chance to perform with Bernie at halftime of Game 3.
You want
Russia
Anthony
is
to
using
come with
winter
you
as
tonight
a
in
weapon.
costume to
Freezing
dance at
people.
Game 3 of the NBA
Starving
Finals?
people. Cutting them off from one another. It's the latest example of the outrageous
UFC President
atrocities
Dana White responding to the incident over the weekend.
I wouldn't have professional fighters punching me in the face if I was a mascot. And that doesn't seem like the brightest thing in the world.
But Heat coach Eric Spoelstra applauding the mascot's toughness.
It's the Miami Heat toughness that we're talking about. They should have been allowed to, take the first swing.
Stability of Ukraine's
The
grid.
performer is now resting at home. Bernie is expected to return to
targeted
Miami
attack.
if the Heat can beat the
We're also
Nuggets
working to
tonight
hold
in
Russia
Denver right
accountable,
here on
including
ABC.
efforts in Congress.
Longtime New York
easier to
Yankees
seek
radio
justice
announcer
for
John
Russia's
Sterling
war
says
crimes
he's
in
fine
Ukraine.
after suffering
Let me
a
close with
glancing
this.
blow from a foul
Tonight
ball.
is the fourth night of
3-2 swung on a pop
a
foul.
time when Jewish people
Back here.
around the world, President Zelensky,
Looking at the demographics that you can see.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
I don't believe that.
The 84-year-old finished Saturday night's game. Red Sox
We need to
star
find a way
Justin
to make
Turner
use of that
foul.
kind of
He later signed the ball.
One of the things that I
Coming
got
up.
from
How
my
the flame
wardrobe
of
is a
faith.
pizza
Okay,
skirt
right,
that
coming
I
up,
got from
how the
my
Tony
mother.
Awards went
And
without writers.
it's
Let's
still
watch Tom
one of the
Brady
that
Story of
I've
survival and
I've
resilience.
Yes,
never seen
a
pizza in
football
this
reminds
element.
us
So that
the coldest days
shows
of the
that
year,
fashion can
light
stand
will
the
always
test of
prevail
time.
over dark. hope.
Bring them on.
If only there was a place in the morning to start my day.
That
with a smile, somewhere to help me get in the know. A place that's spectacular as well for me.
In Mar-a-Lago, prosecutors allege that one of Trump's top aides moved those boxes out of that room in March of 2021. His name is Nada. He's still standing by Trump, even campaigned with him over the weekend in Georgia. Nada was charged for what prosecutors say he did in May of 2022 when he allegedly moved more boxes at Trump's direction.
Yes, it's the show America wants, and America
I think a lot of people
right now.
are looking at the indictment, are watching photos of the president with Walt Nada right next to him and saying,
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
So let's take a look at who Walt Nada is. This is someone who's a 40-year-old Navy veteran who started in the White House last fall, and then he went on to become a White House valet. When Trump left the White House, he followed Trump to Mar-a-Lago to become
Dear
a valet.
Mr. President,
This is someone working in very close proximity to the former president. You need a Diet Coke, he's getting you a Diet Coke. You're tired of holding something, hand it off to your boss. Very close
journalists,
to the former
ladies and
president.
gentlemen.
Okay, so
I
what
came
exactly
here to the
did
United
you do wrong? What are
States
prosecutors
to
looking at him for?
support
More Americans turn here than any
the word of thanks to the people of America, people who do so much for Ukraine. I am thankful for all of this. This visit to the United States became really a historic one for our relations with the United States and the American leadership. In the last 30 days of this war, we have started a new web phase of our relationship with the United States.
One of the things he gave about this land is every detail. I want you to learn specific accusations from the Justice Department that Trump directed Walt Nada to move from Israel.
And I felt today
Let's look at this, because
all
this
of my
is one of the most damning accusations against Walt Nada. It says Trump had directed
again, I would like to
him
thank
to move
Mr.
boxes
President
before Trump attorney will take that to be Evan Corcoran's June 2nd review, so that many boxes were not searched and many documents responsive to the May 11th subpoena could not be found, and in fact were not found while Trump's attorney won. So if you ever wonder, how did Evan Corcoran go into that storage room, find roughly 40 documents, and then a couple months later the feds come and they find out 100 more documents with classified markings? Prosecutors say this is how Walt Nada was moving boxes.
Countries of the world.
Cool, because it's the timeline that's so important here. The win, he was actually alleged to have moved his boxes, right?
Exactly. The timeline is important.
was a bit
Prosecutors lay out
To them I say, darling,
which gives you a sense of the kind of hearings that Donald Trump was asking him to do. But the important period is this period from May to June, between when Donald Trump's team received the subpoena saying, hand back any documents with classified markings, and then Evan Corcoran does the report. At that time, Walt Nada removes 64 boxes from the storage room. He only puts back about 30.
The main issue
before the toss
during my
not great,
talk is
and also
and Brady wasn't the only one showing some accuracy.
Woman showed what she could do on the basketball court. She nailed it.
Former President Trump set to drop Florida today, of course, on his court appearance for the Tuesday classified documents case. Finally, a different type of beach bum.
This one showed up wearing a fur coat. Check out the scene at a beach in Destin, Florida. A bear taking a swim. Eventually ran off into the woods.
Patriots battery system.
This was the
Something
craziest
that
story.
will strengthen our air defense significantly. This is a very important step to create
the juiciest
a
time
secure
in reality show
airspace for
history.
Ukraine, and that's
How could
the
I not
only
have been
way
smarter?
we would be able to deprive the
This is
terrorist
certainly the underbelly of
country
Hollywood.
and their
I
terror
have to
attack
put up a big fight.
to
I do
strike
hope
our
he
energy
gets
sector,
what he
our
deserves.
people, and
The
our
Randall scandal.
infrastructure.
Love,
We had a very good
only on Hulu.
negotiation and talks about our strategic steps, which we discussed with President Biden, and what we
Right now
expect next
in
year
America,
and
with so
what
much
we are
at stake.
preparing.
Thank you
This
for
is very
making
important
NBC's
for all
This Week
Ukrainians, and I
America's
am
#1 news and
hopeful.
politics show on
And
Sunday
once again,
mornings.
thank
When
you,
I got sent to
Mr.
Idaho
President,
to cover the murders
for
of 4
$45
college students,
billion.
it was a story
Because
that didn't
this
make
is a
any
big
sense. 4
assistance, and I
students
hope that
stabbed
the
to death
Congress
in
will
their beds
approve
while 2
this
roommates
financial
were home.
assistance
You gotta
for
think
our
to yourself,
crime
okay,
country.
Mr. Target,
This is
and how
almost
many people
$45
would a
billion.
man go
Thank you
through
very
to
much
get
for
to
this
his
support.
target?
Every
I'm
dollar
Tina
of this
Whitworth with ABC
investment
News.
for
This is
the
the story
United
of
States
savage
is
murders.
a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This
security.
is the King Road
I know
Killings,
that the
a new
American
podcast from
leadership
ABC Audio.
will
Listen
be
now,
strong
wherever you get your
and
podcasts.
will play
This
important
is
role
America's
in global
number
scope.
one streaming
And the United
news.
States will
ABC
help
News
us to
Live.
defend our
Breaking
values,
news,
values
exclusives,
and independence.
live reporting
And
across the
regardless
globe.
of changes
ABC
in the
News
Congress,
Live.
I
Streaming
believe
free
that there will be bipartisan and bicameral
Good evening,
support.
everyone. I'm
And
Lindsay
I know
Davis.
that everybody
We begin
works
tonight
for this.
here
And
in
of course,
Buffalo,
during all
London,
of
Alaska.
my meetings
Involved in
today,
Kentucky and Poland,
we
Ukrainian
discussed
refugees here in
issues
Warsaw.
of
Did you ever have a conversation
standoff
about
against
abortion? Is she lying?
terror of Russia, their destruction of
You ready
our
for this?
energy infrastructure. We need to survive this winter. We need to protect our people, and we need to be very specific in this area. This is a key humanitarian issue for us right now. This is the survival issue.
Checking more top stories now. Pennsylvania's governor is set to make a disaster declaration after a fire caused part of Interstate 95 in Philadelphia to collapse. A tanker truck carrying petroleum products burst into flames under the roadway. Officials say it could take several months to rebuild.
Security is tightening at the federal courthouse in Miami, where former President Trump will face criminal charges tomorrow. He's accused of mishandling classified records and obstructing government efforts to get them back. After tomorrow's hearing, Trump will travel to New Jersey for an address to his supporters.
The death of Ted Kaczynski, better known as the Unabomber, is being investigated as a possible suicide. 81-year-old terrorist died while serving a life sentence at a federal prison in North Carolina on Saturday.
Today's weather, rain and thunderstorms in the Northeast later today. Severe storms from the southeast into Texas. Storms also across the Rockies and into the Northwest.
We will finally, the science behind a good breakup song.
Will Gans
capabilities
explains.
will be strengthened in the next few months. I don't want
It's the
to
breakup
discuss
bop
it in
wrapped
details
in a
right
red
now.
scarf.
I believe you understand why, but
Here
I'm
I
very
am with
grateful to
74,000
President
fans
Biden.
at MetLife Stadium
Thank
singing
you
along
for
to
your
all
attention
10
to all
minutes
of these
of
issues.
All Too
Glory
Well.
to you.
And in a world with 1.1 million user-generated
Alex of Yahoo
Spotify
News.
playlists related to heartbreak, just what is it about breakup songs that we love
2022,
so
you
much?
presided over a
We
bipartisan
typically look for
international
music
coalition
that
matches our
to support
emotional
Ukraine.
state. How will you
And
keep
Dr.
that
Helen
coalition
Fisher
from
agrees,
fraying in
writing the
2023?
book on
President
relationships,
Zelensky,
Anatomy of
welcome
Love.
to Washington
Over 90% of people have been dumped.
What is your message to the American
you're not
people?
alone. Nobody gets out alive. The primordial way of healing is in a group of people who are smiling, laughing, hugging you, and probably singing and dancing. The brain is extremely well built for a good concert when you're feeling bad.
10 weeks into Taylor's Eras Tour, streams of her entire music catalog are up 79% from before kicking off the record-breaking tour.
I've never seen NATO or the EU more united about anything.
But can these sad songs actually help us heal from heartbreak? One recent study finding
We
music
all know
helps,
what's at
quote,
stake here.
manage depressive
The European
symptoms and improve
partners
functioning
all
when it came to things like work, relationships,
fully
and other
understand
activities.
This is
I have
about-
clients
I've
who
never
will
seen
say,
a
you know,
major
this
invasion.
song really resonates with me, or I'm feeling.
New this morning,
This
former
has to be
Italian Prime Minister
What am
Silvio
I
Berlusconi has
feeling?
died. Berlusconi was a billionaire media tycoon, the founder of Italy's largest commercial broadcaster, who of course went on to become the country's longest-serving prime minister, despite a career tainted by sex scandals, corruption allegations, and a tax fraud conviction. Berlusconi was often considered the kingmaker in Italian politics. He had been battling
Have a great day,
leukemia.
everyone.
Silvio Berlusconi was 86 years old. CNN This Morning continues right now.
We have one set of laws in this country.
Right now on America This Morning,
Special
a portion
Counsel
of
Jack
vital
Smith
highways in the
announcing
Northeast shut
37
down
criminal counts
indefinitely
against
after
Trump.
collapsing.
Indicted now for hoarding classified
Tons of
documents,
concrete and
sharing
steel
them with
crashing
others.
down
Some
after
of
a
our
tanker
most
truck
sensitive
catches fire.
national
The wording of a vehicle still trapped
not
under
only
the
there,
ground.
but also from around the world.
If you want to store material in a box, then imagine if he wants to store it in
I
a
feel
box
very
on a
good
stage.
about
President Trump did
solidarity.
that.
Is true than these toes.
You can't have one faction of
Thank you for your
society
question.
weaponizing the power of the state against factions that it doesn't like.
I think there's no evidence that the federal Department of Justice has been weaponized.
President Trump will have his children lost in the jungle for 4 days after a plane crashed. New video just in showing their remarkable rescue.
Our people are angry, and they just keep doing it.
This is completely politically motivated with election interference at its best.
This idea of presenting Trump as was a victim of a witch hunt is really
This is as devastating and specific of an indictment that I think I've ever seen.
And the big surprise at the beach in Florida when a bear comes out of the water.
See your children alive.
Good Monday morning. Poppy is off today on America Hill alongside Phil Mattingly. Quite a Monday, quite a week we are starting off.
Yeah, no question about that. I think the most fascinating part of the week ahead started Friday after we were done with this show. The indictment came out and you realized, oh, wow, this is about as lengthy, detailed, and to some degree simple in an elegant kind of way. And there's a lot to dig into.
There is a lot to dig into. We're going to do a lot of that throughout the morning.
Yeah. Well, this morning, former President Trump is set to fly to South Florida as he prepares to turn himself in on those federal criminal charges. Right now, he's at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, gearing up for a historic and unprecedented legal battle. And we're expecting him to huddle with his lawyers today at his resort near Miami before he surrenders tomorrow at a federal courthouse. Now, remember, he's facing 37 counts over his handling of classified documents.
Federal prosecutors say Trump illegally kept a stash of some of the nation's most closely guarded secrets and tried to hide them as well from the FBI and even his own attorney. Former president allegedly kept the boxes of highly sensitive documents in places around the Mar-a-Lago resort, including a bathroom, a shower, and his bedroom. Just hours from now, officials in Miami set to hold a news conference. They're going to be talking more about what they're doing in terms of ramping up security ahead of that court appearance on Tuesday afternoon. Sources telling CNN the FBI is tracking potential threats as violent rhetoric surges online. We're also told the far-right group, the Proud Boys, are discussing traveling to Florida to show their support for the former president. A lot to cover this morning, and of course, we have all of those angles covered with our team here at CNN, Audie Cordish, Sarah Murray, John Miller, Ellie Honig, here with us in the studio. Let's begin with CNN senior crime and justice reporter Caitlin Polantz, who is outside the federal courthouse in Miami. So how are we expecting this to play out, Caitlin?
Well, Erica and Phil, it's going to be a pretty quick trip to the state of Florida by Donald Trump. So he's going to be traveling into Miami today and then going to his resort nearby. And essentially, he's got to prepare for what's to come on Tuesday afternoon. So we expect him to be talking with his lawyers. His co-defendant, Walt Nauta, had been traveling with him over the weekend and is also expected to come to court under this summons from the Justice Department to make their initial appearance on Tuesday afternoon. So what that means is on Tuesday, they're going to be brought into this courthouse. We might not see them walk in at all, and they'll go up to the federal courtroom and they'll meet with a magistrate judge where they will face the charges in the indictment. They'll be told exactly what they're charged with: obstruction for both of them, for the former president, 31 counts representing documents of national security, national defense importance that he is alleged to have retained knowingly outside of the protection of the federal government. And then they'll have the chance to enter their pleas. At this time, that's totally expected that they will say not guilty, even if they could entertain plea deals down the road. And then we're going to get a little bit of a sense of how this moves forward after that in court, although the hearing could be pretty short. And then Donald Trump, he's out of town pretty quickly after that. He's going to be flying back up to New Jersey to give a speech at his resort there in Bedminster. Phil and Erica?
All right, so that's the next kind of 36 hours. Caitlin, I'm going to be like one of our bosses here and ask you the question that you can't possibly answer, but I still want a definitive answer. Can you lay out, what's the timeline here? We've heard months, we've heard potentially years. What's the timeline for when this could actually all play out toward a verdict?
That's a great question, because judges do what judges are going to do, and the court can be very, very unpredictable. But in this circumstance, so we're heading in tomorrow before a magistrate judge. The judge that's going to shepherd this case to trial, Judge Eileen Cannon, a Trump appointee herself, she doesn't come in until a later date. And that's whenever we're going to get more of a sense of the full trial timeline, when a date for a trial could be set, and how close that actually might be to the election next year. Sometimes cases take a full year or more. They can go into appeals, although not always. With a criminal case, it's a lot harder to appeal in the middle of things. But on this circumstance, we already know that the Justice Department wants to move pretty fast. They say that they're going to ask for a speedy trial. So that's like something that the clock starts ticking, and the clock only lasts for about 3 months, give or take a little bit. We'll see, though, how the judge responds to that, whether or not she's going to allow things to stretch out more, especially because there's classified material involved in this case. Phil and Erica?
All right, thanks, Caitlin Polance. We're going to be sticking with you throughout the course of this morning. Erica?
All right, so when we're talking about these documents, what exactly were these documents? How did they get from the White House to Mar-a-Lago? How did they get into the hands of investigators? Well, we learned a lot about that from this indictment. CNN senior legal analyst, former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig is with us now. So, Ellie, walk us through what we've learned from the indictments about specifically the documents that were taken to Mar-a-Lago.
Erica, it's been a long, strange trip for these documents, and it starts back when Donald Trump was still president in Washington, D.C. Now, this, of course, we recognize that guy, Donald Trump. But get to know this man. That is Walt Nauta. He's the second defendant in this case. He was Donald Trump's valet. And in the weeks and days before Donald Trump left office in January of 2021, the indictment alleges that Trump and Nauta, but Trump himself, was directly involved in the packaging up of these documents and sending them down to Mar-a-Lago. There was some speculation. What would Trump know about packing up? The indictment says he was involved and he knew what was being sent down there. And the indictment gives us really important information about what's in those documents. Yes, there are some things that are souvenirs, trinkets, newspaper articles, but this is what matters for the legal case. There are documents created by and for the CIA, Department of Defense, NSA, that relate to our defense and weapons capabilities, our nuclear programs, our potential vulnerabilities, and our plans for a possible retaliation. That's how serious those documents were that got sent down to Florida.
Once they got there, too, the indictment is very specific about what happened to them, the journey, if you will, that they were taking at the resort.
Yeah, let's try to track this because the indictment actually lays it out quite clearly. The first place they land, that's a stage, Erica, in a ballroom, in the white and gold ballroom in Mar-a-Lago. That's where they're first put. And by the way, the key guy moving these and orchestrating the moves is Walt Nauta, acting at Donald Trump's instruction. The documents...
And that's key.
Yes,
acting
and that's
at
key.
His instruction.
And let me make that point right here. There's a piece of the indictment that quotes a text that Walt Nauta sends to another worker saying he, meaning Donald Trump, he's tracking the boxes. More to follow today on whether he wants to go through more of those boxes today or tomorrow. That's a crucial text that's in the indictment. So the documents start off in the ballroom. They then move to a business center, and then they're moved to the lake room. Now, this, you're not seeing things, folks. That's a shower curtain, and yes, that is a toilet. This is the first time I've ever telestrated a toilet. That is where
may not be the last. The day is young.
We'll see where it goes. Yeah. But yes, these documents were kept in the bathroom of the lake room, and then finally they were moved to a very important location here, the storage room. And an important part of the story is at one point Nauta goes into the storage room and sees these documents spilled on the ground, and he's sort of panicking. What do we do? So that's how they end up in the storage room.
And it's also important, as we note here, this picture that's in the indictment, the fact that it was taken by Nauta when he noticed it over concern.
It's a crucial piece of evidence, and it plays into the obstruction of justice part of this, too, because DOJ serves a subpoena in May of 2022. Trump gets his lawyer, Evan Corcoran, says, all the documents you're going to go through to respond to that subpoena, they're in the storage room. Corcoran goes through the documents. He finds 38 documents. He gives to DOJ. He says, we did a diligent search. This is what we got. Of course, there was many more. So how did that happen? Well, the deception happened by Trump and Nauta because they took 64 documents out of there in the days before Corcoran and just put 30 of them back. We can do the math there. That means 34 boxes were intentionally kept away from Walt Nauta and DOJ, and that's where the obstruction count comes from.
A lot happening in there, and a lot of detail, important detail.
Well, with us now in studio, back like they never left, Audie Cornish and Sarah Murray. Also joining us, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. And John, I want to start with you because you're so good internally about walking us through kind of what's actually happening behind the scenes. The stakes are enormous. Obviously, there's a lot of concern. What's actually happening in these security preparations leading up to tomorrow?
It's a big machine. There's a lot of wheels turning. Secret Service's job is literally going to be to protect former President Trump, get him in, get him out, and make sure he's safe. The U.S. Marshals, their job is to protect the inside and perimeter of that courthouse. But the Miami PD, Miami-Dade County Police, Florida State Police, they're going to be doing the wider picture around that building. Are there going to be crowds? Are they going to be large crowds? Are there going to be small crowds that create an issue? So right now, you're going to be looking at Josh Campbell's reporting from Friday that the FBI has already put out a notice to 56 field offices saying scan for intelligence about anything that may involve violence as a reaction to this. Today, you'll see the major city police chiefs of the big cities and their intelligence commander put together a conference call where they will literally poll each other. What are you hearing? What do you have? to get a national picture of what cities are facing. But Miami's ground zero for tomorrow. You've got groups like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters, Patriot Front. Some of these are very damaged because their leadership from these recent cases have been put in federal prison. For the Oath Keepers, that's serious damage. They're a military chain of command group. For the Proud Boys, doesn't really matter. They become very decentralized. They work from chapter to chapter, state to state, but they also don't generate large numbers. So all of this is being factored into the security for tomorrow.
There's also, I also want to play some comments from Kari Lake, former Arizona gubernatorial candidate. I want to get your take, actually multiple takes, on what these comments mean and how closely they're being monitored. Take a listen.
We're at war, people. If you want to get to President Trump, you're going to have to go through me, and you're going to have to go through 75 million Americans just like me. And I'm going to tell you, yep, most of us are card-carrying members of the NRA. That's not a threat. That's a public service announcement.
She says it's not a threat. How does law enforcement look at comments like that? Are they a threat?
So law enforcement looks at comments like that as protected by the First Amendment. What they're looking for is the reaction to those comments on the other side, which is in the chat rooms, in the message boards, are people talking about, let's get our guns, let's do something. Remember, in Cincinnati, just days after the Mar-a-Lago search warrant, a guy with an AR-15 rifle came in and opened fire on the FBI's office there until he was killed in a shootout with police. So you've got the group thing, you've got the crowd thing, but you've got the lone wolf thing to consider in these factors. And Florida's a funny place. Under Governor DeSantis, they made it easier to carry guns. You don't need a permit. You can have concealed weapons. But it's not an open carry state. So you can't show up with your AR-15 rifles in full uniform or your pistols on your hip, you know, and fully exposed. But there's a trick, which is if you're hunters on the way to a hunting thing, or if you're fishermen going fishing, or if you're a sportsman on your way to target practice, then you can. So you've seen Second Amendment groups do these gatherings where they carry their weapons in the open, basically challenging law enforcement. They're thinking about all that.
I was fascinated where you were going to go after Florida is a funny place.
Well, this kind of follows on what I was saying earlier about the ways we have all changed in the last 5 years. I talked about the courts and the justice system, how it is a little more fortified, a little more understanding of what it's dealing with when Trump or a Trump case comes knocking on its door. It's the same thing with law enforcement and the FBI. Wow, have they learned a lesson over the last couple of years to listen to chatter, to pass that chatter on, to really take these kinds of comments and specifically what's going on social media very seriously, where they can. Obviously, there's Discord channels and things like that that are more low-key and harder to penetrate. But we know they've been doing more work in this area because earlier they talked about extremist groups, Merrick Garland, et cetera. And I think this is going to be another example of where our system has been stress tested, and we might see the reflection of that over the next couple of days.
And to Audie's point, I think and hope that the convictions and sentences of some of the January 6th rioters have sent a message. I mean, one of the purposes of our criminal justice system and sentencing is deterrence. You want to deter the person who's being sentenced, but others too. And you look at these sentences, as John mentioned, the leader of the Oath Keepers got 18 years, Stuart Rhodes. We've seen other sentences, 11 years, 7 years. These are real sentences. And I hope that anyone who's thinking of doing anything takes note of that.
Trump has spoken out on behalf of rioters who have been convicted. At one point, he tweeted an image of them singing in jail. Right. Do you want to be singing in prison for Trump? I mean, that's a cool tweet, but I don't know if people want to lay things down on the line.
Yeah, we can't forget on our own town hall meeting, he was asked, would you pardon all these people if you were reelected? And he said, sure, they came with love.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's what resonates with people, you know, counting on whether Donald Trump's going to get elected again, going to end up in the White House again, he's going to potentially pardon you, or if they are looking at, you know, what happened in the wake of January 6th, if that does serve as a deterrent. You know, one thing that has been striking to me is how many of the sort of the same players are popping up again. We're talking about the Proud Boys again. You know, I was listening to an interview Roger Stone did with Donald Trump yesterday. Again, another player talking about the supporters that are going to be there in Miami to stand for Donald Trump. And then Roger Stone is quick to say, but we're assembling peacefully. People are going to be assembling peacefully. So we'll see if that resonates.
Laura, can I ask you about this? This is the cover of the New York Post, and it'll be familiar for those of us who live in Washington because we've been kind of living in this world throughout the course of any investigation into former President Trump since President Biden took office. And it says, what about the Bidens? Talking about Hunter Biden, talking about Joe Biden. You followed a lot of the congressional investigations very closely. Is that a fair analog?
I don't think we are talking about an apples to apples comparison here. So no, it's not a fair analog in that nobody in these cases has been stashing hundreds of documents with classified markings in a bathroom and then refusing to return them to the federal government when prosecutors say, return this, we're subpoenaing you, we're searching you, we're serious, return this. I do think it is a fair question to say, what are you guys going to do about the Hunter Biden investigation? This has been going on for a while. We still don't have a charging decision in this case. Again, we're getting to be in the full swing of a presidential election year. Are you going to charge it or are you going to move on? I think with Joe Biden and, his retention of classified documents, again, he returned them much more willingly than we saw with Donald Trump. The question is, okay, what's going to happen with this? Is there going to be an end to this investigation? And if so, when are we going to hear about that?
Sarah makes a great point about the Hunter Biden investigation at DOJ. This is preposterous. This has been pending, according to our reporting at CNN, since 2018. 5 years. And this, by the way, this investigation is not the laptop. This investigation is a tax issue. Did Hunter Biden declare his income? And a sort of obscure gun law. Did he possess a gun while he was addicted to drugs, which you're not allowed to do under federal law? Did he lie about that? But 5 years, I mean, that's a 5-week investigation. And this spans the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Someone's got to make a call in this case. I don't know what is going on, but it's beyond anything I've seen before.
And the U.S. attorney was kept on from the Trump administration in that case. And again, there's no parallel. Nobody's saying there's a parallel to anything that we saw in the 37 charges. But to your point, it's not a question that just Republicans or kind of operatives have. Like Democrats are also kind of shaking their head a little bit and saying, what's actually going on here? All right, guys, stick with us. More good stuff to come. Bill Barr now predicting trouble for Donald Trump over his federal indictment. Now, Trump, of course, is weighing in. What he's saying about his former attorney general.
Plus, the indictment is also drawing a line through the GOP primary field, how those other White House hopefuls are becoming even more divided as they try to find a right way to respond.
President Zelensky, I'm honored to welcome you back to the White House. We spent an awful lot of time on the telephone as well as on video, but it's good to see you in person again. And we've been in close and frequent communication throughout this conflict from the very beginning, but particularly, it's particularly meaningful to talk with one another in person, look each other in the eye, because leadership through this terrible crisis has inspired the Ukrainian people, as you have done, Mr. President, and the American people.
Severe weather threat move off to the Gulf Coast tomorrow, where 17 million are going to be impacted. But notice all this rain here in the southern plains, where you see those brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds. That's over 4 inches of rain in some spots. We're concerned about flash flooding and some flooding there. And I mentioned that flooding also possible in portions of the Northeast. Your flash flood risk, we're looking at 2 inches per hour. It's those summer-like storms where we're looking at really heavy downpours. Little Rock, Oklahoma City, Dallas even seeing some really heavy downpours. Denver and Dodge City, that will be the story throughout this Monday. Tomorrow, I mentioned that the threat for the severe storms moving into the Gulf Coast states. So places like Birmingham, Shreveport, Little Rock, looking at flash flooding. Could see some flooding too in portions of the Intermountain West. But you guys, we have been so dry. You're going to need the umbrellas later, and we really, really need this rain.
Yep, exactly. It's been a while, so we're due.
300 days.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Coming up on Morning News Now, history of the Tony Awards.
Classifying documents, taking documents with you, negotiating with Barr. The only thing that was wrong was the raid on his home and the complete dual-tier system of justice.
First, though, after the break, breaking news this morning, former Italian Prime Minister and media mogul Silvio Berlusconi has died. We'll take you to Italy for more on how he's being remembered.
This
We'll be right
idea
back.
of presenting Trump as a victim here, a victim of a witch hunt, is ridiculous.
Stand against aggression.
Two very different takes there this morning. Former President Trump's current attorney at odds with his former attorney general, who says Trump is not being treated unfairly in this classified documents case. Let's take a closer look now with Donald Ayer, the deputy attorney general under President George H.W. Bush, who's also worked with Bill Barr. It's good to have you with us this morning. We hear those comments from Bill Barr. I mean, very clear in what he sees in this indictment, how detailed it was, what this means for the former president. I wonder, how much weight do you think his words carry?
Not hesitate. Support from all across this country.
Well, I think what really carries weight is what the indictment alleges and the ability, if they have it, which I'm sure they do, to prove the events in the indictment. It's a very damning indictment. And if you read the whole thing, you actually see there's a long statement in there by Donald Trump himself talking about how important it is to protect national security secrets and how he's going to do something about it. Bill Barr is the worst attorney general in the history of the United States. He did everything he